Hey everybody, this is Peter PALMIOTTI, and this is the what is it? It's the last 8 hours of my retro Kickstarter campaign, and let's see, where are we at? Where are we at? Let's see if this works. Hey,
Greetings. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I can hear you too.
Excellent. Hi, guys.
Okay. Hello, hello.
Hello.
So, we're live already?
We are live.
All
So
right.
no cursing.
No cursing. Oh, shoot.
So here we are at. Does everybody see the Kickstarter page?
Yep.
Okay, so we are 7 hours away. It's just under 8 hours. We got 74 backers, which is
Wow.
very, very nice.
Yeah.
And at 1912 currently, I really, realistically, only expecting maybe a couple more people, but it would be nice to hit 2,000. We'll see how it goes. I know most people are asleep right now, but
Yeah, what's up with us? Why are we awake?
why are we awake? Because I'm just nuts. I just, I figured I'd scroll down the page. Obviously, anybody can go check out the Kickstarter page. Just type in my name on Kickstarter or find a link somewhere. But let's see. We have nobody pledged just to pledge. So Retroact is at 0 backers, but that's fine. It's everybody's getting something then. So Retro Read, which is I'm getting feedback. I think it might be Ronnie. Yeah, it's just some feedback. I'm gonna mute Ronnie.
Yeah.
You think it's Ronnie?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's definitely Ronnie.
Oh.
Okay. We'll get him back. So Retro Read is 12 backers. That's the digital high resolution PDF of the story itself. So yeah, 12 backers. That's very cool.
That's the digital one, huh?
Yeah, that's the digital version.
Okay.
Yeah. Then we have the Retro Fresh, which is what most people wanted, the printed copy. And everybody gets to be in the Has Nation section of the comic, which is have their name in the comic. Anybody who's pledged gets in there. And we have 37 backers to Retro Fresh level, which is very, very cool. Then we have the Retroactive. That's the printed comic and digital PDF, your name in Has Nation, and also the Gads Gretzky and Peter PALMIOTTI print A. So we got 10 backers for that. This is very, very cool. Then we have the retrospective. Same kind of stuff, but it's print B, and that would be the Scotty Watson Peter PALMIOTTI print, which 11 backers. Wow, it went up. It beat the Gaz print so far.
Oh.
Very cool. It's a little more costly because the Gaz image is like in a circle. It's kind of a square image, and so I'll probably put the logo up top big, and I figured it would be a little cheaper than the Scotty Watson print.
Got a little bit less art on it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So Last I checked in, if anybody has been keeping track, Scotty actually the day I launched, he had a heart attack, went in the hospital, had surgery. He's out of the hospital. He's back home recovering. He's got all these bruises on himself and arms and stomach and all that. But yeah, he wasn't doing well for a really long time, but he's slowly coming back to himself. And, you know, I'm not going to bug him until he's 100%, of course.
Right.
But, you know, I you know, made a comment on one of his Facebook posts, and I said, "Hey, Scotty, we sold the piece. I'll just go to the last piece, which is all gone. The Retro Mystery Total Package, which has both the prints, but also the original artwork by Scotty and myself." And I mentioned that to Scotty, and he kind of laughed and said, "Yeah, I guess we got to do it." So yeah, he's looking forward to doing that, but you know, obviously health issues and whatnot.
Right.
The Retro Beauty. Oh my God! Somebody pledged to that. We have one person who pledged to that, so I have to actually go into the back end of Kickstarter and find out who pledged. When I send out the surveys, of course, I'll be asking everybody exactly what they want if I'm not 100% sure. And of course, with anybody who commissions me, I'll be making sure to ask you what character or movie star or, you know, comic book hero or animated character or whatever you want me to illustrate. So obviously, so this is the cover, what you see here in full glorious color. Really, really happy the way it turned out. It's pretty awesome. And then it's the first 2 pages. You know, I've shown more on like my YouTube channel. You can go back and sort of look. I'll probably do a better video of just flipping through the pages at some point. Yeah, for those that know, I've been running pretty hard for more than the past week. So I'm taking kind of a 3-day vacation after this. I need some serious downtime and to get back into normal, like, waking hours and whatnot. So here's an image of the Gaz print, sort of not a scan of it, just a photo of it. But there's a retro as drawn by Gaz Gretzky, and I'll be inking that. And of course, Scotty and my print will have his character Talon and my character Retro teaming up in a print. And that would be very, very cool. So yeah, like I was saying earlier, realistically, I only expect, like, at best, whatever, we'll get to 2,000. So we probably won't get to the stretch goals. The first stretch goal was a print of the cover without logo and whatnot, like you see above. And 10,000 was I give everybody $10,000, but of course we're not getting into that, so that's not going to work out. No, that's not what's happening. But
if you could give everybody $10,000, you wouldn't need to do a Kickstarter.
I know,
right?
But we have everybody. I mentioned this before, but I spoke with Rich, and apparently I have all the pages. Which I wasn't totally aware of. I really have to go into the files, and yeah, my computer's a mess since I started this. Everything's misplaced and in other folders and whatnot, so I have to go definitely pull out all the page files and story files and everything I got on it. There's our colorist, Brian, just hanging out and chilling. There's our letterer, Carrie. Yeah, he's one of those guys that goes off for 6 months at a time. I think he used to do it. I'm not sure if he's still doing it, but like, go work on a ship.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, he's definitely used to going out on boats. God bless him. Then there's
fishing boats and stuff, or
yeah, like fishing boats. Doing I'm not sure exactly what his job was on it, but I'm sure I'll be talking to him at some point, and we can discuss that. And all I know is we like disappear for 6 months at a time.
So funny. That's good money in that, though.
Yeah, great money. Scotto Green is going to be my creative handler, and because I'll be working on retro, I'll be working on other books upcoming, and he's going to help me work with the creative staff, sort of the day to day, so I can focus on getting my work done.
Mhm.
Here's some partners in crime: Scotty, who I mentioned before, my buddy Marshall Lee, and also Mike Emirates. And we all got, and there's Karen right there.
Mhm.
We all got the 100th Anthology Book 2, Werewolves and Unicorns and Other Mythical Creatures, happening June 1st. I'll still be dead to the world, but I'll at least at that point post out the links to it, and then really start promoting it the second. And
Yeah, don't slack now, Peter.
no. I want to sort of at least be semi-competitive with the sort of contest that Mike's got going on behind the scenes.
Oh yeah.
I mean, Mike has been doing a phenomenal job.
Yes.
Pulling it together and doing special stuff and
More than for last time too. Like
really promoting it and making all this, artwork for it and pulling it all together, and the video by Corey Kerr, like, who asked for like short little snippets of video from everybody, and put it all in a video with animation and the artwork, and I think that's phenomenal. It's funny, I was on Crowdfunding Comics. Well, I wasn't on it. They did a shout out to me on their
Oh, did they? Okay.
program tonight. Yeah, I was in the chat, and what was it? Oh, they were suggesting, like, my video on my YouTube is 5 minutes. I meant to do more videos, and the other videos were going to be shorter, but the one up is like just over 5 minutes, and they were saying it's got to be 2 minutes, maybe 2.5 max. Corey Kerr's video is what, 14 minutes?
Oh, is it? Oh no.
It's long. It's long. But I think it's phenomenal. I still think it's phenomenal. I think if you got something that's worthwhile watching, that you'll stick around and watch it, because
Sure.
really the page itself is what sells the book. The video is just extra. I mean, it can be personal sometimes, but really, I want to see the artwork. And if I'm happy with the artwork,
I don't ever watch the video, honestly, when I go to a Kickstarter or Indiegogo page. I never do. I always go right to the artwork like you. I don't really look. I never. That has nothing to do with whether I want to back something or not. It all has to do with the artwork. So
yeah. Well, everybody's different, but
exactly. I know.
yeah.
So,
But let me just mention the executive producers. This is everybody who's moderator on my group, Creator Owned. If you didn't know, I also have a Creator Owned Comics YouTube channel. The link is on my YouTube page for my other channel, and you can subscribe to both, because I want to get over 1,000 on each channel. But I'll mention Chuck had he was part of Kickstarter recently. BL, something like that. It's like a demon comic with Sean Barber. Sean Barber was actually heading it up, and they successfully funded. I think it was yesterday morning, technically speaking. So congrats to him and Jason Webb. He does a book, Rejected, and he's supposedly like in demand with other people. So great for Jason as well. And Karen, she's just a fabulous artist, and she did some retro fan art, which you
I
can
did, yes.
check out on my Instagram. I posted up there. And my buddy Dennis, which I never updated his sketch, but he said he loved the sketch, so I'm happy to leave it there.
I think we need to do a sketch of that dead cat next.
Well, it wouldn't be the same. I mean,
Well, I know.
he had, it's like the story is that when I was in my 20s, I met up with Dennis and we became best friends. And he had an apartment in Manhattan, and he had this stuffed doll way back then. And I think I either destroyed it or broke it. I don't know, something, or he had to get another one. So it's kind of a joke between us anyway.
Peter, you destroyed a man's dead stuffed cat.
I don't know. I don't know what happened. I don't remember.
So you destroyed something that was dead.
Yeah, it's Earl's the dead cat stuffed toy. I don't know. It's like one of those things that you buy at Spencer Gifts or some funky store, and he picked one up, and yeah.
Spencer, yes, is that an East Coast thing?
Must be. Yeah, it was like Spencer Gifts was like you see them a lot in malls. It's like from the 80s, maybe 90s.
Okay.
I think they still might be around, but not as much as before. I mean, malls aren't as much of a thing.
That's right. Yeah.
But they dealt with everything like psychedelic posters and T-shirts and just every kind of crap you can buy, that kids are into. But yeah, it was definitely a mall thing.
Okay.
And I used to like them. I used to love going to malls. I miss that, but I'm in a small
Peter, that we all, I think, of a certain age, that was what we did in high school and junior high, middle school. So that was our entertainment. Yeah. Go hang out at the mall, eat in the food court, look at what everybody's wearing, go check the movies, go watch a movie, play some video games.
Yeah.
Right. A lot of arcades are in malls anymore.
Not anymore. Nope. So yeah.
Okay, so that's all that jazz.
My feedback is better, by the way, right?
Yes. I don't hear it.
Oh, yes, much better. Yeah, I don't hear it at all now.
I had to leave the room. I think it was the fan, maybe.
Oh, okay. But it was like sort of feedbacking my voice, and when I hear my voice double, it really confuses me.
Well, I was wearing a different headset, but I don't know. That's weird.
Well,
okay, so
Ronnie, how late are you going to stay up for this party? How late are you going to stay up for this party?
I'm going to be going to work in a couple hours.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you going to be fully awake at work?
I know, right?
Yeah.
Well, I hope you're getting some work done while are you working on some art right now? During the art party?
I'm just starting to wake up.
Gosh, you've even dragged people out of bed early for this, Peter.
I know.
I haven't gone to bed yet, so that's okay. I'll just sleep all day since I don't have a day job.
Yeah. So who's oh, we got some people. Russ is here, comic book black belt. Morning from the UK. Daniel Lambert. Good morning, Kretz on Funding.
Morning.
Retro. And Russ says, "You're a monster." Oh man, what did I do to you, man? No, I know what he means.
Now, wasn't Russ was just on that Marsh's cast on Monday, right?
Yes,
Yeah, I
yeah,
listened to that. I really enjoyed that, Russ. I really enjoyed that talk. That was really great.
I wasn't able to. Last day or two, I wasn't able to catch anything. But I saw that he was on, and he was on my channel not too long ago. Russ is phenomenal,
He
and
was? I'll have to go watch that too. So
yeah.
okay.
So yeah, go check them all out. Go check out Russ's channel. Go subscribe to Russ's channel.
I think I
I'm
did.
I'm shocked. He doesn't have that many subscribers.
Let me
So
double check,
go
make sure I
subscribe to his channel.
All right,
Um,
let me make sure.
the great thing about the chat on YouTube now is that one of the options is go to the people in the chat's channel. So, like, if you click on Ronnie's, you can go to Ronnie's channel and subscribe to Ronnie, or Daniel, or Russ. And yeah, I mean, it pops out into another tab, and so that's a good new feature, because it was always like I would try to look for people that were chatting in the chat, and then try to find them on YouTube, and
Yeah, and you got to search.
and they would never come up in the search, and yeah, all that jazz. But now it's a easy, you know, one
All
two
right.
click.
I have now subscribed.
Awesome.
Yes, sirree, bobber. Okay. And I even hit the bell icon. That's
Yeah,
right.
because that never works for me, but you know. But if it works for you, then hey, you know.
It does actually.
Yeah.
I don't know why. The little
it
bell
works for me
icon
too.
actually works.
Uh,
Peter, you're just blacklisted or something. I don't know. You know, I was live streaming the other night and I was being really rude, and my video I think got killed by YouTube. So,
really?
yes, it did. Yes, it
Oh
did.
my goodness, Karen, what are you
Suddenly the
doing?
video was unavailable, and I was like, huh. I don't think it
Wow.
crashed. I think I got shut down. And I'm not going to talk about why here. I'll tell you later, because I
Yeah.
don't want this
Okay.
to get shut down. So
Yeah. Don't shut down my 8-hour dance party.
no,
That
man,
was
I won't.
horrible.
I know, I'm so naughty. So, I mean, I still have the account and all. That
Yeah,
video
they
was
just
like,
particular.
they were
Okay.
like,
Yeah.
okay, nope, she's too weird
Yeah.
tonight. Let's get rid of her.
Wow.
Nice.
What's
I
funny
don't
though,
think I ever.
you've never had it turned off?
Yeah, I don't think I ever had a video turned off. You know,
He's like, I
back
don't
when.
turn people off. I turn people on.
There you go. Back when I was being monetizing all my videos and stuff, they would say, "Oh, you have some music in this video or whatever."
Yeah, it wasn't music.
But
So.
that was the most YouTube ever noticed of me.
It was really weird. I've had like you, if I even mention a song lyric or something or the name of a band, they'll like, after it's processed, they'll say, nope, you can't be monetized. Not that I am monetized anymore, but yeah, no, this was different. I was like, huh, I'll tell you about it later.
Okay. Yeah.
And anyway, they didn't kill, like, the video's still up, but I was streaming privately anyway, so like I was gonna delete it anyway. It didn't really matter, but yeah, it was weird. I'm assuming they shut me down and not that it was I mean, it could have just glitched, but I think YouTube said nope. I think I triggered an algorithm.
Yeah.
So
I mean, there's plenty of people doing naughty stuff on YouTube that they get away with. So
yeah, well, I wasn't being very. I'll tell you about it.
yeah.
Yeah. I was drawing something, and anyway, I'll tell you about it later. So, be careful, boys and girls. Be careful.
Yes. Be nice, YouTubers.
Yes. Don't be crazy.
Don't be crazy like Karen.
That's right. Now you're intrigued about my channel, aren't you? Now you want to
Yes.
see my crazy content. Yeah.
I'm gonna have to stop this hangout and we'll just go discuss now.
Oh my gosh. So, how do you feel, Peter, now that it's almost over? Like,
I am so happy it's almost over. Oh my God. Well, because because it's so short, I've been sort of working around the clock and whatnot. So it's almost like it's a concentrated Kickstarter. If it was a 30-day Kickstarter, I wouldn't be working around the clock. I would be working normal hours and just do a little bit each day. But I just try to jam pack a lot of things all at once. And honestly, it's like I haven't done half the stuff I wanted to do, and it's like it doesn't matter. It's like really when it comes down to it, I'm getting more than I expected, and that will definitely allow me a window of time to work on projects, retro as well as arena and blood rights, and really really move me in the direction I want to go. It's like enough is enough. It's like I've been I've had good years and bad years, good months and bad months. And it's really about time that I take hold of my career and push myself towards what I really should be doing. And I have seen since I started this Kickstarter, like the potential of all this. And I think people are going to take me a lot more serious, like when I have actually printed, published comics.
right.
And I'm thrilled. I'm like, um, I did get some rest, like I mentioned to Ronnie earlier. I did get some rest before doing this, but it's like I'm not 100% rested. I really need a couple of days just to
Yeah, you don't want to
detox
get sick.
and get settled down and get back on a normal schedule. But it's like I knew I had to do Kickstarter, and I knew for it to work for me, that it would have to be short, I think it's been very effective. A lot of people have taken notice. Fingers crossed. I messaged Peter Cimetti, hoping that he can make it before the end of this hangout. I'm sure he does normal hours, so I don't expect him until like 10 or 11. But it's like, yeah, I'm just really happy to be pushing myself in the direction I should be going in. It's like, it's like I'm perfectly happy, and maybe that contentness is counter to me having a better, more successful career. But I'm perfectly happy just working on anything at any time. Um, but I decided that, no, enough is enough. I really have to put my own creation out there and really make a name for myself. Because there's too many people out there that are making buco bucks, working on their own creations and doing Kickstarters and doing Indiegogo. I mean, the crowdfunding comics. That's Nile. This guy Nile, which maybe most people don't know, but Billy Tucci is a name that a lot of people are familiar with. Billy's been, I've knew him before he published She. Before he was a name, he was another one of those people I knew before they were famous.
It's funny. I collected that and I sold my original comic. I collected She when it first came out, and I sold them for a pretty penny. It's just
Yeah.
so yeah.
Yeah, and he's really made a name for himself in this industry, and it's because he put his own creation out there,
Mhm.
and did it right and did it well. And I mean, I knew Billy before, and he was always a smart businessman.
Hmm.
I I knew that from the very beginning. He's a talker. He, like tonight's show. I mean, he just went on and on about all he's up to and whatnot. I was like at the beginning. I was not really in the chat. I was cleaning my house. It was like, oh my god, the place is becoming a disaster. So I was listening, and he was just going on about conventions and projects and everything. And it's like, yeah, it's like I wasn't even aware of a lot of it because we're not in touch every day. I see him at conventions, and we always say hi and talk a little bit. But yeah, it's like I don't have it like that where I could just go travel and see friends and hang out. It's like one day. It's like I got to earn my living and pretty much work every week and don't really have vacation time in my schedule yet. But yeah, just it's like going forward. I not only want to publish like 3 books this year, but probably try to double it next year. Maybe add in a graphic novel, which will be like my first graphic novel. It's like the biggest thing I've done, like that I've inked, was like 48 pages, and that was a book for Marvel that I'm pretty sure nobody saw. That was like ForceWorks was really popular. That's sort of a different version of Avengers. Iron Man was in it and some other characters. And anyway, it was a character Sentry, and I did it. Me and Cal Fury did a one shot, Sentry one shot, and it was 48 pages. But it was just after ForceWorks was popular. So it was like,
so
you
missed the window.
You missed the window, yeah. I mean, me and him did a sort of well, he wrote and as well as penciled a Deadpool one shot. Well, it was originally going to be a one shot, and they were sort of on the fence. Oh, do we make it a one shot, or do we put it within the series, or and they sat on it too long, and unfortunately, is like it had half the Marvel characters in it at the time, and they all changed their costumes by the time they decided. It was like, it's too freaking late. It's too much work to go in and fix everything, and that was before computers.
Right.
So it never got published. It was somebody leaked it online. You could probably still find it online. If I remember one day, I'll put it in a video or something. But that was a lot of fun, and that's something that could have been really popular and really done well, and really help our careers at the time. But but so it goes. I mean, that's why I'm like, do your own book. That's where you get the most juice from. Whether it's a huge hit or not, it really gives you leverage in sort of to a certain degree in this industry. And yeah, so I'm all for doing a lot of things going forward that will expand has comics and my line of books. And it's like I've always said, it's like I have a lot of friends I want to work with, and I love inking. It's like, well, I'm going to do both, and I'll be publishing it all. There
you go.
Yeah.
There you go, Peter. So
get her done.
Yeah.
That's right. All right, let's look at I'm going to get this up. So it looks like Russ got another sub to his comic book black belt channel.
I think that was you.
No, somebody else.
Oh, was
Daniel
that Russ? Was it? Oh, okay.
Liebert.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool.
Liebert.
Daniel, spell out your name how it sounds.
The last name.
The last name.
Lee, if he's still here. Liebert.
Yeah, because I guess, and sometimes I be completely wrong.
So yeah, 74 backers, 1912, $400 over goal with 7 hours to go. It's very exciting.
Drop the E.
Drop the E. Okay.
So Bart?
No. Oh, Libart. Libert.
Libert?
Libert? Libert. Libart. I guess drop the second E. Libart.
I feel like we're still butchering it.
I know, right? Daniel Libart? Libart?
We're
It's
sorry,
either
Daniel.
Libart or Libart. Got bail out. Sorry. Oh, he's got a bail. Thanks for joining us, Daniel, even though we butchered your name. We're sorry.
It's Belgian. Okay.
Oh. Well, thanks for joining.
Yeah.
Oh, Liebart. There he goes. Liebart.
Liebart.
Yay.
Okay.
Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you.
I damn you.
Liebart. That's now we can do it. Now let's remember that, guys, so that we don't mess it up again.
Yeah.
Liebart.
Yeah, it's like it dawned on me I should be asking more people, like, just spell it how it sounds.
Yeah.
Because I know how people are with my name and it gets butchered, and
I know. I have the same problem. So they mess up my first and last name.
I mean, I don't care. It's like, yeah, well, I have, Peter's my first name, so most people get that right. I say most people. But
What is the weirdest somebody's ever said Peter that you can remember, if you can remember?
well, a lot of people usually ask me, "What do you prefer?" It's like
Pete or Peter.
Yeah, I was like, "Don't call me Peter." Don't no. I was like, "Don't call me Petey." That was the dog in the Little Rascals,
right?
Yeah.
But it's like it's whatever, whatever. It's all good. I'm going back and checking on like Facebook. If anybody wants to come into the chat, into the hangout, into the chat, message me directly on Facebook Messenger, and I'll send the link to you. But that is probably more later. But just to let people know.
For any of the European or West Coast people that might still be up.
Yeah. Or who is it? Somebody I just did a post not too long ago. Let me see, I'm gonna butcher his name, but Steve. He's an artist. I knew him like as an inker from years and years ago. Leota, Leialloha. He worked a lot at Marvel and has done independent books as well, and he's an amazing artist. Anyway, what was my? Oh, he said, yeah, he was up. Like, this is his working hours.
Oh.
And I was like, yeah, I know all about that. It's like sometimes you work through the night because you gotta.
Kannst du mich grüßen? Kannst du mich? Am I saying that right? Kannst du mich grüßen? I don't know what that means, though. I took German, but I can only know how things are sort of pronounced. But I don't. Comic Book Black Belt, Russ says it's 9:21 a.m. here, so he's around for a while if you want to send him the link. And then Matt Laser spoke to us in German. And all right.
Google Translate that.
Yeah, I'm going to.
Welcome, Max.
Copy.
I love your last name.
Google Translate. Let's see. Can you kiss me? Kannst du mich küssen?
Oh, well, thanks. I like women. Are you? Max could be a girl's name. I don't know.
Maxine or Max. Or
Maxine
it doesn't really matter, but
or
Max, this isn't, we don't want to get in trouble with YouTube, so we have to keep this G-rated.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
But thanks for your offer.
Google Translate. Oh, yes. Google Translate to the rescue.
Yeah, right.
All right. So are you inviting Russ in? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Excellent.
I'm
So
drawing
what
a griffin right now for you, Peter. Well, not for you, for the thing, the 100 days.
What are you drawing?
I'm drawing your griffin right now.
Oh, okay, cool.
Mm.
My griffin appreciates it.
I know. The last griffin.
Yeah. After my 100 days, I'll send you a piece of artwork, Peter,
Cool.
Aw.
of retro.
Oh, you're gonna do some. Oh, excellent! You're gonna do some retro fan art.
Oh, you know
Yes,
what? I'll mention because I got a couple more people coming to me, and it's like it's really weird. It's like I when I first started working on pages and I guess showing people that I got a bunch of fan art from years ago. I posted some recently on my Instagram, and but recently, since the Kickstarter, and it's another reason to do Kickstarter maybe, but I got more and more offers. Hey, I really want to draw your character, and I'm like at this point that I'm thinking maybe I'll be able to do an ash can at the time that the first issue comes out. Like the ash can would be just like fan art.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Yeah,
That would be really fun.
yeah.
Is that a child or a cat that I hear?
Yeah, that's a cat.
Whose cat?
My cat.
What is your cat? Is he hungry? What does he want? What does she want?
No, he sees another cat outside.
Oh my gosh, that is not good.
No.
Cat trouble.
He stopped.
He's like, stay away. This is my house. Go away.
Luckily, mine are asleep right now, or outside. Some of them are outside. Some of them are asleep in here. They were all over me before.
Aw.
Yeah, if it's not the cat, it's the turtle splashing around in his water tank.
Turtle?
Yeah.
What kind of turtle do you have?
A yellow belly slider.
A yellow? And how big is this said yellow belly slider?
He's about, I need 2 hands to pick him up. I'll put it that way.
That's a good size.
2 hands. Wow.
Yeah, I had one when I was really young, but it was like, the size of a finger, I guess. It's like tiny.
How old is the turtle?
He is 8 years old. We had one that was 13 years old, but Steve died
Aw.
a couple months ago. So yeah.
Yeah. But that's a long time, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Especially for a turtle in captivity.
I know nothing about pet turtles. So that might be something I need to be enlightened about.
I have a big 75-gallon tank.
Wow.
Really?
Yeah.
Are they friendly? I mean, what is the point other than that they're cool looking? Like, can you interact? Are they?
They're friendly. Like sometimes I'll be sleeping on the bed and he'll be sleeping, but as soon as he hears a creak in the bed, he'll wake up and he'll start swimming back and forth wherever I go through the room because he knows it's time to eat.
Oh.
Yeah, that,
I mean, he's like a weird turtle because like if I put like a glove on and put my pinky in the tank instead of like trying to bite my finger, he'll just grab my pinky with his hand.
Really? Aw.
yeah, turtles are responsive. They're not. I mean, they're no cats or dogs or anything, but
Mhm.
they are like, it's, to me it's like it's an easier pet to take care of, but they are responsive and they do, they do act, like friends and buddies. And
Do they what do you have to feed them? Like are all turtles different? Some are herbivores, some are omnivores, some are I mean, it's
Well, the
not a
thing
snapping
is that
turtle, right?
it's the like his species
Uh-huh.
will like be meat eaters, but as they get older, they become like herbivores.
Really? So what do
Yeah.
you feed him? Just turtle food or do you feed him like
So I'll feed him turtle food, but once in a while, I'll give him some lettuce, some bananas, strawberries, stuff like that.
huh? And
Yeah.
you didn't ever feed him like grubs or things or like gross crickety things or did you? Or fish or what did you
I mean, he'll eat crickets once in a while, but he really likes the vegetables and the fruits.
now that he's older?
Yeah.
Russ is here.
Hey, Russ.
Hi Russ. Nice to meet you.
He doesn't have his mic on or something.
Hi there. Hi.
Oh, there he
Oh,
is.
there you go.
I'm having trouble with sound, so I may be in and out for a couple of minutes while I sort that out.
Okay.
All right, no problem. No
Nah,
problem.
it's all right. I had to leave another room just to get it sorted.
Yeah,
Yeah, Ronnie, you're a problem
happens.
child.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope it's
Yeah.
not my headphones.
Mhm.
I don't know.
Well,
It's
you said
it's
you
like,
switched headphones and you're fine now, right?
Well,
yeah.
yeah, I'm using my phone's headphones. Before I was using like my headset, like kind of like what Peter's wearing.
Mm.
Yeah, and I don't think, I haven't heard people complain about my sound. So
But during our last video, were you hearing anything before?
um, that's in my memory. I don't know. It's um like when Eric Fares gets on,
Mm-hmm.
I know, like, it picks up his fan and he says his fan is like right behind him.
Gotcha.
But sometimes it's an issue, sometimes not. I don't know
Yeah.
what's I don't know enough about, audio issues and whatnot.
Think I fixed it
Yeah.
now.
Yeah, I got
Cool,
different
cool.
I got different mics in my room. One for video chat and one for voice acting and all that stuff.
Mm.
Okay.
Welcome,
Sorry.
Russ.
Hi there.
Russ.
Hi. nice to meet you.
Yes. Yes. Me and Ronnie, because you and Peter know each other already.
Yes.
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 Yeah. Well, Ronnie, I see Ronnie around and yourself. So yeah, it's nice to speak to people
Mm.
Mhm.
rather
Yeah.
than just chat on, in a chat room with people. It's good.
Yeah.
So what are you working on right now, Russ?
I'm in the middle of some storyboards at the moment for a film.
Okay.
Nice.
And
Nice.
I'm chopping backwards and forwards between another couple of clients who have jumped in, and I mentioned it a couple of days ago. It's feast or famine. I was scratching around a little bit for work last year. I finished a run on Ben 10, and then it was kind of like grab whatever I could, and this year it's just gone completely mad. I don't have enough hours in the day at the moment. So.
So then you get to 6 months off but then you're like stressing because you don't have any money.
Yeah, that's about the size of it. Yeah. Fortunately, the storyboarding is far better paid than comic strip by a long way.
Yeah.
So hopefully it's the gig that I'm on at the moment will give me the breathing room to get on with my own book at the end of the year, which is the plan. But
That's good.
you know what it is. The of mice and men, we never know what's coming in next, and I can just guarantee somebody will be in shoving something in front of me, and I won't be able to resist it because it'll be an instant payday. So
Right.
it's that work
Yeah.
ethic. It comes in, you just can't stop yourself. Something I was saying to Marsh the other day is that Marsh is fantastic. I just like to say that.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
just, his work ethic is just amazing. And you've got to have a little bit of discipline to actually rest once in a while, because it's easy by comparison to throw yourself at work and say, right, okay, I'm going to do this no matter what. It's harder to stop yourself and say, right, okay, you're not being lazy by taking a day off. You have to take that time off and give yourself the time. So yeah, I mean, can't complain. It's all good fun.
Storyboards. Wow. Do you think it's going to be, so when you do storyboards, I know like you're restricted to the camera plane. And so do you think when you move between storyboards and comics, do you have like a hard time shifting? Because suddenly with comics, you can make the panel sizes like crazy, you know, as many as you want, this, you know, as big or small or slanted or whatever. So you're not within that rigid film format.
Yeah.
So is that something you have trouble with, or something that takes you a while to like?
No, I think I'm able to flip backwards and forwards. You're absolutely right on the camera angles, and unless you're required to do an overhead camera angle or some high up or specific from the floor, like you say, the camera angles are fairly hip height, because of the nature of shooting. And of course, when you're doing comic strip, what you want to do is make it as visually exciting as possible. So you kind of grab the angles, you adjust them and tweak them and make them more acute wherever possible. I don't think the panel layout does that for me. I'm a bit of an old school. I like the 6 and 9 panel layouts that John Buscema used to do for Fantastic Four, and he basically create whatever panel it was in that square panel, and it didn't matter what he was drawing, it always fitted in that square panel. And things have moved on a lot since then. You see a lot more design in the panels. So for me personally, no, it's kind of, I would say storyboarding is slightly easier.
Okay.
Because there's more, you're not necessarily trying to create the same visual excitement that you are in comic strip, because obviously it's moving images. So there is, you're already a dimension ahead of what you are in a comic book.
I gotcha.
If you see why it's difficult to explain, but there's already going to be, there's going to be a moving image at the end of it. So you're kind of tacking the camera angles and the direction of flow of movement of the actors, rather than every image needing to be dynamic enough to catch the eye and keep the reader going.
I gotcha. Yeah, that makes total sense. Yeah.
Two different things. So they're both sequential art, and they both require a lot of the same skill sets, but it's kind of like a slightly different direction. But thoroughly enjoying it. It's my first proper film gig. I've done some other stuff, and I got this gig last year, and through networking and luck, you know what it's like. I've always fancied a go at it, but never really got my chance at it, and I got this gig last year, and hopefully it'll lead on to others. They're talking about a TV series for me afterwards.
Cool.
Which would be very cool. Yeah, but I know there's several well-known comic strip artists that have just gone off into storyboarding land. I know that Mike Collins, who worked for Marvel and DC back in the day, and does an awful lot of Doctor Who. He's synonymous with Doctor Who. He ended up getting the gig doing all the Doctor Who storyboards for the series, because he he told me, as I hope I get this story right, he told me that somebody else has been doing the storyboards in Cardiff, because he lives in Wales, I believe, and they couldn't do the work, and they sent the BBC in Mike's direction, and because he'd done the other Doctor Who stuff, they kind of went, "Oh yeah, great fit," and that was it. He kept the gig after that. And so, and that was pretty much how I got the gig with this, because I'd been working with several writers on Doctor Who, and one of them who writes for Titan now, James Peaty, put me in the direction of Charles, who's the producer on this film, because the storyboarder wasn't able to work on it. And because I'd done some bits and pieces with James, he said, "Oh, we'll try Russ out," and that was it. I got the gig. So you just got to keep yourself ever present and out there, and hopefully the work will come to you.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed.
Right.
Yep.
Once you have that product out there and you're proven commodity, then people will start.
Yeah, you're only as good as your last gig, and you've got to make sure that you're keeping your clients happy, and that you're producing, a quality of work. There's that old adage, finished or delivered on time is better than perfect, as far as publishing is concerned, and it's true. You've got to hit the schedule, make sure that your client is happy, because all of us draw. So many people don't draw, and I was talking to I'm bloody name dropping, sorry. I was talking to John Higgins at one of the first conventions I ever went to as a creator, and talking about being sort of scared to draw in front of other people, because you're very nervous about your own work. And he was saying, and this guy's worked on Watchmen. I mean, he's a legend, and he was doing a live drawing. It was actually a sort of a bit of a thing. It was an event that was down on the schedule, and he was saying to me in the bar afterwards, like, "Oh, it scares the living daylights out of me. I don't like drawing live." And this legend's telling me this, and his girlfriend said to both of us, which was really nice. She said, "Look, you guys, you don't understand." She said, "You draw for a living. That's what you do. Yeah, everybody can draw, but we've decided that it's going to be our living, so we're better at it than most people. So you do that, and other people think it's magic. It's as simple as that. Other people think it's magic. So when you're drawing for a client, most of those clients can't draw, or to choose not to, and they have other skills and other talents. So when you bring your stuff to them, it doesn't necessarily have to be the best stuff you do. It just has to hit the brief, because they're already impressed by the fact you can draw, or the fact that you can draw well enough that they see exactly what you're trying to produce. So there's this sort of there's this disconnect for them, because they're not sure about their own abilities, and so they rely on yours. And so as an artist, you'll be going, "Oh, I haven't quite got that right," or "That's not quite the way I want it." We're all guilty of that. But when you're hitting a deadline, you've got to say, "Right, okay, that's close enough, next." And it does become a bit of a sausage factory, but I'd rather be here drawing sausages than working something else. So it comes down to what you're prepared to do, and then if you get the opportunity to do something you really love, which us as comic artists we do, it's a blessing, really. You can't see it as anything else other than that.
Totally.
Well said. Oh, yeah, I was listening to your, I'm really intrigued. I'm hoping to see what you do with your comic, Russ, because I did listen to that interview you had with Marsh, and the whole thing about how you have it set up so that you can plop your characters into different scenarios and have endless, I don't know, I'm really looking forward to it. So I hope you actually
Yes,
Start
so do I.
working on it.
It is a double-edged sword. So to be getting paid gigs, obviously that's what
Right.
you're all about. But I really do want to do my own thing now. And like I said with Marsh, I always wanted to be in the bullpen. I always wanted to work for Marvel. That was the dream. I loved Stan Lee. He was like this. I suppose to everybody, he was like this uncle. It's like he made wanting to draw comics, being part of comics, a really exciting thing. So the idea was that I drew for other people, and I was always happy to have just a page rate. But I see now things are different, and I really want to bring my own characters to life, I think, and that's I see that as the way forward as well. Looking at it from a business perspective as well, I see that as sustainable. As long as you get the right character and people like them, of course. I can't make people like my character; it might be a complete flop. But you've got to do your best and give it a go. And as long as you can find an audience, because you're in control, you can make that sustainable. So and being small,
that's along the lines.
Adapt.
That's along the lines of what I was saying before. It's like, I want to just create my own characters, do my own books, because I could always go back and do another book. It's like you work for somebody, and if the work dries up, and that's that.
And the work is drying up, unfortunately, because comics they're not reaching the same audiences. That's the trouble. I mean, you should. I 100% agree. I'm not going to get political here, honest. I 100% agree that comics are for everyone, and we should invite everybody into those comics and make stories by different creators for everybody. But don't lose your current audience while you're doing it.
Well, so I come from the independent book publishing, not comic book, but I'm very and also I follow a lot of what's going on with New York publishing with books. And there really is, and I'm a mother of a middle schooler.
Right.
So there is a really big market with agents looking for graphic novels. It's not superhero stuff. Like everybody. And then if you look at like the way the young adults I started in the 90s, but manga is huge, huge. So it's just this one subset that people keep fixating on of superhero comics and of Marvel and DC. But in all the other kind of comics, in the independent realm, in graphic novels, my son loves freaking Big Nate, and that's a comic. That's a comic strip, and he reads every single one. He can't get enough. The kids in his school, they all love those. I mean, so it's only when people fixate on Marvel and DC and don't take a look at the wider ecosystem of comics in general and all that it entails. Web comics are booming, and there's so many women involved in web comics, like so many girls making web comics. So it's like I don't like to hear. Personally, I'm not going to get political either, but I want to encourage people to realize that there's so much more. There always has been so much more than the superhero comics, and this whole debate that's going on right now is interesting, but we need to stop focusing on that, because you're only focusing on two big titans of the industry and one type of business model. And there's so much more out there for everybody.
Absolutely agree.
Well, it's totally fine. I love superhero comics too, but what I'm saying is that I just wish people would stop worrying about all that and just if you don't like something, there is so much out there now. We're so blessed. There's so many creators. If you don't like something, you don't need to go tear it down. You just step away and don't buy it and go find something you love.
You're exactly right, and that's what I was. That's what I was trying. Well said. I was trying to get to that of, if you don't like something, there's room for everyone. There's room for everything. If you don't like it, it's like the TV. Turn it off.
Right.
Don't complain about it. Go and freak out about it. Do your thing.
Go hunt out. I mean, it's so rich right now. We're just so blessed with the, and the way kids are coming up with all kinds of comics. It's just, they're maybe not coming up with, they watch all the anime and then they read the manga, and it's like they're just so much in pop culture right now. There's so much. So
yeah, it's a great time to be here as well. I think I think in some ways the collapse of the comic industry, the mainstream comic industry, because obviously over here in Europe we've got a completely different subculture of comics.
Yeah.
And I see opportunities for everybody now, and I think that's a really good thing.
Yeah.
I think the opportunity to get out there and tell stories via comics are a medium and an art form, and they've never really received the proper respect, to be honest.
But those New York agents, they are actively hunting out graphic novels
right,
aimed at children and teens. Yeah. And so that is something that I don't think a lot of people realize, that, and that's not superhero stuff, right? They want really good moving story. And Scholastic's been publishing graphic novels forever. And I mean, Doug TenNapel, he did a bunch with him. So you just, there's just, don't limit yourself and don't get frustrated is all I'm saying.
Yeah, no, absolutely right. Absolutely right. You've got to open yourself up to do different things and be that creator that comes up with something different. And it isn't, the problem is that comics has been associated with superheroes by
Western
the general
comics.
public. Yeah,
Western
comics.
Not European and not Japanese, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. People talk about comics and they say, oh, sorry, I said manga, not comics. No. Comics are anything that's in a format that's a comic book format. It doesn't matter where it comes from, what part of the world. It's a comic is a comic. If the format, not the format, if the styles and the way of storytelling change, that's fine. So, for instance, manga tells a story very differently to a Western comic.
Yeah.
But it's still a comic strip. It's still a panel by panel breakdown of a story. It's still sequential art. So it's a comic book. Yeah, it's all out there. I agree. It's out there for everyone to get. And you just got to be confident and creative.
Yeah, I'm jealous that you have access to all those European comic books, because, man, the quality of our European comic books is like off the hook. So
there's so many different styles. I think that's it's the variation of style that you can. I mean, I was not quite as highbrow as we've just referred to, but I loved 2000 AD as a kid. And the art you would get in there was so huge in variation. You'd have people like Brian Bolland who were producing just the most fantastic, accurate artwork, and you'd have Mike McMahon and Visit and guys like there's a guy that died recently who used to just do the most amazing stuff.
Yeah, I remember that.
Roger. I can't remember. I'm so crap at names. Sorry. But it was just the variation of artwork that you'd get in 2000 AD, and the mostly British artists. Some of them did kind of run off to America because they had styles that suited superhero books. But Kevin O'Neill was another one. Such a distinct style that was so kind of anti-mainstream, and yet he got the most amazing amount of work just because he was just so brilliantly talented. So, but yeah, there's so many good comics about.
Yeah, and the French, and I mean, I just and every time I follow, there's like several guys that I'll just like stumble on randomly on YouTube or find a video and stuff, and I'm like, oh my god, I don't know if this is French Canadian or French. I can't read it. I don't know what they're doing, but the art is like where can I buy this? I have never seen it. I don't even know where to look.
You know what I'm really curious about? Is there like a there's tons of American artists making webcomics, and there's a number of sites that you can go to and see a lot of them. Is there like a specific site maybe for webcomics that are made by people in the UK?
Oh no, I'm really the wrong person to ask that. I couldn't.
Oh,
tell you.
okay.
But
You're not a spokesperson for.
but I'm not aware of such a site.
Right.
But,
Okay.
you know, I don't know because to be honest, I'm not that well versed in webcomics. I haven't known a lot about them. Like I was saying to you, Peter,
Yes.
I've only actually been in the comics industry per se, technically, since 2010.
Yeah.
So I'm
Yeah.
as much as I've loved comics my whole life, I was out in the world of publishing, production, retail, design, and what have you, and then decided, right, okay, I'm going to give it a go, and it's kind of been a bit of a whirlwind for me. So I missed out on a lot of the, like, is it Pixel? I can't remember what it was called. Control Alt Delete and all that kind of stuff, and all the web comics and what have you. I kind of like that was going off in the background, and I didn't really know much about it. And I've only caught up recently, really, with the whole concept of web comics and how well they did, how big they you know, they still are. I watched those guys over on is it Clownfish TV? Neon and. Oh, it's a husband and wife team, and they used to be they apparently he used to draw comics from Disney or something, and they were big in so they say they were big in online comics, and I picked a few bits out of there, and it's like, wow, that was a whole subculture of comics, you know. It was huge, and it was going on the internet, and there were a whole bunch of trailblazers. And indeed, it seems like the patron system might even have been born out of the way that webcomics were funded.
Yeah,
and
a
the
lot of
concept,
subscriptions and people just tipping their
So the answer is no, I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, I got that.
Well, it's like in the early 2000s and stuff, because I've dabbled with the webcomics since the webcomics were a thing, but it's like it's all been taken over now by Webtoons and Tapastic. And Webtoons is Korean because they've got such a huge market over there in Japan and Korea and China with the Webtoons, and then now the Webtoons here is the Korean branch or the American branch of that Korean company. So, and those, it's like, it's really hard to get noticed now, because you used to have to like go online, you'd set up your website, or you'd go to a place like Drunk Duck or whatever, and you'd like host your thing there, and then you would have to compete with everybody else on these webcomic lists to try to get up in the top 100, and you'd have to put ads on everything and then try to get people to upvote you. And that was all like just a few list sites that everybody was like scrabbling and competing on. And now everybody's pretty much, I'm sure those things are still out there, but mainly everybody now is like Webtoons and Tapastic, which, you know, which is the new thing in the last several years, which, I mean, it has its pros and it has its pros in the sense that it's like Amazon. There's a huge marketplace and a good search engine. You can be found, and there's some monetary stuff on there. But, you know, it's also has the disadvantage of being like an Amazon, where you're like with a giant company, and you know, so it's, but I mean, I
like Comic Fury, although I haven't really been on it last couple of years, but I found a lot of webcomic makers there. It's more of a rougher site, so it's not for everybody. You know,
there's some smaller collectives and that are like competing against the big ones. But
well, I mean, Comic Fury has been around for a long time.
Comic Fury, let's go look at it.
Okay,
I'm gonna go look at it.
You're gonna bring it up on. Okay.
Comic Fury.
See if it still exists.
Webcomic hosting.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's old. I've seen this in the old days. Oh, it's old.
Yeah.
This is exactly the kind of stuff I was talking about. Like when I was doing webcomics back in the early 2000s, this was the kind of stuff.
And you know, to go along the lines of what you both were talking about, like, you know, it's like I have a mind to do superheroes because I grew up on a lot of superhero comics, but I have also like want to dive into a bunch of other stuff, and I've mentioned that in recent videos. It's like I got a cyberpunk story I want to do.
Cyberpunk.
I got a story about a farmer I want to do. I got what was the other one? Well, just like a kid story, like every kid wants to, like pictures themselves going into space and the stars and whatnot. And I guess sort of a kid story like that. And and other like things. I'll be doing like one shots with Taz Comics and maybe some more graphic novels and whatnot. But yeah, it's like I'm interested in sort of following a lot of different things I grew up on, and definitely one of them was heavy metal, and that's I guess that's where like my sort of cyberpunk story comes from a little bit, and also like I'm going to be doing a webcomic on Patreon that I sort of planned years ago and still yet to get to, but I might be doing that digitally with the tablet, something called Worlds, which would sort of be like a collection of aliens, sort of a little bit like Tank Girl-ish.
Cool.
Kind of
Nice.
Heavy metal meets anime manga stuff.
Peter, you have all the ideas.
Well, it's like, if you just do everything, eventually something will hit,
Well, creating IPs is another big hot thing right now. Like, I mean, you never know where your IP is going to end up. That's a valuable thing, to create your own IP. You never know if it'll be adapted or if it'll, I mean, you're not, look, I mean, most of us are not going to have our IPs picked up by anything, but
you never know.
You never know. And if you only do work for hire, you will never have the opportunity.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So
that's exactly.
That's like a friend of mine who has been a cook for years and years and years, is talking to me about starting his own little food truck.
Oh.
And I was like, I want to help you with that. I don't know anything about the business, but like let's explore that together.
Yeah, those are hot right now. And there's like, we just approved them in my town, and there's like 4 of them, and we're not a very large, we only have 100,000 people. So, but it's like, yeah, there's this little gig, everybody doing their little gigs and their little I don't know. It's good, right? It's good.
Yeah, it's like when I was young, like my immediate neighborhood had a lot of mom and pop shops. I mean, what's the difference between a mom and pop shop and us doing our own comics? It can become like a family business kind of thing.
Right. Oh, hold on a second. I'm sorry. Talk amongst yourselves.
Okay.
I definitely think it's a valid business model now. It's not just about being creative, and making your own stuff. It's like it's being in control of your own intellectual property and also the direction it goes in. But there's so much more you can do now. I mean, the internet has completely opened us up. We can do things like crowdfunding, which is great, but you can also have a shop. You can also sell T-shirts and mugs, and all kinds of merchandise with your characters on. You can open yourself up to so many more revenue streams, which means that you're then able to do even more content and hopefully provide more readers for your creations.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, it's kind of ridiculous. I mean, there's a lot of ridiculous things happening out there. What was it like? Maybe a couple of years back, somebody did a Kickstarter. I don't know, some sort of food item, or they made rice pudding or cheesecake. I don't know, something like they said, "Oh, we'll make this and fund our Kickstarter," and it blew up because it was so weird and insane, and people just loved it. And yeah, it's like, if we're busting our ass, like, making comics is not like, oh, we just make a comic overnight and it pops up the next day. No, it doesn't happen like that. It's like days and weeks and sometimes years of work. And it's like we should be getting more from it, from all our hard work, and shouldn't be like stuck with like just like a publisher or whatever. We should be diving into our own creations and thoughts and ideas.
Definitely. Yeah, it's about time, really.
Yeah.
I think there was this all pervasive business model, especially when there was enough to go round as far as sales were concerned for westernized, superhero books from the mainstream. And you'd look at it, like I would look at it and go, oh wow, page rate. All I want to do is draw Captain America or Spider-Man or what have you. And I suppose to a degree you come full circle and realize, well, that's not the be all and end all of it. You're at the behest of other people. Make it yourself, do it yourself, make your own path, as it were.
Yeah, definitely.
Peter, did you see that Marsh might?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Oh, what? No.
All right, good. Okay. And
Marsh.
I just checked the chat and there was no new comments, so we're good there.
Yeah. Did I see Marsh might what?
Jump in.
Oh, no. Where?
He's in Has Nation.
Oh, well, the link's already there, so okay, cool.
Yeah.
But going off.
No,
Karen. Oh, go ahead, Peter.
I clicked over there and I didn't get a notification, so
Anyway,
I didn't see.
He said he might, but he'd be in a truck, so because he's at work. So,
well,
because he does a proper job.
Yeah, his side hustle.
We'll get some action shots of Marshall in a truck.
If he comes, if he can come in. So, all right, Ronnie, what were you going to say?
I was going to say, with me, my biggest buyers are more from iTunes and Google. Ironically, not Amazon. I think from Amazon, the only two people that bought my book was like
me
you and someone else.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Support.
That's right. Well, because I use because I'm unapologetically, I like Amazon, even though they're evil. They're good they're easy to use, and I also like Ronnie, I self-publish books, so I use them to self-publish my stuff. Although Ronnie doesn't use them to self-publish, but so yes, even though they're an evil empire, I still like them. So
isn't that what the world is made of? Evil empires?
Yeah.
Lots of them.
I don't mind, like, so okay, we're not going into politics. We're not talking about politics. We're not going to start on that. I didn't
bring anything up.
I was about to, and I stopped myself. And it wasn't even going to be bad. It was going to be, but I just don't want to open up that can of worms. So,
but it's like, I just, it's like I want to create my own little part of the universe and have my own little, thing going, and much like a mom and pop shop, if it earns me a living, I'll be happy.
Yeah.
If I have to work around the clock 7 days a week, like most like corner stores do, that's fine. I don't care. It's like I'm happy doing what I'm doing, and
Yeah, you'd just be happier if people were. I don't need like a lot of money, and I don't need a lot of like. I'm totally not ambitious, which is kind of sad. But it would be nice to just have that little family of fans and stuff that that you're producing for, that truly appreciate your work. And like, I wouldn't need to be J.K. Rowling level or Stephen King level to be satisfied.
Well,
Yeah.
I think like along the lines of what I'm saying, like by creating and putting out there your own books, you sort of get that fan base. It doesn't pop up before that.
No, yeah. You have to have the item.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to make it happen.
Yeah.
If you make
I mean,
it, they
that's
will
why
come.
I'm super like this Kickstarter is really opening my eyes even more about stuff I've been thinking about for my whole career, or even before that. It's like I've always been interested in comics and advertising and like and business, even though I don't consider myself great in business, but it's more because I'm lazy when it comes to the business end. But
I hate business stuff. Ugh.
but it's just do what makes you happy and just put in the effort to work on your own projects. I mean, if that means working on a comic, or if that means making a sculpture, or if that means like whatever it is, like put in some time on it, and you will get great satisfaction out of it.
Well, that's Larry. I'm willing to work 40 hours a day on something that's mine. But if I have to go to a damn job and clock in and freaking I'm 5 minutes late and they're pissing and moaning at me, and the heck with that.
Yeah.
The opposite. I don't, then I'm not productive, right? But if I'm sitting here doing something that's mine, I have all the dedication in the world to it, right?
Yeah. I've got that completely sewn up because I think I'm unemployable now.
Yeah, see, I don't think I couldn't last at a job. So if anything happens to mine,
doorbell back in a sec.
When you're truly dedicated to your project and they have passion for it, people are going to see that. And when people see that, they're going to be drawn to you and want to know everything about your project and want to buy it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because if they don't see the love that you have in it, then they're not going to, care and support about it.
Right. I read so many. So that's like, what am I trying to say? I read a lot of romance novels. I like them. And you can tell when the author is in love with the characters herself. Like you can feel it. Hey, Marsh is in the chat. Hi, Marsh. You can feel it when the writer loves his or her characters, and when they're just phoning it in. And that love is infectious, right? When you're reading something or reading a comic book, whatever, it's infectious. So you have to be in love with it yourself, otherwise your audience won't be. I mean, 50 Shades of Grey, that author, and same thing with Twilight, those women loved those characters. Loved. And that it came through, as even as cheesy or as badly written as you may or may not think they are. Like you could feel it on the page, and that was part of the charm. You can't write a good love story if you're not in love with the characters yourself.
Yeah. Just so he knows, I put Russ on mute because I wasn't sure if that was like friends coming over or something. He could turn himself back on. I'm gonna grab some coffee, so I'll be back in a second.
Yeah, I'm back in the room now.
Did you get some mail?
There you go.
Yeah. I got some. Just what you were saying, because I was muted, nobody heard me. What you were saying just then, that was absolutely spot on. You've got to be passionate about characters and about what you want to create, and other people will respond to that. That's why Twilight sold, because it was written with passion, and it was written for a particular audience, and that audience loved it. Simple as that. Yeah. Well,
I'm not gonna lie. I loved it.
I'll be honest. It's probably not the kind of thing that I would write, but or read. Sorry. But that doesn't mean I can't respect it for its ability to catch the imagination of so many people, and I think that's what everybody needs to. It's like we were talking about earlier. Everybody needs to just calm down and just enjoy the fact that people can create. And if you don't like it, don't read it, switch it off, whatever.
Exactly.
But still be appreciative of other people's abilities to create characters and worlds that can entice people in and entertain them and give them a little bit of joy for the time that they're reading it.
Yeah.
So Van Illustration is in the chat, and Van says, chilling at work, wasn't expecting such a great conversation at 3 a.m. And Marsh tells me, hey, Karen, you should make romance comics. They used to be the most popular comics and they are very popular.
Yeah.
And Marsh also says he is a Twilight fan. His wife and I read the books together and enjoyed the movies. Oh, Marsh, I love you.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that they're not the best written, and there are some problematic things as far as role models for girls in them, but they totally captured what I felt when I was a high school girl, with like those devastating hormonal crushes. And I mean, everybody, that's why we respond to them, right? Because maybe it wasn't the most healthiest, but I wasn't the healthiest teenager. So,
no teenagers are healthy, surely.
And
I think you should be able to have fun.
Yeah.
And even if something is a little unhealthy, sometimes it's fun. And as long as it doesn't end up being a permanent thing, then what the hell?
Yeah. And I always say she might not be the best writer, but she's one hell of a storyteller. So when people get down on Twilight or 50, I'm like, you really should read it and hold your poo-pooing disdain on it and just look at it for story. Maybe not. I know she's not literarily great, but same with Dan Brown. Why did so many millions of people respond to those stories? There has to be something there. It's not a fluke. Everybody's people aren't just, dumb rubes that like trash. There's something they're doing right. So there's with everything that somebody does that's popular or even in a niche, whatever, if they love the project and they can tell a great story, even if the telling of it is clunky, it will sell and it will capture people's hearts.
Definitely.
So you don't have to be perfect.
No, that's right. You just have to, exactly as you said.
I mean,
tell a good story.
Look at the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Okay, those original comics were not the best art on the market at the time. But boy, did they catch on. And why did they catch on? Right? Why did the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles catch on?
Because they were fun.
Exactly.
And because they hit that, in all fairness to them, they were a product of the time as well, the whole action hero thing, and making something bizarre like a turtle be an action hero was a bit of an adjunct to the mainstream. But it worked superbly. And even as someone who at the time was arrogantly stupid about art, as I was, I was always, for the longest time, I was a purist. And I couldn't appreciate styles. All I saw was John Buscema and Brian Bolland and Neil Adams, and thought, if you can't draw like that, get out of comics. It was an arrogant, stupid way of thinking. Okay, I didn't see the worth in the way that certain styles would not necessarily look so, say, anatomically correct as Neil Adams or John Buscema or someone like that. But I came to an understanding and realized just how arrogant and stupid I was. But even in my youthful arrogance at the time, I could not stop myself picking up TMNT comics.
Oh, really?
They bust out of the page. They were just brilliant. They were just like, oh wow, I've never seen anything like this before. And I could sit there and kind of niggle about some of the artwork, but just the whole concept was brilliant. And they were such a lovable set of characters, I think. I've gone completely past that arrogant phase now, and I love all kinds of comic strip art. All kinds of comic strip art.
Good job. Good man.
Yeah. Totally grown up now. Well, as far as I can.
Oh, I think we never stop growing up, do we?
No. Oh wow.
What did you get? Can we see, or is it secret?
Yeah, no. Somebody sent me some covers, sketch covers that they want me to draw. Oh, this one's got signatures on it. So there's a Doctor Who one. I don't know how much you can see of that. Doctor Who, and it's got signatures on already. So they want me to draw on that.
Are these like commissions that you're going to be doing?
Yeah, commissions.
Oh, cool.
And this is it's just another Doctor Who one, and this one's another Doctor Who one.
Oh my god! Are those like original signatures?
Yeah, I believe
I'd
so.
be scared to death. I wouldn't touch them with a 10-foot pole.
Sophie Aldred.
Oh
my gosh.
And I can't really make out actually, he might tell me in the letter. So
Marsh, I'll have to think about maybe making some romance comics. I've always wanted to, but I don't know. We'll see.
If I ever get romance interactive.
If you'd ever fancy working with me and we could organize it, I would love to do a romance comic.
Really?
I'd love to in some way emulate my heroes who were John Buscema, Joe Sinnott, and they really put
one of my absolute favorites too.
John Buscema did just the most amazing romance comics, and so if there's a chance sometime down the line, a one-off, that'd be great.
I loved all the those old romance comics, like that like you read the text on the cover. You love me, but then you fell in love with my sister.
Oh yeah, I think they're fun too, but they're just they're so dated. Like
awful.
What like women's live and is now and stuff. It's kind of funny to go back but they were drawn so beautifully that they were really well done. So. They had the skills. Those people had the skills.
We might have to do a romance like anthology.
Wouldn't that be fun?
Yeah.
That would be really fun. And it doesn't have to just be with it could be all kinds of cool stuff in there. All kinds of interesting races and scenarios and couples and
you could add in a bit of sci-fi and a bit of horror as well, couldn't you? You couldn't if it was an anthology, it wouldn't have to just be straight up romance. You could
it could be
kind of do the Twilight thing, I suppose. You could do anything.
Be like the heavy metal of romance. Wouldn't that be fun? Heavy metal of romance mythology.
That would be cool.
I know. That'd be awesome. So, my
heavy romance, we'll call it.
So you're brave. So are those? So then you're going to draw whatever he's requested on each cover. And are those like the characters and the actors that match up with the signatures and stuff? Is that kind of how your commission on that is going to go, maybe?
He's given me it's two guys that I see quite often at some local conventions, and I'm not able to go to the conventions because of family stuff. And they said, "Oh, can you do them for me anyway?" So they've sent them to me, which is really nice. Please find and close a blank Doctor Who sketch cover, Rise of the Cybermen. Invasion of Cybermen from the Tomb of the Cybermen. So they're old school. There's one signed by the League of Gentlemen cast. That was who those people were. They were the League of Gentlemen cast.
Wow.
Whilst they were at Hull, I missed out on that. That's so annoying. I didn't see those guys. The second one has been signed by Sophie Aldred, Ace. So that was I don't know if you know Doctor Who at all. But
I only watched the 8th Doctor,
right?
Because I liked him. So.
Right. Okay. The last series prior to them cancelling the show had a character called Ace in it, who's Sophie Aldred, and that's her signature. So I've got to do a picture of her waving a baseball bat in a similar way that Thor does his hammer, sending Daleks flying all over.
Oh my gosh.
Did you just say they canceled Doctor Who?
Oh, they cancelled Doctor Who back in the 80s.
Back in the 80s.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
Before it came back. I no, they haven't cancelled
Right.
Doctor Who. Don't start a rumor.
Oh yeah, don't.
No,
An internet panic would ensue.
no. I hope to get some more work from those guys. So no, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I did a Doctor Who special in the spring this year. So it would be nice if I got to do another one later on in the year. It's too far away. I can arrange a bank check. No, don't have to worry about sending me money. Great, excellent. Yeah, so it's basically some Cyberman stuff and Ace swinging a baseball bat. So yeah, that's that.
Wow. Well, I hope you
Very cool.
you can stream or record some of that so we get to see on your YouTubes.
Yeah. I've been thinking about doing that. How I could set the camera up because it's easy for me to, or so far it's been easy for me to record drawing directly off a screen. But I'd quite like to have the camera over my shoulder so you can see what I'm doing physically. It's all this setup. YouTube's still very new to me. So
Hey, Marsh says Marsh has a little bit of chunk of text on the chat. He says some of the most well-known heroes of comic art back in the day used to make romance comics, and they have confessed that they actually like making those comics more than superhero comics. Not sure which ones, but he's heard that. And then he says, I've wanted to dip into the romance genre, just something different to explore. And I also think there's a huge opportunity there. So it sounds like Has Nation needs to organize a romance anthology, people, after the 100 days.
Yeah.
So
definitely.
Yeah, I have to do it. I'll put out the word eventually and see who will be interested.
Well, at least 3 of us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
The prevailing wisdom is that John Buscema didn't like drawing comics, which is incredibly frustrating for someone who just wants to draw comics, looking at the art he used to produce and him going, I didn't really want to do it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
way to make me feel inadequate. Thanks.
So,
I'll sit
some
down
people
and make
are
a romance
gifted.
interactive app.
all right, Peter, what were you saying?
Some people are gifted in things that they, it's like, they follow their gift, but it's not really their heart's not in it. But it's like everybody just loves them for it. And
yeah, he was.
So they just go with it.
Yeah, he was now out and out painter. I think he was just excellent at what he did. But he was definitely my inspiration, my main inspiration. But there was so many good artists back then. I'm not saying there aren't good artists now, but the artists that really inspired, my love of comics. So many good ones. And
do you remember?
Sorry.
Do you remember Frank Robbins?
What did he do?
He did the Invaders. Captain America.
Yeah.
It's like there's an artist. A lot of his work was very exaggerated, almost like it looked like every character had broken body parts, like because the way they were positioned, like really wacky.
Yeah.
But I grew a greater inspiration the older I got and looked at more of his work, and it's like he was really great artist. I mean, a lot of them back then were. But it's like, like sometimes your initial impression of an artist is like, oh, they're no good. They're weird or wacky or whatever. But there's so many great artists.
He's highly stylized. I've just gone and had a quick look, and I remember his styling. I think the first book I had that I saw his artwork in would have been an Invaders book.
Yeah.
Or Union Jack. Didn't he used to do Union Jack?
Probably. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know he did a lot of books. I believe he probably even did DC work and whatnot.
You guys, who did you just say? Because I missed the name that you're talking about. Who are we talking about?
Frank Robbins.
Frank Robbins. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, do Frank Robbins / Invaders. you'll probably find.
He did some shadow as well.
Yeah,
It's very stylized. It's almost like he took every romantic 50s movie and made a style out of it. It's wonderful.
Yeah. Jim Aparo.
Do you know what? Do you know who I think? I mean, I'm just guessing that. Who's the guy? Sorry, I'm going to do this all the time with you on your podcast. I am absolutely awful at names. The guy who is it? Tim, the guy that did Batman in the 90s and then ended up doing some comics.
Tim Sale? No,
I can't remember.
Batman artist Tim somebody. Let's see. Batman artist Tim Drake, Tim Levins, Tim Burton, Tim Sale, Tim Bradstreet.
Batman 90s animation.
Oh, the animation.
Yeah.
Um,
no, I'm gonna blank on it.
I can't remember his name.
Batman animated.
And I think he did a load of comics as well.
Tim Drake.
No.
Tim Drake animated. That's Robin. The new Batman adventure. That's Robin. Yeah. Ah! You've heard us. You've
Paul
heard
Dini. The other name. I'm blanking.
Yeah, that's the trouble. Anyway, doesn't matter really. Let's get on.
But he's Tim. Bruce Tim Timm.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah, Bruce Tim.
Fantastic, Karen. His art must have been inspired by Frank Robbins in some way. If you look at the way he draws,
yeah.
I mean, maybe I'm just grasping, but there's just some essence of him, and what you were saying about, the artists then and how they affect the artists now. We're all standing on the shoulders of giants, as it were, aren't we? That's a phrase that I love to use, and that's what we're doing, because so many of us were inspired by Silver and Golden Age artists, and then into the Bronze Age, and so many of us were inspired by those artists. I mean, it's funny to think that somebody like Jim Lee was inspired by, say, John Buscema. When you look at their art, it's so different. But actually, when you because you think, look at the detail in Jim Lee's work and the fluidity of John Buscema's work. But actually, when you go deep in and look at the way that they construct their pages, there's actually quite a lot of simple lines. It's just where they put them and how many they put down. I know that may sound a little bit silly, but it isn't. It's just the way that they construct their work. And then you go and look at it and you think, as a young man, I would try and reproduce these things, because you always start off by copying your heroes. And I would copy so much of this artwork and so many styles. And you think that you'd have to put in huge amounts of detail, but it isn't. It's economy of line and knowing where to put it.
Yeah,
and that's what makes comic strip good.
Yeah, composition is a lot. It's like the artists for that drew back when, they also there's a ton more panels a lot of times, and so their fantastic angles or compositions in their pages were lost with lots of heavy text and small panels and everything, and then if you look at comics from the 80s and 90s, where people started doing a lot more splash pages and bigger images and just figure shots and whatnot. I think a lot of that was inspired by the earlier artists, and they just expanded and made it bigger.
Yeah, definitely. But it's just I'm always impressed and surprised every time I go to older artwork, even seeing the same pieces again and again and again. There's an image that John Buscema did of Thor and the whole of Asgard, kind of all together, all the characters together. And you just look at it, you take it in and go, oh my God, wow, look at that. And then you move in further and you see some of the mistakes that don't matter because everything he does is wonderful. And then you move in closer and you realize just how few lines he's used to create such a visually intense image. And it's definitely a skill that I want to improve, constantly looking to be more economical with my line work and not put as much work in, but at the same time give the same visual impression. Difficult to do. Very difficult.
I was just thinking of Mike Kaluta. You familiar with Mike?
Mike Kaluta.
Mike's work. He did a lot of shadow. Did like some independent comics back in the day. He's an older artist.
Is it a C?
K, I think.
K.
Yeah.
Yeah.
K.
He was a part of the studio with Bernie Wrightson, Jeff Jones, and who's the other guy? I'm forgetting now. Barry Smith. Did that famous
Kaluta.com,
book?
KALUTA.com.
Wow. Yeah. That's yeah, I mean, look at the amount of detail in that. That reminds me
website too now.
That reminds me of the inking on, so for instance, John Buscema, I keep talking about him, but I find it's something that we can all focus on because it's so famous, the artwork. John Buscema's artwork, if you look at say somebody like Joe Sinnott inking his work, it's very clear and tight. And then the Conan, the Savage Sword of Conan stuff, there was some.
I love his Conan, by the way.
I
can't get over it. I just love it so much.
the inker, there's a Spanish inker on there, I think. I can't remember his name, but it's kind of like, yeah.
Ruby Everest?
It might be, yeah. I think it's, and you look at this work from Mike Kaluta, and it's got that same kind of body. It's that same kind of intensity of line work. So it's almost it's like a woodblock, like a print. It's superb. It's wonderful, but it's that line work underneath from the penciler. I mean, I presume that Mike Kaluta is a penciler.
He's everything. He's done a lot more penciling, probably.
Yeah.
He's penciled, he's inked, he's painted.
But he's put that effort into all that line work prior to any inker.
Yeah.
Yeah, the inker didn't. This isn't the inker filling in.
So he's going, right, look at that. This is what I'm going to do, and he puts all that content in, and then you see, so say for instance, some of the John Buscema Savage Sword of Conan stuff, and you get these other inkers moving over the top, doing exactly what Mike Kaluta is doing, but in a 2-stage process.
Yeah.
But even then, if you look at Mike Kaluta's lines, there's a lot of them, but they're just placed so damn well.
Yeah.
There's no blurring. There's no fuzziness. It's all really clear.
So like inkers from Savage Sword of Conan, there was Ruby Nebres, there was Alfredo Alcala, who not only inked, but I believe he penciled and inked a lot of work there. Who is like his work was insane and gorgeous. Alex Nino, who's that's one of my personal favorites.
Who? What's his name?
Alex Nino.
Nino.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me go look.
He does a lot. It's a lot more like very black and white, but a lot of details, sort of like McNuller, but more complicated.
Good Lord Almighty! Look at this. Go.
You sharing?
I'm not sharing. I'm not sharing my screen because I don't want to accidentally. I can't accidentally show what I'm working on right now. So,
Yeah.
Sorry, I suck. Nino.
Oh well, you said look at this, so I thought you were.
I was speaking to myself because I was like, "What? Look at this!"
Yeah, I love Alex Nino. I love a lot of the people. There was oh, I forget the other guy who had a rougher style. Ernie Chan.
Yeah,
was
Ernie. I was just looking at some Ernie Chan work. Yeah.
Yeah.
But look at how different he is depending on who he's inking over. That's interesting.
I'm gonna have to get going, guys. You
You
guys
gotta
all
go to
have
work.
a great day. I have to head off to work.
All right,
Oh,
Ronnie.
Ronnie,
Thanks
we'll
for
miss
coming.
you.
Thanks for joining.
Have a good day, Ronnie.
You have a
later,
good day, everybody.
Ronnie.
I'll try to hop in maybe around my lunchtime if it's still going on.
We're going to 11:30. So.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Well, bye, everybody.
Bye, Ronnie.
See
Have a
ya.
great day at work.
All right.
That is some saucy imagery from Alex Nino that I am glad I'm not screen sharing right now because then this screen would be in trouble. Saucy. Yeah, but his it's really interesting because he does like it's not all the same depending on like what era he's doing and what who he's inking over. Oof.
Yeah. I mean, there was such a ton of great work from the Savage Sword man. I know that's like that was definitely an influence of me wanting to be an inker, because like much like Russ was when he was younger, I was a bit arrogant in the head, saying like looking at some of that and going, yeah, I could do better.
Yeah, I've been there.
Haven't we all?
I think it's learning to. I think it comes with self-confidence. I got an opportunity. I was accepted by Marvel in '95, I think. The new talent scout accepted my work and said, yeah, you've got what it takes. We like you. And it never turned into anything, unfortunately. It was the way it was. But looking back, I think I've matured personally, and that has helped my artwork. And it's made a big difference to the way that I draw. And I don't think I was ready back then anyway. I think everybody matures at different rates, and their work matures at different rates, and they see different things as they grow. And yeah, I definitely wasn't ready back then.
There were also like I believe like if I'm not mistaken, Val Maverick worked on some Savage Sword Conan stories. Mike Plug, unless I'm mixing things up in my head. Some amazing like artists that went on to be painters, and definitely like the covers too. Like Joe Jesco, I know, did a bunch of covers, painted covers, oil paintings.
Yeah. Some of those covers were just amazing. They're total inspiration. I could never do it. I think that's another reason that I like comic strips so much and I always wanted to just be a penciler. Is because I want to do it. I want to get it out. I want to get the story told and then move on to the next piece. I'm not a very patient artist, to be honest. And at the risk of sounding arrogant, I think I could do a lot more than I do, but I just I'm terrible. I just don't have the time or the inclination to get involved. So I don't go and paint, and it's to my detriment. But I don't have the attention span, I don't think. And some of this work is just, you can see just how much effort has been put in and how much time has been laid down and how much ability has been popped into those covers, and you just think, wow.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I think once you get, proficient at it, I think doing a cover is going to take you a lot less time than it is to ink the whole issue, or pencil the whole issue. So.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah. But what I mean is, I'm moving on from page to page to page and just getting on and doing stuff. Whereas, like just drawing a cover and then painting it, say in oils, like some of these guys did for Savage Sword of Conan, it's like Nah, no, I don't think I'm. No, you'd get bored really quickly.
Oh, you'd get bored. Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. You'd
yeah.
get bored. Yes.
Yeah,
you'd
my
get bored.
attention span would just be like, oh no.
Unless you had like, you know, a new cover every day for
Yeah. And then you'd be pretty impressive if you're drawing if you were painting, like oil painting a new cover every day. It was like, wow, yeah, that's impressive.
You know what I mean? A week. Let's say a week.
Yeah, exactly. And by the time I get to day 3, I'd be like, oh, maybe I could watch YouTube for a while.
There you go.
I think it takes a day for oil painting to dry.
Yeah, more than a day. Yeah. I haven't touched oil since college because I liked them, but they didn't have non-toxic oils back then, and so you know, the water-based, and I was not about to deal with all that in my house. And
yes, it's definitely.
And it's expensive. Oh my god!
Do you get paid for drying time, Pete?
Yeah. I did a little acrylic, very, very little. It's like, you know, I dabbled in some painting, mostly like when I was in school and stuff. But I am interested in doing it. Like, you know, I mentioned this probably a bunch of times before. Like, when I retire, I want to get into painting, because it is like, you know, you really want to take your time with it and not be rushed and not be on deadline with it, and just get lost in it, kind of thing. And right now I want to, you know, make a career at what I do. So I'm thinking, okay, you know, let me go fast and get this done and move on to the next project and get that done, and so on and so forth. But there are so many amazing painters, but you know, it's like with technology, there's a lot more emergence of digital painters, and that's like another skill into itself. Those that do it really well.
Yeah, that's what I focused on for years, was digital painting, and I'm over it. I'm over it for the most part. So I just, it's that I can't make it that unless you're really fast. You can't make a living doing commissions like book covers and all that crap I was doing. It just took so long because I was so detailed and such a perfectionist, and I'm like, nope, I can't. I totally switched back to drawing in the last 2 years. I've changed my focus, and I so hate painting right now. I'm so over it. So I think it's whatever you've been doing for like the last 10 years, then the grass is always greener, right? Like, yeah,
definitely.
You're like, I'm so sick of this. I want to do something new. And then, so I'm like, no more illustrations with painterly illustrations. No more, no mas. I'm done. I want to do flat coloring and
flat coloring is great because that's like coloring. I don't sound too detrimental to any colorists out there. But whenever I've colored, because I can't color as well as a decent colorist, it's always been very flat. So it's been like it's been very relaxing. So I just sit there and color in around the lines.
There you go.
When I was a kid, it's great. I mean, obviously, I'm not a professional colorist. I do believe in courses for horses, and there are people out there who are superb colorists, and I would never even come anywhere close to them. What I do is line work, and that's what I focus on. Although saying that, when I do my own book, I will be putting flat colors in because I want it to look a bit like an old school comic book. So
I love flat colors on comics. I love it. I like it much better than the highly rendered, you know. I mean, I like that stuff too, but I prefer either painterly colors or flat colors or stylized colors. Just a little bit, very stylized. It looks so good.
Two examples of some really good coloring, and like the Hellboy comic.
Yeah.
And, you know, the early issues when it was Mignola and it was just colored flat, and that stuff was gorgeous. And it's like, it's all the subtleties that makes it all pop and work and be fluid. And that's straight out flat coloring, and there's definite skills to doing that better.
Yeah, you have to have graphic design, like a flair feel for graphic design, and And then the flat colors look better against people who have more elaborate line art, right? Like if you've got like highly rendered coloring on really hatched and feathered line art, then it's competing with each other and it doesn't work, right? So you lose the
Yeah,
inking. It's like you lose
I,
all the inks that you labored over. So
I know with retro, it's like, you know, I'm going very elaborate with the inks on the first issue. I'm not sure because I'll be doing the art on the next issue, like what my approach will be. I'll see when I get there. But you know, it's like, you know, I'm happy with the cover, and I know it's going to be a
yeah, it
challenge
looks good.
to work with the colorists throughout the issue because, yeah, I don't want it to like drown, you know, like all the lines that just drown out because of the colors on top of it. But we'll see. I'm going to work, you know, with the colorist, and I'll work with Scott, and you know, try to get my vision of what it should be. And that's like, you know, the colorist is the third artist, so it's really important.
Yeah, definitely.
They have to express themselves too, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Yeah, it's always the way, isn't it? It's like bad inks can ruin, you know, good pencils, but the best inks in the world can't bring back bad pencils. And it goes up the line as well. It's like with coloring, you can have the greatest inks and pencils, and if the coloring's bad, or even the lettering as well is bad, it'll ruin those base things. And there's no way that, unfortunately, there's no way that the best coloring and the best lettering in the world will bring bad pencils and inks up to the same standard. So that they all, every aspect has to be really good to make the whole ensemble look good. And that's part of, I suppose it's part of why we all do it as well, is that there is a team aspect to so many comics. Not many people do them all on their own, and there is that coming together of different abilities to make something an overall look to something. I'm just looking at some.
I like the team.
Sorry, go on.
I like the team aspect of making comics, and that's just why I like, you know, I decided to work with other people and not just, you know, work on my own book, you know, in my studio.
Yeah. I was just sitting here nodding away to Karen when you were talking about the way that the kind of line work you use affects which kind of decisions you would make for colors. And like you wouldn't over color like, you know, really detailed ink work. And I'm like, yeah, absolutely nailed that. And I've just gone and looked at Hellboy pages, and once again Mike Mignola breaks all the rules. And because his artwork it's got a fair amount of line work, but it is fairly simple, I would say.
It's very graphic.
It's very graphic in his approach, and all the colors are quite flat. And it's just, once again, you know, Mike Mignola's vision being something outside of what you'd expect to work. There's not many people that can make that work, because I absolutely agree with you, Karen, the way that you apply colors in that way. And then I went and had a look and just thought, oh wow, Mike Mignola. Genius at work.
Another example of great coloring I wanted to talk about was, you know, Frank Miller did a whole long run on Daredevil.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
At one point,
you're in the picture.
You know, Klaus Janson. Klaus Janson was inking him. Yeah. No problem. And he started coloring the book.
Right.
I thought that stuff was gorgeous. Like he was experimental and expressive with the coloring. I don't know if anybody here.
Electra Lives Again, Frank Miller and Lynn Ott is like one of my all-time favorite graphic novels. I have that. I've like poured over that a million times.
Oh, that was probably Frank's wife colored that. I forget her name now.
Lynn Varley?
Yeah. Oh, hey, I got another backer.
You did?
Hey,
Yay!
There's some reason I think the dollar amount's lower, but I got more backers. I don't know. However that worked. Or maybe maybe I'm mistaken.
We're not
But
even
okay,
gonna talk about. Huh?
I'm going to take a 15-minute break.
You are. You're gonna leave me and Russ alone?
I'm going
to yeah. Guys?
I think you guys carried a conversation without me just fine. Oh, we got Marshall here. So
hey, Marsh.
Hey.
But yeah, I'm going to take a 15-minute break. I'll be back. Thank you everybody for watching in the chat on YouTube and of course thanks for everybody in the Hangout. So yeah, I'll be back 15 minutes.
All right, guys. What level can we get up to now that Peter's leaving?
Marsh is here now. He can tell us.
Marshall, what trouble are we going to get into?
All kinds of trouble.
All kinds of trouble.
Is my sound like super loud? I'm in a truck, so
it's not super loud,
right,
and the background noise isn't awful. So
good. Yeah. How's the Kickstarter doing? I know he just said he got a backer, but I haven't had a chance to check it this morning. I had to go right to work.
Okay, so he's at 75 backers now with 5 hours to go, and he's got a total of $1,913.
Oh, that's great.
Of his pledged $15,000 goal. So it'd be really cool if we could get him to 2,000 before it ended. So yeah, if you guys haven't backed yet, back now. Yes.
It's your last chance to get in on an awesome comic, the first indie comic by Peter Palmiotti.
There you go.
Yeah, in industry stalwart, been there for, what did he say, 27 years?
Yes, like the 90s and
the guy knows what he's
in
doing.
the 80s or the or 90s, both. I'm not sure when he started, but yes, forever. Been in forever.
Absolutely knows what he's doing. By the book.
Yeah, so I'm going to hold you guys to the romance idea, though. We should do it.
Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah,
Marsh,
I've already thought, like, I've come up with a few ideas already. It's so funny because it's hard to talk about it because we still haven't revealed the cover for the anthology, which I don't understand. I mean, I'm surprised we haven't, I should say. Like,
you mean for the werewolves and unicorns?
Yeah, because I feel like we should be getting that out there to get people ready to check it out. But I guess it'll be cool to drop it like right when it comes out or something. I don't know, but
well, it's only we only have like 3 more days or something, right? Before it's starting on the.
But that cover, it's so funny because, and I won't reveal what the cover is, but that cover is like an exact idea I had for a romance comic, because I couldn't just I can never just do a genre. I always have to like mix it up with something else. So
Marsh, the master of the mashup.
So I totally wanted to mix romance and kind of a horror aspect to it. Exactly that idea, but basically I had this idea of doing like Beauty and the Beast, but the Beast is the girl instead.
Oh.
That might be kind of fun.
All right. Well, Russ, Marsh has already got some ideas flowing, so you're gonna have to get on board now, and we're gonna have to do it. It's gonna be fun.
Well,
definitely.
In the anthology, if you're in the Hunters anthology, if you sell enough books, you might be able to make the next theme a romance theme. But then Russ is going to have to do the 100 Days of Making Comics.
Yeah, see, that's not fair. Russ has got enough on his plate. I think he's already proved that he can do the comics every day. I think he's already proved that with his portfolio. So,
thank you very much. I don't mind. I don't mind doing something like that. That would be okay. I mean, all I'd be doing.
Well, maybe when you do your own project.
Yeah, I mean, all you do is just say, this is what I did this week, and there's. I'm doing the 100 days. it doesn't have to be the anthology that you're working on, does it?
No.
No,
No. So you just do, you just, the only way to get at the moment to get into the anthology is the criteria is that you have to have successfully completed your 100-day challenge. But anybody can start and do the 100-day challenge, even if they're not obligated to be part of the anthology, or they're not even obligated to finish it, so, because I didn't finish my first run. I got to like 80 some days, and then I stopped because I had some problems.
Life gets in the way.
Yes. Yeah. But then the second one, I did a flawless run. So
excellent.
I think a lot of people that happens too. They don't finish the first 1, 2, 3, 4 times, whatever, and then because it's really hard. I mean, for some of us.
No, it is. I mean, you from perspective of doing a full-time job in illustration, it's hard because you feel you need to take a day off every now and then.
Yeah.
So, and of course, if you're doing 100 days of making comics, you've got to say, well, I'm taking a day off, but I've got to find half an hour at least to say I did that today. So, it's tricky.
And some of us are lazy, like me. So I'm lazy.
We're all lazy if we can get away with it.
That's right. Well, it's a biological, there's a biological reason people are lazy, right? Because back before we had abundance and stuff, to conserve energy, you would be lazy. So the only reason you would get up is if you needed to eat, drink, relieve yourself, or procreate, right? And that all takes energy, so you want to conserve that as much as possible, from a biological
from a biological standpoint, just like
from early man, your lizard brain says, lizard brain says, hey, come on now, we don't have all these calories to expend, let's go chill.
Next time I'm sitting on the couch thinking I should be doing some work, I'm going to placate myself by considering that it's my lizard brain telling me to just take it easy.
There you go. You're just conserving energy. We don't need to be expending these calories. What if there's a famine, or what if there's like a lion at the watering hole?
Exactly.
We need to just chill and conserve our energy.
A lot of effort into being lazy.
Some psychologist was saying this. I was listening to on a motivational. He was like, somebody who helps people with. Well, he's a psychologist, but whatever, psychiatrist. But yeah, that was like one of his theories about why we give into laziness so easily, because it's a biological need, right? So, so
I can live with that.
So now you don't blame yourself the next time you're being lazy. Just know that it's just part of your human nature. Well, no, your lizard nature.
My lizard nature.
That's right.
So we got a lot of lizards in this country. We got the Queen. We got the royal family. They're all lizards, apparently.
Now that's funny because my grandmother, she was British, and she was a war bride. So, but she came here with her American husband, and she became a U.S. citizen. But she always loved the royal family, and she grew up in, I don't know if you've ever heard of it, Sunningdale, which is down by Windsor, I guess. I've never been.
I know Windsor. Yeah.
And so she was really, she was really into the whole royal family scene,
right?
And it's funny though. So I know that some aren't, and then some.
I'm a staunch Republican.
Are you?
Yes.
It's really funny.
I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of any royal family. Again, we don't want to stray into politics.
No.
I'm very
especially
much
the ones that Americans don't know anything about because we're ignorant.
Don't worry, there are plenty of ignorant people in the UK. They're all over the place. I have a very deep-rooted view about equality, and I just accidents of birth happen all the time, but the royal family is an accident that is perpetuated, and I think I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, it's funny how I find, when I meet people like, my grandmother or other people, how different the opinion about that is, even from you'd assume, as an American, I would assume that, people like their royals, but that's not necessarily the case.
My father-in-law is very much an egalitarian. He's all for equality. That's his thing. But he's like, oh no, the royal family are okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so funny.
It's just like, okay. But
they don't have any real power, right? But if they had real power, he'd probably.
It depends if you talk to David Icke or not.
Oh. That's funny.
No, as far as I'm aware, they have no real power
anymore. No, it's symbolic now.
Yeah, it's all symbolic. But my tax money does go towards housing them. So I'm just not happy about that.
They still have to.
Yeah. There's still tax money in there. The argument is they bring so much more in tourism revenue.
Well, I suppose, and they're also keeping those properties for the trust of the people, and they're keeping it all in the up.
Although I can't just wander in there and take a look.
No.
So yeah, that's my that's my equality gene kind of going
But we can't go into the White House either. So
no, exactly.
I guess you got to have some kind of. Keep the hordes out.
Yes,
the undesirables.
So, like I say, it's I can't come up with a solution to all these things. I just have a sensation or a view about them. But everybody's more than welcome to their own perspective on that. I'm not going to. As a young man, I would argue about such things. Now I find that it's just not worth it.
See, I know. It's when you get older, that whole thing, the world becomes gray instead of black and white. The older you get.
Oh, yeah. I love that saying. Yeah. Everything's black and white when you're a young 25-year-old buck. And, you get older, you have kids and all that kind of stuff. And suddenly you realize the world is very much made of shades of gray. And everybody's got their own stories, their own opinions. And it's important.
By the way, Daniel Liebart, I hope I said that right, is back.
Oh, hi, Dan.
So hi, thank you for joining us back after we butchered your name. So you don't hate us, that's good. So he's cleaning his room. So I guess instead of listening to music, we're encouraging him to clean up. So that's good.
That's a good thing, yeah.
Yeah. So Marsh, you really start early your day because it was 5 or something what time do you start work?
Yeah, I usually go in for 7, but I still get up at the same time. And today I had to go in early. So, and just so you guys know, I will be kind of popping in and out as I go because I have a couple deliveries to do. But
Marsh, can I ask what you are doing? Like, what is your job?
I deliver fire sprinkler equipment, like for sprinklers inside buildings and stuff.
Really?
Stuff to job sites and stuff.
Do you know anything about them, or are you just the driver?
I've been working in this for over 10 years now, so yeah, I know way more than I'd like to know. 9 to 5 side hustle, so
yeah, your 9 to 5 side hustle. All right, so cool, because I don't think I ever knew, and you're always joining into chats from the truck, and I'm like, what is he doing? Is he a truck driver? Is he what is he? Yes, you're a delivery man for specialized sprinkler systems.
It's a good industry to get into. I've had many people say you should become a fitter and stuff because you can make good money. You can make $100,000 a year doing this.
Really?
But I'm just every time I try to pursue it, I'm like, I'd rather be making comics. I just don't have passion to pursue anything else but comics.
Yeah, but so if you're driving in the car, that is the perfect time for your brain to wander and come up with all your ideas. And I get my best ideas either in the shower or when I'm driving the car, right? So if you had to go and be a fitter and concentrate on what you were doing, you have to concentrate to drive. Don't get me wrong, we don't want accidents, but if you were doing specialized work where your left brain is engaged, then your right brain is not going to have time to dream.
Yeah, that's the one advantage to manual labor, which is what I've pretty much done. you know, my whole life is I haven't done jobs that really require a ton of, you know, thinking. So I just come up with ideas all the time and no time to execute them, which is
Frustrating.
So you got to find a better balance there.
well, that's why I do the 100 Days of Making Comics and, you know, all that kind of stuff. So I'm actually hitting a job right now, so I will have to jump out for a sec.
All right, Marshall.
Okay, see you.
Yep.
When he comes back, I want to find out more about this anthology that he's not the anthology I'm doing, because I know about that one, but the other one he's doing, the Lone, whatever it is.
Oh, right. The new one he started.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that was not on my radar. So I want to know more about that.
Yeah.
So I'm going to bug him.
Out more. Yeah.
So I don't know. So when did you start like hanging out with when did you meet Marsh online and like all these guys? How long have you been?
Literally in the last couple of months. I figured that, like I was saying to Pete, things are changing radically.
Yeah.
And you need to go out and find your audience. I'd been watching lots of different things on YouTube, lots of people bashing comics as well as seemingly coming to their defense. And I could see the point in both sides, as it were. You know, use the dirty word Comicsgate.
Don't use that word.
No. I could see points on both sides, you know, and I could see some people being reasoned and some people being utter idiots. And I thought, I don't want to be part of that. I don't want to be part of an argument.
No, you want to be a part of indie comics. Yeah,
I wanted to seek out other art channels and comics channels where you could do exactly what we're doing right now. And so that's when I went looking. I kind of bumped into Peter a long time ago, and we kind of knew each other peripherally. But then I found his channel, and I thought, well, this is a great place to come because Pete seems such a great guy, and he's also very keen on doing exactly what I was searching for, which is getting creators together.
Yes.
So I thought, well, dive in, and I'd already started a channel to kind of get some kind of presence, because I felt like the way to go would be an indie route. After I stopped doing Ben 10 last year, while I was doing Doctor Who and Ben 10, I was kind of thinking to myself, I really should get something started because you never know when it's going to stop.
Right.
And then it stopped. And I hadn't got anything going.
And then you got busy again.
And then I got busy again. So now I'm not able to do the book that I want just yet. But it's still, that's the plan now. Now I have a goal. It's not just,
maybe you do need to do the 100 days.
Yeah, maybe it's something I could do, because obviously from a very selfish perspective, it's good for profile. You get to meet lots of people and network and what have you. And then
people
also
do tune into those daily. If you do a daily 100 days video, like updates, people do tune into those, and you do start growing your channel. But if that's too much, like you could like do a couple days at once, kind of like a vlog. But
I think, like I was saying, it's like about being lazy. I have no choice. I have no excuse, really. This is what I do every day, so I should be able to give it 15 minutes or something just to drop in and say, okay, this is what I'm doing today. And if you're part of an organized challenge like that, then even more reason to do it, because other people are looking for your input. You're helping out each other.
When I did the challenge the first time, I tried to do like actual, like I did my work, then I did a video about the work, and then I tried to do the cards and all that, try to make, and I didn't do a very good job because I was very slapdash. But I got through, but it wasn't very good. But then when I did it the second time, the reason I was able to go is because I just live streamed every night when I was doing my work, whether that was just for 10 minutes at the end of it, or if people joined in and then I was on for 2 hours straight and I worked. That was helpful, because it really is a drag to spend. You've got your day job, then you do your half hour, and then usually you spend like 2 hours doing the freaking video, right? So I think a lot of people, that's really what a lot of people stumble on, is not necessarily doing the 30 days, but the accountability, the social accountability part. So But the thing is, though, if you're also doing it to try to grow your channel, then clearly the professional edited video is the way to go, because people aren't going to really tune in to your live streams, because like people on YouTube like shorter, 10 minutes and under videos if you're trying to grow your channel. So it's, or you could record your session and then speed it up and do a voiceover and put music on it. But see, that then you're spending so much time. It's like, I was incapable. Yeah. With all the editing and stuff, I couldn't finish it. So is that you?
No, sorry, my son's answering it.
Oh, okay.
I have people on hand.
You have an assistant. So is it, is your son on holidays yet, or?
He's just finished university, actually.
Oh,
he's just finished. So he's come back to live with us for a while he looks for work. And
congratulations. That's an accomplishment and a half right there.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, he's done really well. He's did a chemistry degree. So and he's Asperger's. So it's even he's high functioning autism, but it does mean that it's difficult for him in a different way to it being difficult for everybody.
Right.
So we're even, we're very, very proud of him. And my daughter's about to go off to university in September.
Wow. So how does higher education do you have to pay an arm and a leg like you do here in America, or how?
They have a loan system. It never used to be like that. It used to get grants, but they have a loan system now. And if you earn under a certain amount of money, they give you government funded loans, and you pay it back in your salary for 30 years. And it's basically, if you earn over a certain amount, I think it's £23,000 at the moment, so about $28,000. If you earn over that amount, then you start paying back in your tax. What they should have done is they should not have had the loans. They should have just given the money out, and then because the loans have gone into private hands, of course, because they've involved private companies, which is
always
just
the worst.
Yeah, always the worst way to do it. I'm no. I would say I might be socialism light. I believe that we all have. Capitalism is definitely a worthwhile thing, because everybody needs to have the ability. Thanks, mate. And everybody needs to have the ability to be different and succeed in their own way. But you all have to put in and help out. That's society's warrant, if you like. It's an agreement between us all. So I'm not for giving everything away, but at the same time, if you do things like loans, and then you put government funded loans and then you put them into private hands, that's sickening. That's just wrong. So they've done it all the wrong way around. But when I was going to university and I didn't get my chance because of money and family and all kinds of things, if somebody had offered me the chance to have one of these loans, I'd have probably bitten their arm off. But I think an even better way of doing it would be to say, right, okay, no loans. If you go to further education, so outside of college and schooling, you go to university, you pay an extra penny on your income tax for the rest of your life. And I'd have done that, happily done that, and my kids would have happily done it as well. And so that way everybody pays in and everybody benefits. And if you benefit just slightly more by having a better education or a further education, you pay just a little bit more. And that also means that the money is coming in, because these loans are written off, I think, in 30 years. So the chances are that most people on low paying jobs, even though they've got university degrees, because you know what it's really like out there in the world, never actually pay off the loan anyway.
Right. I know.
It's like,
yeah.
Sorry, I just had my son just like, tell him university sucks.
Oh.
The problem over here, we had a again, politics. My personal view is we had a Labour government over here, which I didn't have a problem with for a lot of it, but they decided that the way to be upwardly mobile was to get everybody into university. And that was just like a throw it at the wall and see if it sticks policy as far as I was concerned. And what happens is that you end up with a whole bunch of degrees that are not necessarily worthwhile degrees. And I know that's very harsh of me to say that, but it means that you devalue the degrees instead of giving people the opportunity to train in jobs or to have apprenticeships and do it that way. It's just meant that now it's accepted that everybody goes for a degree, and so everybody has the loan. And it's I think it's oppressive on young people. I don't think that helps young people.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think in that it's like that here too. You have to go to college. You have to, and I'm like, I think my husband's like, my son has to go to college, and I'm like, if he doesn't want to go to college and he wants to get a trade instead, I am not going to force him to go because
absolutely,
like, so. But I mean, my husband wouldn't say, if he didn't want to go to college, he wanted to go get a trade or something, he wouldn't say, no, you must go to college, boy. He's not like, but I think he's a little bit more hopeful than I am. Like, but I have loans, so biased, like, and I don't make any money, so because I went for an art degree, so that was stupid.
but again, that shouldn't,
I didn't need, honestly, I went for a fine art degree, and so what was I thinking, really? A theater minor, an art major, and creative writing on the side. Who was I? What was I thinking, really? So am I a better, more well-rounded, educated person? Yes, but can I provide for my child? Not really, So
no, I know what you're saying.
Yes.
Everyone should have the ability and access to study the arts. Everyone. And we have a society, unfortunately, which is focused on money, finance, on having more and more and more, instead of looking at the quality of what you have.
Right.
And because of that, it values people with technical degree or with technical education or technical skills far more than those with arts abilities and skills. And that's not right, because we all, the human culture is based on that kind of thing, on the creativity aspect. So both should be regarded, in those ways. But because we have that society that focuses on constant growth and finances and things, rather than quality of life, it goes that way. And companies are focused on profits and money rather than people.
God, don't even get me started. Yes.
if we focus more on people, whether they were your clients or whether they were your employees or whether they were the people that benefited from your business, and less on whether we can improve this year's profits over last year's profits so that we can make money on a stock market, you would have a much better world, because everybody can still make profits. We can still make more, but put people at the heart of what's important, not money.
It's a sad state of affairs.
I think that's what we learned in the Alien movie series.
Oh, Pete.
Is that right?
Companies are bad. They just want the
See what happens when you leave us alone for too long. We get
right.
too deep.
That's right. We weren't talking fun comics anymore. Alas. And then Marsh left us because he had to go and do, so Peter,
I was listening.
Okay.
The whole time, I went to count my cat heads and make sure they're fed, and they all wanted to go out, so that was good. And I had some pizza for breakfast.
Oh, I'm jealous. I don't have any pizza. Peter,
I made sure to stock up before I started this. Because I'll probably be passing out afterwards, and I want to make
you
sure
and me both.
I'm set and the cat's set and all that jazz. I got another pledge, so it's up a little bit. 1939, I think it was.
Getting to the
70
2000.
closer. 76 backers. Got 5 hours to go, thereabouts.
Oh my God.
It
So-
happened.
Hey, who's that? Marshall, are you back?
I'm back for a little bit.
All right, he's back.
Cool,
I don't know if
cool.
I'm going to be able to make it until so I'm definitely going to stay on until now. It's 6:22. So my husband, and they're going to get ready for school and work in about an hour. They're going to all start getting up. So I don't know if we'll see how long I can go before I die.
Yeah. What?
Before I die,
if you gotta
Peter.
go, if you gotta go, you gotta go. I understand.
This is all
you know.
because Peter made me an executive, whatever I am on the thing. I felt obligated. So, because I'm a producer, so I must show up. I must be here. So, see how you manipulate, Peter? I see how you are.
Yeah.
Oh, Peter.
Just like a big corporation, right?
Right. That's right.
Oh,
I'm working for the
idiot.
man, but the man is Peter Palmiotti.
Yachty is the man.
Yeah. Right.
I'll be in and out here and there because I do have at least one more delivery to do, and then I have a long drive. But I'll probably be able to hang out for the rest of the time you're on, Peter. So
Wow.
Cool. That'd be awesome.
Marshall saving the day.
We should at least have a couple of other people showing up later.
So if I die, I don't have to feel guilty.
Yeah, I know. Mike said he wanted to try to get in, and Peter Cementi might show up. I really didn't tag a lot of people or invite a lot of people. I just mostly, the messenger group I have on Facebook, and I posted if anybody wants in, but nobody really said anything. So it's like
Because
I'm
it is
not
a little crazy, Peter. It is just a little crazy. You realize, right?
Yeah, I do.
All right.
I do. But
All
next time I do like a short Kickstarter and have these crazy hangouts, people will expect it.
That's true.
Starting a trend.
Starting a trend. I'm breaking the chain, as Mike Emmert said.
Just
or something.
don't resent me when I call in my favors, Peter, is all I'm saying now. Don't resent me.
Well, what are you gonna have me do? What?
Show up to a live stream when I decide to be brave and do something brave.
Anchor to all her comics now.
I'll be happy to, Karen.
All right, good.
For your romance story we're doing.
That's right, the romance anthology. You heard it here first, folks. So
there'd be a huge audience for that, to be honest.
Yeah, we do it right. We'll get all the romance lovers.
But is romance still alive or is it dead?
Sounds like the theme to a good romance anthology.
I have lots of romance novels planned, but I just don't finish them. So that is what I have a pen name and everything picked out. So
for novels,
novels. Yeah, that's my goal. But they're sci-fi romance novels. Yes, with aliens.
Tentacles.
Not tentacles.
Is that related to your sci-fi story you're working on? Is that a romance thing?
That actually was going to be, there was romance in it, yes, and there was going to be a slightly not safe for work, which was why I was going to throw it on my Patreon, because I also write children's stuff, and so I have to separate it. But then, as you know, I stopped working on that because other things got in the way. So that comic. And I also have the first time I did the 100 days, I was doing, I don't know if any of you guys remember that, but that was more of a metahuman story. It wasn't a superhero story, but it was a metahuman story where there was kind of like a metahuman private detective guy that worked for this company that was trying to contain these all these other meta humans. That was the first one I started my 100 days with and didn't finish. And then
The second one is the sci-fi romance lesbian action story that I didn't actually finish, but I did do my 100 days. Because Peter will remember, I spent my whole time making SketchUp models of space stations.
Yeah.
Because I can't do backgrounds. And I didn't want to have to pay somebody else to do it. So I had to teach myself SketchUp. So I spent hours making this silly space station hallway area, main mezzanine area, just so I could trace it, because I'm lazy. As I've gotten older, I'm like, I don't need to be like a purist. I just need to get the work done, and I don't care. So
Yeah, but how lazy is it if you're spending like a month on just creating this little hallway?
That was my what was a big hallway, remember? It was a large. But Daniel says that we were too serious, and then he says that the romance comic book sounds nice and not safe for work sounds even better. And he works on medieval drama with bits of romance. So see, maybe Daniel would be interested in joining us in our so it might be an audience out there. Yes, indeedy. Well, that was my thing. Like, yes, I need to feel guilty. I need to feel there's a subset of the internet that started on DeviantArt and has spilled out there in the last 10, 15 years. And I feel like it's probably because so many artists out there in the world now are young and self-taught, and they didn't go to art school where they studied the masters and learned about all the ways that the masters like actually drew from reference of people in costumes in their studios for hours, or they set up those camera obscuras or whatever those things are called, or they had used light boxes and traced on the wall, or they worked directly from photographs, or they set up still lives, but throughout, they think, no, everything has to come from my head. And so there is this witch hunt with a lot of these young guys who think that you are not a good artist if you trace or use reference. And it was really bad in DeviantArt in the early 2000s. It was just like so obnoxious, these guys. I just wanted to, and I'm like, no. Did you go to art school? The first thing they did was sit us down in front of a nude model, and we drew the heck out of that nude model. That's reference right there. And then we had to set up a still life, and we had to paint that sucker with our oils. So the only class I didn't work from a model was when I was in my abstract art class with my art teacher, who was like big in the 60s and is now irrelevant. And we had to do like grids and crap. So I love abstract art. Don't get me wrong. I do love it. But that was the only class where we didn't use reference in fine art. So to I guess, what's the word I'm looking for? So to cover my butt against these trolls, at least if I create most of the large elements myself and use stuff that also is, then I'm not going to get like pilloried and burned at the stake, right? That was part of the reason. And it's fun. I like to learn new programs, and I'm a perfectionist and I can't finish anything because of it. And now everybody knows my business. So but this is why
the pain of the artist is always the perfectionist.
I don't know how you have, that's the thing. Okay, so I get it, better to be finished than perfect, better to hit your deadline, better to have the created product flawed but done. But how do you get yourself to the point where, because I've said on my live stream when I was doing the 100 days, and I know Peter heard me, or I will get almost physically, like it's like an almost physical feeling of not nausea, but like deep uncomfortableness if it's not right. And then I'm like, so I just can't let it go, and I can't. You gotta
step back. You gotta realize what's happening in the moment, and just like snap yourself out of it and say, look, I gotta get this done and not be a perfectionist. Because your hang-ups, your blocks,
Yeah. Daniel says that he uses reference but doesn't trace, and he's self-taught, and he did study the masters. Good for Daniel. Like Franz Hals, etc. And he also agrees with the finished, not perfect rule.
Yeah.
So you've got to think I will do better next time, he says.
Yeah. I think money helps. I think if you're drawing for a
Deadlines.
client and you have a deadline, you know you're not going to get paid unless you hit the deadline.
Yeah.
It's definitely a driver.
But so, okay, I have clients and I hit the deadlines and I'm still like, and they're completely fine with the work, right? They're like, oh, this is great. I'm happy. But I'm like, I can't stand it. I can't, how can they like this or something? I can't show this to anybody. I'm like, I get so like, it's terrible. So
I'm afraid I can't help you.
yeah, I got problems.
No, in all fairness, I do the same thing. I mean, I look at my old work, and I'm almost distraught at see, and I won't let anyone see it.
That's the word.
Yeah,
yes,
I won't let anyone see it. But at the same time, some of the early work I did on Doctor Who, for instance, I don't think was great. But by the time I'd got to the end of my run, I felt that I was turning in a reasonably high quality.
And yet the whole time the clients were happy, right?
Exactly. And I can't take that away. I can't not show the early stuff because it's out there in the world. It's published. So sometimes the environment you're in, so for instance, in that publishing environment, I had no choice but to accept. I might not like what I did in the first, 4 or 5 issues, but it's out there and there's nothing I can do about it. So it kind of made me relax over it.
And the fans liked it and they probably bring it to you to sign and,
right?
So
yeah, I still get people go, oh yeah, I really like that. Or that was a great page. And I'm shrinking away thinking, oh my God, no, I do need to
see what's wrong with us artists. We're weird. What's wrong with us?
Yeah.
But it's like you make art, some of it's great, some of it's not, whatever. Don't get hung up on any of it. It's like, because focus on what's in front of you. Focus on getting what's in front of you done. The other stuff, you're going to have feelings rise up in you when you're with fans and they say, oh, like Russ was just saying, like, oh, I love this piece. And like, you're thinking, that's my worst piece ever or whatever. It's like, just be happy that you're learning, you're developing your talents, and you're getting things done. You can't mix in your emotions with it almost.
Yeah. I think confidence is a big thing. Having confidence in your own work without being arrogant. That's a very important thing. And also not to compare yourself to other artists.
Oh God, I can't not do that.
Yeah, that's terrible. Really difficult because and this comes in from a comic strip perspective. This comes back to styling, and like I was saying earlier, I'd copy, Jim Lee or John Buscema or whatever. I'd try and copy these people, and it's like you got to get to a point where you're yourself and your style is yours. And the greatest thing that people can say to you as a comic strip artist is go, "Oh yeah, that was a Russ Leach. I saw that," and pick you out as a style. Because you think, people are recognizing me for myself, not because I'm a clone of someone else. And in your own style and in your own work, you're never going to be like other people. So I can look at Sean Gordon Murphy's work and go, oh my God, that's superb, but I'm never going to draw like that. Ever in a million years, because he's a different artist to me. Or I can look at Brian Bolland's work and be impressed by the accuracy and the way that he uses his brush and the way that he inks his own work, but I'm never going to hit that because I don't draw like that. So you've got to have that self-confidence to say, this is me. And those other pieces of those other artists I admire are fantastic artists and I love what they're doing, but I've got to do it my own way. And that's where that when I was talking earlier about having an acceptance of all kinds of styles, no matter what they are or how they work or whether they're anatomically correct or whatever, it's like there is a difference between an artist that can draw anatomy and then stylizes it and someone who has no idea.
Oh yeah,
and is just
clear
style. You can see it. The internet is full of it, and I don't want to be down on anybody, but people must self-criticize and look into the way that they produce their own art and be clear that they're coming from a proper base. But
Yeah.
and like I was saying, using all those artists, you've got to have that confidence, that maturity to say, I love all comic art, I love all art, all artists. They all have something to bring, and I shouldn't compare myself to them. I should simply bring what I've got to the party and be that unique voice. Yeah, I know it's all very well saying that, but it's difficult to do. I'll go and see a John Buscema book later on and go, oh God, I can't draw like that.
Let's put a pin in that. I have a question from the chat. There's EJB. Peter, with your current goal funded amount, will you have enough for the print run on the issue, or is it mostly to pay collaborators for pencil pages, coloring, lettering, etc.? Honestly, I won't know until I like really go deeply into everything. I imagine that's not enough. It's just enough to get me going in the right direction. I have client work I'll be doing, so I'll be able to cover whatever expenses arise above and beyond that. Coloring alone would probably be close to that amount, I guess, to be honest. Lettering is kind of cheap. Production for the book won't be too expensive. Printing and shipping will be a lot. So, it's like I probably need 5,000. I don't know. Who knows? But I've seen campaigns like where they estimated exact amounts and whatnot, and it's usually probably closest to 3,000. And then you got to take into account international shipping. But I am going to anybody who wants a printed copy outside the United States and outside of Canada, I'll be shipping in the UK. From the UK, printing in the UK and shipping out from the UK. So hopefully things will be cheaper. We'll see how that kind of experiment goes as well. So yeah, it's like it's like this is my first Kickstarter. I wanted to be a very experimental and learn a lot along the way. So I mean, I don't have exact numbers down on paper, but it's all roughly estimated, and this is my first book, so it's a lot of firsts for me. What I'll probably do is, like, once I'm all said and done and the book is published and and shipped and everything, I'll do all the measuring then and do a video all about that. So you can look forward to that. Let's see. Daniel says, last page I showed to my dad, co-writer. I thought would not like the way I colored the brick in some of the figures, but he liked it and liked the brick a lot. That's one thing I get in webcomic Discord groups, is that my style is very different from what's out there, stuff out there.
Daniel, what is your webcomic that you do?
Yeah.
So we can stalk it and see what it's like. Go check it out.
Yeah. But okay, so along the lines of your discussion now, it's like I'm running on no sleep, so well, I got some sleep, but not enough. What were you guys talking about again? I'm sorry.
Just about perfectionism and comparing yourself and letting it go.
Yeah, okay, so I know what I was going to say. Because a lot of my early experiences were within studio environments, I found that helped me a lot. Yeah. Like, where you see other people busting their ass, you're kind of like, okay, I can't futz around. I can't worry about my own thoughts. I just got to get the work done because everybody else is getting work done. It's like, otherwise I'm going to get kicked out of here.
That's definitely true. Working in an environment like that, which obviously isn't common in comics anymore. from my perspective, I worked in lots of studios doing based up design, art direction, whatever, and then went on to work as a group of people programming, and often worked in the same office, 2 or 3 times a week. So you see, so you had this environment where you were looking at other people, and exactly like Peter was saying, they're working their nuts off, and you've got to keep up.
Yeah, I mean that's why I do these hangouts, because I can get a lot done and not be as fussy. I mean, mostly I've been just doodling, and like I said in other hangouts, like I'm just want to get into a rhythm of drawing more, so that when I get into my strict schedule, I'll be much more just flow right into it. But Karen, I think the possibility of doing a lot more private hangouts is on my mind, and if you want to, maybe if our schedules match, or if not, if like some of it matches, you should jump in and just work on something in with the mindset of getting it done.
Yeah.
I think it's important to have those things. What you're doing there is brilliant, Peter, because you're involving so many different people and trying to bring creators together, and that's the one thing that we all suffer from as comic strip artists or artists, creators, whatever, is that we tend to be freelancers, or we're working 2 jobs, and we're on our own, and we're not getting any feedback. Even just sitting here while we're drawing and doing whatever we're doing, shooting the breeze, talking about different things, you get an office or a studio environment, and I haven't been in one of those for a long time, and it really is great to be part of that, and have other people chit chatting and knocking ideas around.
Well,
by the way, guys, I'm looking at Daniel's his webcomic. It's pretty nice. You guys should go check it out. So don't forget to look at it.
King's Song. Okay.
Night Song. Yeah. He says that the link is in his YouTube profile. So, and it's watercolor and pen and ink, and it's really nice. You guys should go check it out. And he's got several chapters up. So.
I was gonna say one thing about the whole perfectionism stuff too is, first of all, especially pertaining to Karen, like, I mean, every time I've seen a piece of art from you, it's like I've been blown away. So like I don't you need too much. But that being said, as far as like kind of managing the emotions of it, the thing is the emotions are probably not going to go away. Having more confidence is good, but at the same time, you might not have the confidence. And honestly, I feel that way about a lot of my work that I put out, but at the same time, the only real cure for it is publishing and kind of being uncomfortable with being being comfortable with being uncomfortable, sort of, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's kind of the only way, I think,
Yeah, it's hard. I got issues, man, but we all do, right? So
it's not uncommon, though, the way you feel.
Marsh, I don't know what this other anthology you're doing is, and I keep forgetting to ask you what, not the werewolves and unicorns, but what is this other one that you're doing?
Yeah, it's started by Doug Garrett, and he did his own comic called Lone Wolf. He wrote it and had another artist draw it and did a campaign for that, and now he's actually doing 2 anthologies, but he's starting off with one part and then there'll be another one later. But he got a bunch of other creators to write and draw stories of his character, and he wrote the story that I'm drawing, and it's a 10-page comic called Lone Wolf, Sword of the Samurai. That's my part in the anthology.
Mm.
And it's really fun. I'm having a blast. I'm kind of taking a horror slant with it. And yeah, if you go to Indiegogo right now, it's on there for if you look up Legends of the Lone Wolf, you can find it.
Indiegogo Legends of the Lone Wolfie. So what is Lone Wolf?
Lone Wolf is this. It's like he's kind of he had a I guess an American father and well I can't say American, but like he's from an Indian tribe, but his father was from one of the people who came to America or whatever, and and so he's got like this heritage though. I don't know if that part matters so much, but he's got kind of this heritage where to protect his people or whatever, or really just people in general from like the monsters and stuff that kind of come up. He's kind of got kind of like a healing factor type of power, and he's just a little bit, I think, more powerful or whatever, but he's not like super crazy powerful, but he's basically got superpowers to help defeat like all the different like monsters that kind of come about and stuff. So I don't know, it's a pretty simple premise, but there's a story behind it and stuff, and I'm enjoying doing it for sure.
Okay, so I'm on the page now. So it's going to be 80 pages. How many creators are involved?
Well, I'm doing a 10-pager, and so
8?
I guess maybe 8. I don't know. I'm not really sure. Maybe people are doing more than 10 pages. It's hard to say because it seems like I've only seen samples from about 4 or 5 different creators, so it's hard. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure.
Okay, so different teams. This is complicated. So let's see, where are you at on this? But this is about Peter's party. Peter, where are you at yours? Let's start checking on yours first. Oh, we are still at 76 backers with 1939 total raised.
Yeah, we got to get that up to 2,000.
I know we do. And then, okay, so then we'll look at this other thing that Marsh. So they're up to 1864, but they have they want to get 4,000. They have 17 days left with only 48 backers. So let's take a look there. So Peter, you have 76 backers.
Yeah,
Wow, that's I know they got a lot more time left, but I'm saying like, I guess I'm just like I'm not comparing the campaigns. I'm just looking at like you got 76 backers in less than a week. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking at. Not that I'm just marveling again at the quickness of your campaign. So
it's because it's my first campaign. The next time, in many ways, will be easier, but the excitement of it won't be as much there. The everybody freaking sharing it was usually helpful. So it's like I have other challenges to face next time, but and it's like I'm just making a regular comic. I think Doug's book is bigger, probably costs more.
Oh yeah, no, I know. I wasn't comparing the. I wasn't comparing the books or the campaigns. I was just again marveling at the fact that they, that you only had a 5-day campaign.
Yeah, I know. It's like I look at other campaigns and they're like slaughtering. It's like there's so many books out there doing amazingly. It's like that's why I'm like. It's like I'm just getting my foot in the door here.
Mm-hmm.
I got serious plans, and it might take a while for them to develop. But it's like I got to get my books in people's hands, and I got to get people reading my book. I got to get build my fan base and go to conventions if I can, and yada yada yada.
Mm-hmm.
So like this is my foot in the door, and it's just the beginning of hopefully a lot of goodness coming people's way. So if you ever heard of me and you followed my work throughout the years, and and you're listening to this right now, then go to my Kickstarter page and buy a printed copy of the book. Get this campaign up to 2,000 before we got 4 hours, less than 4 hours.
I just
something
tweeted.
like that.
I just tweeted out that there's only 4 hours left to go, and I just tweeted from the. So everybody should go tweet it out.
Yeah,
tweet it out.
If you're listening in the chat, tweet this out, Facebook this out. The Kickstarter page, even the live stream.
Get people that haven't woken up fully yet, so they're like gullible because they haven't had their coffee
involved.
yet. That's right.
So, this is just the beginning. Obviously, after this stream is done, I'll be sleeping for 3 days.
Where's my comic?
Yeah.
It's on the way. Wait, I have to make it first.
But it's been penciled, and then you're paying yourself for. I mean, you don't have to pay. You're the inker, so you're.
Yeah, well, I'm the
Rich
creator, the writer.
I know, but as far as production left, you're the inker, and so you're going to be hiring out the
coloring, lettering, production.
Mm-hmm. And the pencils are done by Rich already.
That's what he told me. I have to go. I have to go double check everything. I got every all my folders are not organized right.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to review all the pages. He's willing to, if I don't have exactly the page count I wanted and the story I want to cover, he's willing to pencil some more pages.
No, that's good.
Even though his career path is he's into oil painting now. Like we were talking about oil painting before.
Yeah.
That's what he wants to do now, and that's what he's doing. He's actually on DeviantArt, Rich Fuchsia. You can go check out his work. He said he's gonna update his DeviantArt page. Because I don't know if he's anywhere else at the moment. He used to be on Facebook. I don't know if he's on Facebook anymore. I couldn't find him. I used to be connected with him on Facebook, but
some people are leaving the Facebook and disgust with the way things are going.
My brother did 2 years ago. He said he couldn't be happier.
And yet he's still on Twitter.
Well, that's where he connects with people. He's on Twitter and Instagram. That's it.
I'm on Twitter and Instagram and Facebook.
And YouTube. And
YouTube. And I refuse to do anything else.
And Amazon.
Well, no, that's not true. I have to go over and join Reddit because I run have you guys heard of the mobile game Star Wars Game of Heroes?
Yeah.
So I know
it's okay
Star Wars has games.
But yeah, I play Battlefront pretty religiously. I'm obsessed, but I run a guild for the Star Wars Game of Heroes, and I need to join Reddit now, which I've been avoiding all this time because I need to do some recruiting, and I don't want to. It's Reddit.
Is that the only way to do it?
No,
through Reddit?
No, but there's a very robust and active thing there. So if I want players, that's where I need to go, where the players are.
Is that like all gamers or specifically that
game?
It's
a sub forum. There's I could also go to the forums hosted on EA's servers, but
because I know like Twitch is full of gamers, and they have communities of gamers there, and
like I have a Discord, so I also have this, so I am in a lot of places, but I also have a Twitch account, and I was going to start streaming on Twitch, but
I have a Twitch, I have a Discord, both are useless at the moment, really.
Yeah, right. See,
I will be getting to them. It's like my internet's not good enough to like actually stream. YouTube streaming is easier. It doesn't take as much to do. But
I'll tell you right now, though, I refuse to go on Snapchat, and not because I have anything against it. I don't want to do TikTok, and I also don't want to do freaking Tumblr. I can't. I'm old, and I just can't do anymore. I just can't keep up
Yes,
with it all.
Snapchat I did for about 3 days, and I'm like, nah, this ain't for me.
I do have a very, very robust Pinterest presence as well, I have to say.
So, somebody sent me an invite or wants to connect with me on MeWe. Is a new place.
A new
God.
place. I went and had a look at that and got a profile there, but
what is that about?
It's just a Facebook replacement, effectively.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It acts pretty much like Facebook. Like I say, I haven't got much of a presence there. I just go and post the occasional image, which is pretty much all I do on social media, to be honest. I don't get involved in too many discussions because it just ends up that you get abused, so there's no point. Occasionally I'll repost something that I like. So I do repost quite a bit of Alterna's stuff because I like those guys, and I like Peter Sametti, and I think he's got a good attitude towards comics, so I like that. So I'll repost that. And then if there's any creators that I see while I'm on there, especially on Twitter, I'll repost their images. Just because I think it's a good thing to do, to sort of share it all around. But I tend not to make comments, if you know what I mean. I don't make a commentary on my social media. It's there to show my work and to show support for other people's work, and that's it. So
yeah, well,
I'm
not like that on Twitter. That's all I'm going to say. I have opinions, damn it.
Well, I'll be sure to read your opinions.
Oh no, that's where I get political. That's my political place. I don't do that on Facebook because I have I have too much family that is of many different opinions, and so on Facebook I'm very vanilla, and so Twitter is where I'm like, "Arr!" And then on Facebook I'm very vanilla, and the Instagram is just about art. So that's how I play it, right? So
I like Facebook Karen.
You like Facebook Karen better than Twitter Karen?
I've seen your Twitter Karen.
Yes, I'm very opinionated on the Twitter. Hey, but I repost a lot of your crap on the Twitter, so don't knock my Twitter. Don't knock me, Peter, or I'll just cut you right off. Cut you off.
Everybody is allowed their opinion.
Yes, that's
you
true.
Don't have to tell people you don't agree with their opinion. That's just my personal view. If you want to, that's fine, because you're perfectly entitled to do whatever you like. I tend to just not comment on things that I don't particularly agree with because I'm too tired and old and I don't want to fight.
Yeah.
So
I've lost.
Daniel says. Daniel says Peter's journey of 1,000 miles first step, according to what I was saying before. Marsh says had to step out at 8 delivery. I'll be back. Cool, Marshall. We're always happy to have you here. Daniel says I mostly focus on Facebook, Twitter, Discord servers, Twitter political worries. LOL. Well, mostly what I'm thinking is definitely over the next 3 months, because I really got to get a handle on my workload for other people as well as for myself. I'm going to format my schedule to where I'm less online. Like I'll be posting content, but I won't be interacting as much. And I got to figure out what's the best time for me to do certain things. But it's like, and like, if you want to reach me, then reach me between here and here. If you want to reach me, like when I'm lively, actively doing things, otherwise I'll probably answer you 24 hours later or something.
You're gonna put some limits on your social.
Yeah, I have to, because number one, I have done most of my comic work before the internet, and I'm just frankly, I'm just used to sitting in my room alone, listening to crap or music or whatever, and just working for 8 hours, 12 hours, whatever it is, without interruption. And I don't have that at the moment. It's like, constant, like I work a little, then I go online a little, then work a little, and it's not, I'm not getting as much done.
Right.
Another thing is, like, I really have to up a level. I mean, I'm not fucking around. I can't, not make better money, period. Bottom line. I got to get the fuck out of here. And I'm just saying this to me. It's like, it's like, it's like I got all these cats and they drive me insane, and I don't have a separate studio space. I gotta go rent a house somewhere, and I'm in a cheap area. I mean, probably the cheapest in the U.S.
Mm.
And I've seen some fantastic places available that I've gone by because I don't have the money at the moment to go rent a place bigger than what I got.
Mm-hmm.
And, it's like, yeah, I mean, the whole point of me doing a Kickstarter, the whole point of me, like, I was driven last year before, like, I had so many things fall apart and, my old computer, I burnt out 2 laptops. I had internet
Oh, yeah, that
issues.
was crazy last year.
Yeah, it was like technical issue after technical issue, and it really put a halt to everything I was doing. I had a 100 days of making Has Comics running,
That's right.
and I was so geared up to do a whole bunch of things, and now it's like I feel like I finally got back on my feet, and now I finally did a Kickstarter. And it's like ridiculous after all these years, it's like, but it's like, whatever, it is what it is. I'm moving forward, and it's like I should be making 5 times what I'm making.
Mm.
And that's, it's my own fault. So it's like, it's time for me to get freaking serious about what I'm doing, and and just make it happen.
Yeah. Well, you can do it, Peter. You could do it, man. I believe in you. I believe in Peter.
Yeah.
And so
that's it, though, Pete. Exactly that expression, making it happen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's how it works. Yeah.
So we could talk about lighter stuff or whatever. It doesn't matter.
But not my Twitter account, apparently. Not my. Oh, Peter. I just don't like to see injustice and hatred in the world winning. That's all. That's all I'm going to say about it. I want everybody to be nice. And there are a lot of people who are not nice right now in the world. And I just want everybody to be nice and stop trying to be mean. And that's all.
I was kidding. I was.
I am very political on there. It is.
Yeah.
True.
I was only saying that because, everything is a time suck for me at this moment. It's
well,
like,
I don't know if you've noticed, but I have been staying off of Twitter a little bit more in the last couple of weeks because I also need to focus. And not only does it take up my time, I get very depressed, so discouraged and depressed at the state of the world that it is bad for my mental health. I just can't take it right now. It's like, I can't go back down into, that's what kills my productivity. I can't be sad, Karen. I have to be happy, Karen. I have to think about happy things that my friends are doing instead. So
it's like before I got into the comic industry, I had a 9-to-5 job, and that was before the internet. And it's like I can't imagine doing a 9-to-5 job where it's necessary to be online. And it's like it's not really necessary for me to be online to make my business work. It's not really, lots of people think it is, but it's not. It's like, I want to do stuff, like do videos. I want to have these hangouts. I want to build the community. I want to get to know more people, but I could do that, like, block out some time and do that.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah. Well,
It's
I follow
'cause
Colleen Duran, and she,
right.
Distant Soil, and she's always like, "Okay, bye, Twitter. This is like, I got to go back to work now." So,
Yeah,
she has like sometimes does, but so she's strict about it
yeah.
so that she can get
And
her pages done.
yeah, and she, I mean, I follow her on Facebook, and she's like, yeah, like I was bad this past week.
Yeah.
Like I only got 2 days of good work in, and then I was fooling around online, and
Mhm.
yeah, I love her.
I
I've been
know,
following
she's
her since the Distant Soil, and
Me too. Since the ElfQuest, since the Peonies had it, I've been following a Distant Soil. So yeah,
yep, yep,
Yeah, I think
she's amazing.
comes down to time for me. I don't have time to get into those kind of meaningful discussions, unfortunately.
Mm.
I've got to get. If I spent too much time on social media, I'd never get paid.
Yeah.
yep,
And
Well,
yep.
that does basically that's my focus. That's obviously doing my work and getting paid for it. And yeah, so my social media tends to just be self promotion and pretty much nothing else. And maybe that's why I've only got 950 followers or whatever on Twitter, because I don't make enough noise. I don't know, but I'd rather just focus on the work. And don't get me wrong, it's like, if it's there, it's a town hall or town square, isn't it, for people to give their opinions, and that's really good that people do give their opinions. And unfortunately, it should be a lot politer, and people should be decent to each
yes,
other, and they're not, and
yeah,
take other people's opinions and say, oh, well, I don't agree with that, rather than just instantly abusing them, which is probably why I don't give my opinions, because I feel you should all be sort of able to speak to each other decently, and a lot of that doesn't happen on Twitter, so that's why I kind of stay out of it. But I do often admire from the sidelines people who are prepared to stand by their views. Whether I agree with them or not, if they're prepared to stand by them, then that makes them honest.
hmm
And that is a very admirable thing. Do you, Karen? Have you ever heard of a guy called Tom Campbell?
Tom Campbell.
Tom Campbell, My Big Toe.
No.
So some of his work is actually, I've written 2 scripts. One of them is a kind of
Oh,
and the
yeah,
other
yeah,
script,
yeah. My Big Toe. Yes, I
uh,
do know that. I had
yeah,
to think about that for a second. Let me
yeah,
go.
that guy. I like quantum physics and modern science and stuff, and I listen to a lot of that while I'm drawing. And I got into Tom Campbell about 4 years ago, and I love the way that he comes at existence, the way that he comes at the idea of his big theory of everything, his big toe and the idea that we can all give something to our environment and to creation, as it were, not to get too deep and philosophical, but the fact that we can bring ourselves to the party, if you know what I mean. Sometimes you can't do anything. It's like my country's in a right state at the moment.
Oh yeah, it is.
and I can't do much. I can't do much because there's so many people shouting at each other. But what I can do is I can be kind to other people. I can create stories that people will be entertained by, and I can love my family and be with my friends and just try and be the best person I can be. I don't always do it.
Right.
But just and just what you were saying about having dark days, and that we all have those dark days, and I just found that I got a lot from Tom Campbell.
Okay.
I got a lot from that sort of that approach of, it's all okay, really. It's just a matter of, we're in a learning lab. We're here to grow. And, you kind of get, I think he was talking about government, because people were saying to him, what about the terrible things that are going on in the world? And it's like, yeah, the world is terrible. And it's kind of like, it's almost like we get the world we deserve, without being too harsh on ourselves. But the way to do something about that is be better. And that sort of flows into the whole, if you're having a dark day, I'll be sitting there thinking, oh God, this is crap and that is crap, and what if, what's the future hold? And sometimes it's just focus on the things that are good, and it helps. Just
Yeah. You know, it's like
I just wanted to throw that in there. It's like there's
no,
there's
that's great.
Totally appreciate that. Yeah.
there's no telling people to suck eggs or saying I know better than everybody else. It was just something personal that worked for me. That
Mhm.
I went and listened to that guy and some of the things that he said. And again, it's important not to put people on pedestals. He's not a guru. He's not necessarily got it right or got the right idea. And part of what he says is, don't listen to me. Make it work for yourself. You know? Don't believe anything. Do it. And I think that's a great thing to do. And it's kind of what you were saying earlier, Pete, about getting out there and doing it. Make that life. Make it happen. I think it's important.
I remember when I was younger, maybe it was in my 20s or whatever. It's like I was going through my day. I don't even know what exactly I was up to, but all of a sudden I wondered and thought, how does one breathe? And that
It instantly stopped breathing.
You know, like the second after that, it's like then I started panicking. How am I? You know, how do I breathe? You know, and it's like, and
the lizard brain.
I always thought of that in the sense of like, what screws me up is thinking. You know,
I think too much.
And
yeah,
it's like, you know, if you want to get work, if you need to get work done, then get work done. There's no other thought necessary.
Right. But if you have the chemical imbalance in your brain that is firing your brain wrong and makes you not want to, sometimes that's hard.
Well, then that's where you need, you know,
help.
Yeah.
Drugs.
I mean, 'cause, you know, my mom, you know, I've said a number of times, but my mom was, you know, when she was alive, was going through many health things. She was bipolar. She had chemical imbalance. She, you know, had lots of issues. And it wasn't until she was in her late 70s where they finally got, you know, her pills and levels controlled.
Wow.
I mean, she was great for many years, but like, you know, she'd be fine for months, even a year, and then all of a sudden it should be a little too high. Then all of a sudden it should be a little too low. It should be fine for another month, and then, you know, it's like it was just, you know, you got to a point where you didn't know what you're waking up to, but and it was just, you know, hard on my dad and just constant doctor visits and so much money towards pills and yada yada yada.
Yeah.
But it's like they are better now. Their doctors are better now. I mean, you know, obviously you got to find a better doctor than, you know, I mean, there's crappy doctors out there too, but they finally did figure it out, and you know,
it's difficult. You try. Everyone's on a personal journey, and we've all got our own issues, and sometimes it doesn't matter how much you try and help verbally. There's only so much you can do.
Yeah.
You know, so it's all about what's most important is support.
Well, community, right? Like, so when I stay engaged with the 100s and my other friends and different, you know, well, my artistic produce, whatever, when I'm engaged with everybody and I have that community around me and I'm rooting for other people, I tend not to get all so, you know, up in my own stuff. But then when I disengage and I go off and I slink into my cave, and then that's when everything stops. So it's like really community is like so important to, you know, some people like myself. So I'm trying really hard to like stay involved with my friends.
It is good to know, as I've heard before, it's like, you know, it's good to know thyself and what works for you.
Mhm.
You know, it's like I know what works for me as far as getting a lot of work done. Sometimes it's just, you know, yeah, being totally secluded and just for long periods of time, and sometimes it's the opportunity to work in a studio environment and with other people, and that's, you know, like this hangout is kind of like that atmosphere. um and yeah, sometimes, you know, it's like my balance always changes.
Well, I
um
mean, with community, it doesn't mean you have to be like talking to everybody every day,
yeah,
for every hour of the day, but you need to be just connected, right? Just
yeah,
connected.
disconnected. Yep.
Yep.
Yep. Makes a little difference.
Mhm.
Because,
So,
yeah, I mean, we all face depression of some sort because we're artists, and um but you know, yeah, it's definitely helpful. You know, because it it's a business, and we're honest, and we're just trying to be creative, and you know,
right.
and trying to be great, and trying to be
Peter, you got another backer. You're at 77.
what.
1942.
Isn't that like a
1942.
Woohoo!
famous year? There's that 18 years.
Hey, did Marsh come back?
Yeah.
He just came back. Yeah,
All right,
Mar-
Marsh is here.
Marsh is a lucky charm. He showed up.
Every time I come back to get a new backer.
Yeah, that's right. Either that or you're secretly backing under many aliases.
I wish I could. That's probably better.
Oh my gosh. Yeah,
Actually,
this has been a deep conversation, you guys. Deep.
we could
With
talk
Peter
about movies.
Palmiotti. Oh, I do want to say
We-
something. So, you guys, I'm watching Chernobyl. Are you watching Chernobyl,
no,
no.
the HBO show? Oh, it's so good. And it's so sad.
I don't
But
have HBO, unfortunately.
yeah,
No,
we only
I
had
don't
it because of Game of Thrones, because my husband was addicted, and so he's already canceled it. But we have a few days left before, like, we have to. So we're binging the Chernobyl. Hopefully, we can watch the whole thing before the end of the month. I don't know, because he canceled. You know, he only has it when he's watching a certain show, and then he cancels. So, but what was amazing to me, and speaking of community, so like in 1986, Chernobyl happened, and I'm sure Russ is like way more in tune with this because he was in Europe at the time. But like I was 15, which makes me very old. But anyway, I was 15 in 1986. And so it was and I lived in the mountains. And so we didn't have cable, and we didn't have a dish until later. So then we had a giant like a huge, like Millennium Falcon sized satellite dish on our property. But whatever, I barely had any idea of like what was going on in the world. And so to me, Chernobyl was like this, I was very dimly aware of it. Oh, some kind of whatever. It didn't affect me, right? Because how far away was that? But
Right.
now, because of the social media and communities, if that happened today, I would be so affected, even though I
Yeah.
don't live in the Ukraine and I don't live in Sweden when they detected the first fallout, and I didn't live in, you know what I mean? But now it's so amazing that just how different, like just 30 short years, well, have made in our whole like global community, to where
Yeah.
Chernobyl was this thing that barely even was on my radar and didn't affect me, and I could give two because I was boy crazy and didn't care, right? And now, where if a disaster happened in Europe, I would be so upset because we're so connected now. But yeah, you guys should watch that show. It's really, although
But
the last episode really upset my husband, so I don't know. Like,
But it's like that was a big event that happened. I mean, news coverage back then was pretty good. I mean,
yeah, I'm saying
it's
I
like
was less
I
connected
just
than
I
most
just think because this, you know, we're so connected and there's so much news that a lot of it will get, you know, lost in the mix. Like
yeah.
you're saying, like we'll be more aware of it. Will we? You know.
Well, with Chernobyl, yeah, we'd be aware. That's a pretty crazy thing that happened. It's still well, anyway.
To be
But
honest, I always have heard of Chernobyl, but I know it has something to do with nuclear or radioactivity, but I don't really. Is it like a power plant that exploded or something? Is that
yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
okay?
That's
I was in my
exactly what it is.
20s, but in my 20s I was, you know, partying too hard or something.
Oh, Peter.
Oh,
Peter. You naughty boy. Living in New York in your 20s, partying, how could that be?
how could I was at too many? What was it? Dance parties.
Oh my God.
Go say it. You can say it. Disco.
No, that was like retro and new wave and, the 80s. That was 86, man. That's like Duran Duran and all the good stuff. The good stuff.
I remember it's funny you say the good stuff because I grew up like just, I don't know, I was like the right age to be enough after that. I mean, I was in it, but I was young like when that happened. And so I always thought all that stuff was super cheesy and I hated that.
Oh, you.
But like I remember people being all excited about Prince and stuff, and I'm like, but I don't like his stuff. He sounds like a girl and this and that.
What?
And now I look back though, and I guess nostalgia hits, and now I realize too what Prince was, and I'm way in a whole different place, and I actually really enjoy all that stuff. Prince was like the only one keeping like actual like funk music alive, which is really awesome.
And Morrissey and the Time and those guys, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like when I was in my 20s, there were what am I trying to think of? Like house music. Like I would just go to clubs and there'd be like house music.
Yeah, house music. That was when it was born there, and in Detroit and Chicago and New York. That's where it all started.
Like house or like even just like techno along those lines kind of stuff.
It started in a field in Suffolk, I think.
Yeah.
I actually watched something about like the history of like techno and house and where that all started, and a lot of it came out of them resampling disco and stuff. A lot of that.
That's right.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
The discos had gone by the end of the 80s. It was a rave or a house party or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. I graduated high school in 81, way back when.
81. Wow.
In 81, yeah. Well, I'm 56. And it was in 81. That was after Studio 54. What was used to be Studio 54 was the Playboy Club. So me and my friends heard that the prom for where I went was Art and Design in Manhattan wasn't so hot. So one of my friends had like club pass or whatever to the Playboy Club. So it was like
Peter.
It was like 12 couples went there, and that was our personal prom.
Oh my
It
goodness.
was great.
Yeah, I bet it was.
It wasn't. It wasn't shady at all. I mean, it was just like, there was bunnies serving us dinner or something, but it was like 8 stories high, and each story had had its own private disco, and it was fun. Went for a good meal, and they showed us a film of the history of Playboy, and we all went dancing afterwards. I mean, I always related to Playboy in a weird way because Hefner's birthday was my birthday too. So.
Is that right?
Yeah, April 9th. So.
I mean, interesting. Like Hugh Hefner, like his life is kind of interesting, and it a little bit has a part of like comic history as well, because he was doing magazines and also the comics in there. Also, Mad Magazine, I think, was somewhat related to what he was doing. So it was like almost the same industry. It's weird.
Marshall, can I ask you a question?
I don't know. There's.
Oh, he's still trying to talk.
Yeah, definitely. What's that?
So no, never mind. I just wanted to know technically how you were able to stream so much on your phone while you're driving on like your network, and I don't know, like I'm like but that's totally never mind. I'm getting really tired, you guys. I've been up since I didn't even freaking know. So
Unlimited.
Forget it.
How old are you, if you don't mind me asking, Marsh?
I just hit 40 in February.
You don't look a day over 30.
Oh,
I was about to say, because we're all boomers,
on my age lately, but
and he knows exactly what he's doing, but actually, if he's 40, I'm really impressed.
Is Marshall the youngest right now? Because I'm 48. I'll be 48 in July. So I'm old.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Out of the people here, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like I had the gene until I hit like, late 40s, early 50s that I always looked 20 years younger. But it's like I finally hit the point where it's like, oh, all of a sudden I have a stomach, because I've been a stick all my life. And it's like, I guess I have to start going to the gym now.
yeah.
Cutting back on pizza for breakfast is all you have to do.
Oh no, never.
Yeah, cold pizza is the best. I hope you didn't warm it up, Peter. I hope you ate it nice and cold.
No, yeah, I ate it directly from the fridge.
My son prefers the cold pizza. I do too, actually.
Yeah.
Cold pizza.
I like the crust better warm, but the cold pizza, there's just, well, of course, now I'm vegan, so I don't eat the cheese on the pizza anymore. And it's still better cold the next day, I think. But, so, yeah. Oh.
I was curious, Karen, being a fan of the romance novels and stuff, getting back to that again. It's like, what, do you think there's anything we can kind of learn from romance novels, like that's like different in that genre, maybe that could help with comics, or how we either write comics or even market it?
Well, I would say, so if you're going to write romance, whether any kind of romance, for it to be a romance, it absolutely has to have a happily ever after. It can't have a sad ending. It can't have a bittersweet ending. If it does, it then becomes something else, like it becomes women's fiction, or it becomes that crap that dude writes. That guy writes. Nicholas. Yes, that's not. There's not always happily ever after, so that's not technically romance. So for it to be romance, it absolutely has to have a happily ever after. You can't have also, like in romance novels, this is all specific to romance novels and probably is not answering your question, but I might find something in my tired brain that helps. You cannot have cheating. You can't have cheating. There's no cheating allowed. Those are the two main ones that will really upset readers. The other thing is that romance right now is like, is probably like the biggest, I think it's the biggest share of publishing. And also it is the hottest area for self-publishing. So.
Oh yeah, I've heard a lot.
It's written mostly by women for women. But that doesn't mean that men can't write in it and that men don't read it. And it's like, it makes so much money. It is such a big, and there's like a million different micro genres inside of it.
Is it still like the painted covers with the gorgeous guy and the gorgeous woman?
No, I mean, there are so many. Okay, so like in self-publishing right now, in self-publishing, it's all about a hot, sexy guy on the cover.
Yeah.
And a lot of that is because people are using stock art of hot, sexy guys. And that's what the women like. And there is so much. Okay. And it just because it's a romance doesn't mean that there's sex. There's all kinds of different like levels of heat in romance novels. Some are very sweet where there's like, barely, there's Christian romance. There's, there's like all the way up to like, we're teetering the line into porn. So there's like, it's just like it's so broad. Literally the only thing that you must have for it to be a romance is no cheating and a happily ever after. And then you can put anything else in there. And series do really well. People will like fall in love with characters. So usually what the hot thing now, it has been for several years, is that you want to like So you have the main guy and the main girl and their best friend and their brother. And so the next book would be about the brother finding his love and the best friend finding the love. And do you know what I mean? So it's like people like to follow the characters.
Yeah.
But so, and then, I mean, it's such a varied and broad romance. It's so varied and broad. Novellas do really well.
What's that?
Novellas do really well.
Oh.
In self-publishing. So
well, like in Netflix and streaming, they say the biggest thing right now is rom-com, romantic comedy.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of similar. Like the most popular thing is, what everybody wants
is romance.
It's
in
romance.
Some way, shape, or the only genre of books that I can see that doesn't really have romance is hard sci-fi. That's like the only place I've seen in books. Now I don't know about comic books, but in books where like the readers will get bent out of shape if there is romance. Usually hard, and sometimes the military guys, but usually everything else always has a little bit of a hint or two, some kind of a relationship in there. But I don't know. I mean, as far as like, so if we were going to do like romance, I would say make it, you don't want it to be cliched. You want the women, the women, that's, I think, probably the reason a lot of guys don't write romance well, is because a lot of men don't write women well. Sorry to say it.
Women.
No, I mean, they just don't. A lot of guys, okay. I even saw this in my creating. Yes. So I even saw this in my creative writing back when I was like, in my early whatever. A lot of guys are they're hung up on, or I'll have a friend give me something to beta read and they're like, oh, this got this really hot sex scene and you're going to really like it. And I'm like, yeah, it's going to be great. You know why it's going to be great? It's because the guy wrote it, not what so guys write and have different ideas of what, I don't know. I mean, I read a lot of, I don't know what I'm trying to say here because I'm tired, but okay. I read a lot of fiction, romance fiction with a lot of sex scenes in it, and and they're written by women, and they're very clearly, they're raunchy, and they could have been written by a guy in some senses, and they use very naughty words, and that's not all I read, though. I read a broad genre of romance. But anyway, lest you think I'm a dirty girl. But the point is that I guess it's just girls can like. I mean, okay. The other thing is like the main thing now is you have both protagonists. It's not just the woman written from the eye point. Even when I submitted to Harlequin back in the 80s. Or in the 90s when I was in college, I wrote it in the first person, and that was already passé. That's also pretty standard. Usually you always have like a chapter from the woman's point of view and then the next chapter from the man's point of view. So we get into both heads. So women like to see what's inside the man too. So we want to be inside of him as he's falling in love. We want to see him being turned on. We want to see his feelings and feel it with him. As same with the woman. So it's not just, you're not just reading it from the woman's point of view, right? So
it's it's like Sleepless in Seattle.
Yes. So if you wanted to write in that genre and have it modern, you would want to show what both the male and the female are going through. And so if we were doing a comic, if I was to write a romance comic, I would have scenes with both, like from both points of view. But I'm getting tired. When I said we don't do it in first point of view, almost all of them now are being written in first point of view. It's a trend, but it's first point of view from the woman and first point of view from the man, to both of them in first person. But you can write in third person too. It's fine. What I mean by that is it's not just one character.
Right. Now, you said that cheating is not something that you can have in it.
No.
That's actually surprising to me because it seems like, especially in romantic comedies and stuff, if cheating isn't in there, that it's always, well, not always, but a lot of times there's the threat of cheating involved at some point.
Well, there's a difference between cheating and the heroine or the hero having to decide between two people.
Yeah, I guess.
So that, you know, the love triangle versus cheating. You can't have a character. So like if I was writing about a woman or a guy and he got pissed off and he went and cheated, that would be a no-no. Or if they were on a break and he cheated, that's a no-no. Or if he could be having a relationship with somebody else before he meets the new girl, but he has to break it off cleanly before he really, you know what I mean? They're just can't. Cheating is like, it's a kiss of death. Like, so
that makes sense. I mean, the like the guy, or you know, this is the typical traditional thing, is like, you know, say it's like almost like a romance within like a mob story or something like that, and you know, the guy is already entrenched in that way of life or whatever, but he falls in love, you know, and then it's like, okay, now he has to, that's kind of his journey through the story, is he has to kind of denounce that side of him or whatever, and move forward with the one single love interest or whatever, you know?
That's right. And in theory, I mean, if you think about it, right, if you really find the person that you want to be with, you're not going to have any feelings. You're going to stop having feelings for other women. You're not going to be interested in them, right? Or another guy, or whatever your orientation, whoever you're in love with, whatever. You're not going to want to, unless you're an asshole, you're not going to want to be with somebody else if you're madly, because it's not about just finding a relationship for now. It is, I mean, although there is happily ever after for now, but that's usually pretty unsatisfying unless there's a sequel that the reader knows is happening. They want, this is your soulmate. This is the one. And so if you have found the one, you will not think about anybody else. Nobody else is attractive to you, right? So that's probably part of the reason.
Well, I mean, if you fall in love, like why would you be thinking of anyone else? Like, it's just
exactly.
That's kind of the point of falling in love. Like, you can't stop but only think about this one person.
That's right. And so if you have feelings for somebody else, then that means it's not the one. And then why am I reading the story? Because it's not.
Right.
So
I know in TV, a lot of times what they do is like, yeah, your two favorite characters that are in love, they put them in a situation where one cheats, and I always hate that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's frustrating. Like with Ross and Rachel. Oh, God.
Yeah.
We were on a break.
Yeah, but you know,
it's so stupid.
I don't know. I mean, okay, so maybe that happens in real life, but why are you reading a romance novel? You're not reading a romance novel because you're reading literature. You're reading a genre for specific fix and a specific reaction and a specific feeling that you want. So if you're writing literature or something, just regular fiction, you can do whatever the heck you want. It's fine. But we're talking about a very strict genre, and that is what romance is. So that's why it's a no-no in romance. Van Illustration asked if I had any advice for writing women characters, not necessarily for romance, but any genre. So the thing is that like women and men, although women are from Venus, men are from Mars, right? I believe that there are some women don't believe this, but I do believe personally that we are a little bit different than you guys, and we are hardwired a little bit differently, and we think a little bit differently. But for the most part, like, there's the classic example of like, you know, when I put on a shirt and stuff and I stand in front of the mirror, I don't notice how full and perky my boobs are with my, I'm going to get us banned, with my, you know, with my things that you can see. And like, there's a certain visual way, some men, not all, obviously the greats in literature don't think this way or write this way, but the hacks, you know, you write a woman like you would write a guy. You write a woman from inside of her head like you would write any real person, right? And so when you're standing there in front of a mirror, are you thinking about your stuff? I mean, maybe not. Like, yeah, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like guys tend to like fixate on things. They also, if you're writing for women, do a little bit of research on like how purses and pockets and things work. I mean, like, a lot of guys just don't have any clue. I mean, most guys don't even like going shopping with their girlfriends, right? So like, you know, there's a lot of like logistics, and do you know what it's like to carry a purse? It's kind of like carrying a backpack, I guess. But you know, like, there's little things that will read as believable or not believable. But a lot of it, there's a lot of like forced sexuality that isn't. isn't real. And women, okay, so I guess the other thing is, like, I know, like, every time I get into a fight with my husband, it's because I have a problem and I want to talk about it to death, and he just wants to fix it, right? And he doesn't want to talk about it.
Right.
So, I mean, women are really, I don't know. It's hard to say. Like, not all women are talkative. Obviously, there are introverts and people who don't talk, but I don't know. It's just
show that the word count of women are far more than the word count of men in general.
yeah. I mean, it's like so. But when you're writing a male character, right? He might not speak a lot, but when you're writing, you're getting inside of his head, and so we're privy to his interior monologue. And I know you guys aren't walking around with nothing in your brain, right? You might not say a lot, but you've got a lot of thoughts and feelings up in there.
Yeah,
right?
sometimes.
I was watching Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back earlier today. Now there's a woman. Kevin Smith knows how to write women.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, I don't know. So just like with anybody, like, okay, so some guys like really, if you were gonna write, some guys like really grow out long beards and they groom the heck out of them, put oil and wax in them and all this crap, and other guys shave and other guys don't. Well, some women wear a lot of makeup, some women don't. Some women wear, I mean, it's just how I think guys have just a lot of, not all, but a lot of people. There's a lot of memes and jokes on Twitter and online about like how a guy would write, how the worst offenses, like, she walked down the stairs with her boobs bouncing boobily. It's like that kind of stuff, or her jeans were, like looked like they were painted on her body. She slid her cell phone. Okay, I'm sorry, if your jeans are like painted on your body, you can't put your cell phone. You don't have pockets. Most women's pants that are like tight to the body don't have pockets, so you can't stick a cell phone in a pocket because there isn't little things like that, but a lot of it is like this like highly sexualized view. And I would think, I mean, and worst case scenario, get a sensitivity reader to look at it, i.e. your wife, your girlfriend, your friend, your mom, and they'll tell you, like, oh honey, but just treat women like real characters. And
I was just thinking that it's like it's the difference between writing a woman character or writing a man character, or instead saying I'm writing a human.
Yes.
Happens to be a woman or a man.
Yes.
And they have differences between them.
Right. Are you writing a woman that's like doesn't wear a lot of makeup, is very natural, doesn't really care about how she looks? Are you writing a very high maintenance woman who spends like, an hour and a half every morning getting like flat ironing her hair and like putting on her whole beating her face and with makeup, and the whole 9 yards? Like, if I was writing a guy, and I would have to like look up some of that if I didn't know him personally. It's just the same thing. Like, it's not just a chick with like, especially in comics, right? It's not just a foil or a prop. She's not just a doll. She's not just somebody who's there to be rescued. She's not just, somebody there to have sex with a hard-bitten hero. It's like, give her a personality. Not all women have big tatas, some do and some don't. And there's, do what you want, I guess. But, we're not all obsessed with, we're not there just to service you. And,
it's like everything.
Like a character or a fantasy, I suppose.
Yeah. It's like everything with writing and making stories. It's like you could make stuff props, or you can make stuff real, And
you know what? Maybe the female character is just that in that story, and that's okay. I mean, it doesn't always have to be. It depends on what kind of story you're writing, right? And who your audience is too. Like, there's a reason I didn't read Image in the 90s, but I do now, right? Because in the 90s, look at the way Liefeld, the women could not literally walk. Their backs were literally broken. You know what I mean? They literally had broken back spines on these covers and stuff. And I was so offended as a woman, like, that anybody would think that was hot. And that's what turned me on to the manga. But of course, he also like what he did to men too was pretty atrocious. And I do have a lot of respect for him, but good God Almighty. So like it's just, yeah, I just don't like. I don't know.
One
Like,
thing I
Yeah,
think
like if you want to know how to write women in comics, read Terry Moore's Strangers in Paradise.
yeah, Strangers
Terry
Strangers
Moore's
in Paradise is actually. Yeah.
That's a male. That's written by a man and does women really well. Like that first, and that was groundbreaking, I think, back then. Like, so that is a really great reference. And if you haven't read it yet and you're a comics fan, you need to go. You can pick it up as a trade now. You can pick them up in trades in every comic book store. So, and he's really good. But
Yeah.
something I think is that's interesting, and this is not exactly on like how to write women, but it's related. Is in the book Invisible Ink, he talks about writing stories. There's like almost like a feminine way to write stories and a male way to write stories, and basically what it is, the biggest difference is men tend to focus on plot a lot. They really into like what's happening and the action and stuff like that, where women they'll be happy to kind of spend a lot of time in some of the subtle areas, and they're more they tend to be more affixed on I guess emotion. I know that's the super cliche thing to say, but also just like
true.
kind of the subtle differences and kind of the beauty of a moment and the aesthetics of it. And some of the best authors and actually artists, even if you're a male artist, artists tend to actually be kind of both, like a lot of times when they're writing, because they tend to be more in touch with kind of both sides a little bit. But yeah, I don't know. I wonder if there's something to that,
Well,
and
there
I
is a
kinda wanna
technique
get
in
that.
novel writing. Okay, so there's a technique in novel writing called scene and sequel. Okay, and this is a really good way to interject emotion into your writing. So in scene, every scene has the action. Okay, something happens. Our hero, he swings across. This is like an example from oh God, Dresden Files. The guy Jim Butcher. So he taught a lot of people about scene and sequel, and he learned it from a bunch of other people. That there's a bunch of storybooks about it. But anyway, so like, the hero is like swinging across on a vine, and there's like a pit of snakes below and the vine, so he has to get across the other side. But oh no, that's his goal. He has to get across the other side, right? But oh no, the conflict happens and the vine breaks and he falls down into the pit, right? So that's plot, that's action. So what happens after that whole thing wraps up, after the action wraps up, is then you have another scene called sequel. And sequel is kind of a weird and misleading term, but basically what happens is he's like back at camp, right? And he is reflecting on what just happened. And he has feelings about what just happened. And then after he goes through the reflecting and the feelings of what happened, then he makes his choice, which leads him into the next active scene. So that's a way you'll see. Once you like learn about that, you'll start seeing it in a lot of writing. Now, like some people, I could go on and on about like novel writing for hours, but so it can be overused because it's become kind of a hack, right? Since people learned about it, but it is a fundamental basis. But that is like the one place where, and in a lot of fiction and in romance novels, we have the scene with the hero and the heroine. They have the shock. They got into a fight, but then they were so overcome with emotion. They kissed each other because they were so, the tension between them was just, and then they were so attracted. And then he grabbed her roughly and he pulled her into a kiss, right? And then they were interrupted and they go their separate ways. And then the next scene is the sequel.
Princess Leia.
Yes, exactly. And the next scene is Princess Leia sitting up in the bridge, staring at the Minox outside, thinking about the kiss that she just had with Han. Okay, so that's sequel. So scene is the action. Sequel then is you catch up with the character after it just happened, where they're going over what just happened. There was just a car crash. Oh my God, I'm okay. I made my, they have the feeling of the panic. Then they have like the assessment of it. What just happened? I just got into a car crash. And then they have so it can also be an active thing, right? It doesn't have to just be romance or whatever. But and then my life flashed before my eyes and I feel so this, that, and the other. And then, okay, what do I have to do now? Right. So that is sequel. So scene sequel, and sequel is perfect for putting your emotion in. And you can do it in comics too, right? It's like Spider-Man goes back to his apartment and he takes off the mask and he holds it in his hand and he's reflecting on, I almost took this off to Mary Jane. I almost told her who I am.
Yeah.
Do I have this? Should I do it? Should I do it? I can't, I don't want her to get hurt. That is a sequel. That him standing there having that moment, that interior monologue, the emotions with himself, that is sequel. The scene was what happened outside, right? To make him then reflect on it. So, or you could think of it as reflection, right? Action, reflection, and in the reflection you can put emotion in.
Yeah, that's interesting. I have definitely heard of that concept and stuff, and I wonder if that's maybe that's the way to, like, maybe that's the difference between women writers and men writers. Maybe women writers spend more time in the sequel, or at least develop the sequel a little further.
It could very well be. Yeah, it could be. So, yeah.
I always think of like westerns, like, they're chasing the bad guy through the desert or something, and then so there's a lot of action during the day, but at night they're all around the campfire talking about their family they miss, or
yeah, totally. That's perfect, right? And that's where they get, like, that's where all the emotional stuff comes out, or the little tensions, that their fears,
yeah.
So I don't know if I gave you any, if you're still here, Van, illustration. I don't know if I helped at all, because I've been up for like a million hours. So.
If you have to go, don't feel obligated. You don't have to stay. You're not getting paid for it.
No, but I'm like,
We're not
I'm enjoying it.
Oh no.
I'm still awake, but as soon as as soon as my husband starts yelling at me, I'm probably gonna bail. Like, as soon as my kid gets up, and then I have to help get him ready.
It's not bailing. You stayed as long as you could.
Yeah.
But Peter, I wanted to be here till the very end. Peter.
You can watch the very end later.
What are you saying? You're trying to get rid of me, aren't you?
No.
I know. Poor Karen. I've overstayed my welcome. Don't lie.
No.
Never.
No, I just don't want your family to hate you.
Oh, they won't. No, I'm sure my son's probably my husband probably hasn't quite got him out of bed yet, and then there will be like much wailing and gnashing of teeth, and then I'll have to go down and help take dogs out.
Yeah.
So they're actually passed out. I locked them in the crate together because they're both little dogs, and it's a large crate, and they're all curled up together, sleeping so nice.
Mm-hmm.
Don't wake them. Don't wake the puppy. God forbid. Don't wake the puppy. Don't wake her. So what are you guys going to do without me? What are you going to talk about now that, like, what are you going to talk about?
I'm just happy to be awake. So I don't know.
The end of the stream is going to be Peter just like snoring by himself on his.
It's like my cat's going to have to come here and turn off the hangout.
That's right. Oh my God.
How's the Kickstarter going now? Anything new going?
I just checked it. You must be reading my mind. It is the same. 77 backers, 1942.
Come on, people.
3 hours to go, people.
Have you guys shared out the link? I haven't really been able to.
I'm sharing it.
I tweeted it.
Yeah.
Daniel
Bart
also tweeted it for us.
Yeah.
That was very kind.
Yeah, everybody listening, go share it out. Tell your friends. Say good things,
Yeah. You're welcome, Dan. I hope I helped you, because I don't know. I could talk for ages about writing. So I belong to a writing group. We meet every week, once a month, and I write all the time. Like, it's a thing.
That's great. That's great.
But
that's like my favorite topic these days. I love like talking about writing, learning about writing. I want to, like, to me, I'm kind of on this crusade, and people can probably tell when they watch my stuff. Like, I'm kind of on this crusade to like, I just want to make comics that like I want when people read my comics, I want their collector's edition comic to be ruined by tears. Like, I just emotional. I would just want people to have an emotional impact. It doesn't have to be bad or anything, but you know.
Yeah.
I have still yet to read a comic where I've had an emotional impact like I did when I was watching the end of Endgame or something like that, or a lot of other movies, you know.
Well, I don't know if you remember, but like, what did I say going in, like, that I wanted to do with my story to Griffin? I mean, it was like, at the very least, have some sort of emotional reaction. I mean, that's like,
and you did.
because
For me.
you want it to be not just, here's Bobby went into his house, Bobby picked up a knife, or you know, it's like you want it to mean something. You want people to feel something. You know, it's like, I think a lot of writers think along those lines. You're not always able to, like, you know, within like Marvel and DC's characters and universes, able to knock out a story that, you know, is emotional because they have to put A, B, C, D, and E in every story. But yeah, I mean, you know, it's like there have been a lot.
You wait, babe. Sorry, guys. Hold on a second.
Sure. There have been a lot of comics that have moved me. It's more like those where the creative team is given more of a free license to develop their sort of property.
Definitely. I mean, look at something like the first run of Swamp Thing, and where that went, and that was quite an emotional ride, I would suggest.
Which this is like the very first like Swamp Thing story, or
the original Swamp Thing saga. Yeah. So you had the first one where it was kind of a bit more superhero-y with his origin, but then when it was taken over by you know who.
Was it Lin Wen? You thinking Bernie Wrightson?
Yeah, but didn't Bernie Wrightson do some stuff on it?
Bernie Wrightson and Lin Wen was the writer.
But the also what's his face did it? The British writer.
Is it Grant Morrison?
No, the other guy, the horror fella.
Alan Moore.
Alan Moore worked on that as well.
Yeah,
but they had a whole sort of, he went to hell to get his girlfriend back. You know, and
Constantine. Who are you talking about?
Oh, Swamp Thing.
Oh, Swamp Thing.
Yeah, and
I'm like, Constantine. He went to hell. It's gotta be Constantine.
went to hell to get his girlfriend back and what have you, and the whole sort of esoteric aspect of there being this kind of spirit that was the Swamp Thing in reality, and the underworld and what have you, and that whole saga. I've got all of the reprints, or I think it's 11 or 12 of them, and they're a real roller coaster ride, and they're very emotional. I think they're beautiful books, very deep.
You guys, I'm gonna go away now. I'm so
okay.
No problem.
You don't like us anymore. That's okay.
I do, but I have to be a mom now. Russ, I loved meeting you.
That's fine.
And
it was
I
great.
love talking with you, and I hope that we can all chat again soon.
That would be great.
Either online or privately.
Yeah. Just hook me up anytime. And it was a real pleasure speaking to you. Lovely to meet you, and hopefully we'll do it again.
Yeah, because I'm not going to let you guys forget the romance anthology is happening. It's on. It's happening.
Like
all right.
Aaron, do you want me to add you to my messenger list for the live stream? Because, you know, I'd be happy to have you on sometime.
Yeah, I do, because the only problem is I'm usually like awake till 3 a.m. I sleep till my son gets up for school, and then I go back to bed. So but if I know it's happening, I might stay up for you, Marsh. I'd stay up for
That,
you.
and also if you just happen to be up, you can always
Yeah.
jump. So.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
no,
my
please.
timings are all over the place because I'm in another country.
You're like what, 7 hours ahead or
It's 5 hours from East Coast, I think.
5 hours from East Coast?
Yeah.
It's 8:01 a.m. here, Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah, I got 1 o'clock here. Yeah.
Okay, 5. That's not bad. All right, yes, please do. And Peter, I hope you reach 2 grando by the time I wake up. And if not, dude, you kicked ass. I'm so proud of you.
Thank you.
Yay!
Thank you so much.
Oh, of
Thank you
course,
for
yeah.
being a big part of it. And
Well, I had
Yeah.
no choice. You named me executive producer, so I was sort of like screwed. But yeah, no, it's awesome. So I'm looking forward to all the new good things, and I'll talk to you guys soon, okay?
all right. Very
Cheers.
cool.
All right, bye.
See ya. Bye.
Right. Now a moment of silence. No. Let's see. Oh, I guess chat. We're caught up in chat. I'm going over to my Facebook. I guess I'm not missing much happening elsewhere. I just making sure it's like sometimes I go back and there's like 12 messages. I'm like, what happened? I'm probably actually going to be taking another break soon. I'm starting to feel the effects.
Yeah, I'm sure you are. I could do with taking some time actually. So
I might have to hold down the fort here.
yeah. Okay. So, are you good for 10 minutes, Marshall?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Good. I just making sure, like, because then nobody will be here.
Yeah, I'm for another 2 hours here, so I'll be good.
Okay. Great. All right. So I'll be back in 10. I think one of my animals wants to come in. I got to do other stuff. But yeah, this has been great. Talk about whatever you want. It's your floor.
All right, religion and politics. Here we go. All right, Russ, you gonna hang around for the next 10 minutes, please?
Yeah, I'll wait till we'll do a baton change. I'll wait till Peter comes back and then I'll go do my thing.
So, are you kind of a big fan of like the MCU, like all of us, or?
Yeah, that's complicated because I do enjoy the films, and I have to say that the first time the first Avengers film, I sat open mouthed like a child because it was what you'd always wanted as a kid, what you didn't realize you didn't want, if you know what I mean. You wanted to see these characters taken off the pages and put on the screen and done so well, and it was up there and being done, but it wasn't the comics. I appreciate the current set of Marvel films, the last 10 years. I really appreciate them because they were quite true to the source material. They certainly respected the source material, and they gave heroes proper villains. So it wasn't like the old Spider-Man TV series where all they were was up against bank robbers, which there's nothing wrong with. Superheroes are supposed to stop bank robbers. That's great. But it gave you that sort of cosmic scale that Marvel was so good at. And I loved the films for that. I think they did a fantastic job, but they still aren't the comics. They're still not Bronze Age comics to me. So I like them for what they are, but they're not the real deal. They're a great facsimile, and they're wonderfully done, and they're great fun to watch, and I do thoroughly enjoy them, and I've got them all on DVD, but they aren't the real thing. I think that's the only way I can describe it.
So speaking about that, you do talk about the Bronze Age a lot. Maybe we could dig a little bit into that. Now,
Yeah, I bore people with
Age
it.
would be um, that's is that what is that, like the 70s, basically 60s,
Yeah,
70s?
it's the end of the 70s. I think technically the Bronze Age kind of started early 70s. The
Oh,
Silver Age was before that, but my time, which was stuck solely in completely in the center of that, I started buying. I started receiving comics around 75, and I started buying my own comics around 77, 78, and that would have been when I started buying Spider-Man comics and what have you. My first real love was Captain Britain, which was a Marvel UK comic, which introduced obviously Captain Britain, but it had reprints of Fantastic Four and Nick Fury, Agent of Shield, and Avengers, and all other kinds of stuff in there. From effectively, I would imagine it was like late 60s, early 70s. So it bridged those two, the Silver and the Bronze Age. And I love the artwork. It's very much a thing from my past. It's very much what I love most because it's nostalgia to a degree. I can't say that the Bronze Age is better than every other age. I can't say that. What I'm saying is it means most to me as on a personal level.
so I kind of feel like this maybe the Bronze Age, and definitely correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like maybe the Bronze Age is kind of that like transition from kind of the goofiness and wonky of maybe the Silver Age to the Frank Miller era, the kind of
without
dirty.
a doubt. Yeah, there's a book, Arlen Schumer, I think his name is. I spoke to him a while ago, and I bought his book, and it's the I can't remember the exact title of it actually. Is it the Golden Age? I can't remember. It's talking about the Silver Age of comics. It might just be the Silver Age of comic books. That might be the title actually, and it's a brilliant book, and it describes how things sort of moved and how people like Neil Adams and what have you kind of started to change the industry and change the kind of comics and the depth of stories and what have you. And you're absolutely right. It's like a segue in between the kind of goofy stuff, pants on the outside and all the rest of it, where people were still wearing their underwear on the outside of their trousers in the Bronze Age, but there were more current themes. And I still think though it had its basis in fun storytelling. I mentioned before, romance instead of sex, and action instead of violence. It got the messages across. It created a great universe for you to play in with the different comics where you went from one title to another. But at the same time, it gave you a good solid story to get your teeth into. Although I must be honest, I'm very much an art person, and I tended to just look at the pictures most of the time. So don't try and sort of, anybody out there that tries to pick me up and there was politics in this issue, or there was, what about the cosmic journey in this issue, or it's like I don't know, I just like the pictures. And occasionally I would read the stories, and the stories said something to me. So I read all the Captain Britain stuff. I read a lot of the Fantastic Four. I read all the Nick Fury. And then beyond there, I went on to read a lot of Avengers and what have you, and a bit of Spider-Man. But that doesn't mean I know all this stuff. That I'm not an encyclopedia. I just love comics as a medium. So
Yeah. It's interesting too, and I'm curious, like maybe what your experience is, because I have a lot of friends in the UK. One of them who I've talked to about this before was Fue Storm, but it's kind of different too, like growing up and being a comic fan in the UK, because you guys get like a small percentage of the comics that we get in America as far as American comics go, I think. Is that correct? And you don't
Yeah,
have like comic shops, or well, now I think now you do, but maybe you didn't grow up having comic shops so much, or
no, I mean, but to be honest, when I was growing up, it was all direct market. Newsstand, and then went to direct market when they got involved with Diamond or what have you. So when I would imagine in 77, 78, when I was buying Captain Britain, that was Marvel UK rather than Marvel America. But that was direct to news agents and what have you. And I just went in and picked up my copy. I didn't go to a comic shop. I'm not sure if there were comic shops around then. I don't think there were. But and then also you could pick up imported American comics at newsagents. Some newsagents would import American comics. But then it went to comic shops, sort of, I suppose it was in the 80s. I didn't go to any comic shops until I was in my early 20s, to be honest. So that was early 90s. And then I would frequent some quite famous comic shops, like Forbidden Planet and what have you. But then they started to pop up. And then Panini UK, I think, who they in some way managed to get the license for publishing Marvel comics over in the UK and in Europe, and they got that through buying Marvel UK, I believe. I don't know exactly, but it was some kind of convoluted way of doing it, which is why they do all the reprints now. So they reprint all the Marvel stories and they bring them out in a format to sort of stores, like general stores and news agents and that kind of thing over here. Just supermarkets, like where you buy your groceries, they'll have magazine racks, and Panini will have books on there.
right? You mentioned a lot of times that Captain Britain was a big part of like the beginning of you getting into comics. I'll be honest, I've always known it was around, but I've never even, I don't think I've even ever looked at a Captain Britain, sadly, Captain Britain comic. I mean, it's always, like I said, it's been around. I just, I haven't seen it too much though, but yeah, I don't know. How is that? Is that like they have some good stories in there?
Yeah, I mean, I would say, in all fairness to Captain Britain and the people that have worked on him since his first run, because he's been he was parts of the Knights of Pendragon, also had an association with the X-Men because of his sister. So, but really, he's sort of like B-list, C-list. He's not up there with, Spider-Man and Captain America, really. But he was British and he was unique to us. And
was it written by British people, like, and drawn by, or was it? Do you know?
No, I think it was American. There's some because John Buscema did a run on Captain Britain, and there were like there was some quite comedic portions where you had British police, and one of them was wearing a trilby or something, and he looked very American. And some of the things that they said, I can't remember who the scriptwriter was at the time, but some of the script was very Americano, and it didn't work quite well. But you didn't care because I was like 9 years old or whatever it was, and getting myself stuck into Marvel Comics. I didn't care. It didn't matter. It was a great story. It was good fun. Oh, and by the way, it was Captain Britain. It's like, yeah, I'll do that. But it was from there. That was my gateway, as it were. I started buying Captain Britain, and then from there, I would buy Spider-Man and Avengers comics. I've got a whole bunch of Savage Sword of Conan, and then I also started buying 2000 AD. Do you know that?
Oh yeah.
2000 AD and Judge Dredd and what have you. So it just basically, that was my gateway in, and then from there I bought so much. I've always loved Batman. I suppose a lot of comic strip artists all say that, but I've not been that into the DC comics, to be honest. Superman, I know I'm going to get shot down in flames for this. He always seemed a little bit overpowered for me, but you know, if I was a better writer or a better creative, maybe I wouldn't see that. But it just didn't touch with me, whereas Batman did, and it was always Marvel for me, really. I think it's because Marvel's just it's kind of crazy, isn't it? It says they claim to be showing you the world outside your door, but it isn't. It isn't really. It's crazy, but it's but that age, that Bronze Age. So sort of by the time I started buying comics and the reprints that I was getting in those comics, you know, right up into well into the 90s when I was buying comics again. That whole period is just a period of great fun stories, you know, and I love the whole period. I like the 90s stuff as well. Some of it's a bit over the top, but I certainly think that, you know, I love Jim Lee's work, and people are sometimes surprised to hear me say that, but I think his work is astounding. And then, of course, there was a whole bunch of clones, artistic clones that popped up around Jim Lee.
Yeah, like
but,
every them pretty much.
yeah. But still, you know, there was some great work out there and some good comics. So yeah, I think I've got a fairly broad library of comics, but I do like that time, and I think I focus on that time partly because of my own nostalgia, and partly because I like the idea of telling fun, simple stories. And I also think that the mainstream have lost the youth market. Part of that is because they're not in newsstands, because they're not readily available to everybody, and that's a terrible thing to have done. And partly because in the 90s comics went dark, and as much as I enjoyed them in the 90s, they started to forget that youth market, along with the fact that they weren't providing those comics to newsstands anymore, and so they've kind of lost out on that. And I like the all ages comics that don't talk down to kids and still give you a fantastic story. And that's what the Bronze Age pretty much was doing, and I think that's why I'm attracted to it so much.
Yeah, I could see that. It makes sense that the Bronze Age is like kind of a special era. You know, it's almost like it's a snapshot of kind of what the best of comics kind of could be. I don't know. It's like right before the deconstruction, and
yeah,
but more sophisticated than the goofy stuff, which it's a mature version. It's a matured version, but you know, before it got corrupted, you know, type of thing.
Definitely.
I like what you say. Like it's serious comics. Like it's still like I remember, you know, Green Lantern, Green Arrow getting together, Neil Adams. There's still goofy characters, but within a serious story that takes itself, you know, kind of serious a little bit, and tries to give you a story worthwhile. And yeah, it's like that stuff is better than a lot of stuff that followed that, you know, was under the reign of dark stories. My cat's freaking out. She's either a ball of energy or something's going on. But yeah, there was a lot of great stuff. I mean, I love the you know, he didn't do much, but Jim Stranko on his Nick Fury run, Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., is just psychedelic comics.
It's madness. Yeah, love it.
Yeah,
love it.
Yeah, it was gorgeous to look at. I mean, if anything, and it's like I almost didn't care what the story was or whatever. It was just like pure beauty, illustrated in front of your eyeballs.
No, definitely. That, I mean, Jim Steranko's stuff is it's iconic the way that it looks. I mean, I think more than probably anybody else, Jim Steranko followed in the footsteps of Jack Kirby.
Yep.
simply because he was so bold and different, and it was all about the style, and that was, you know, to take away the fact that how creative Jack Kirby was as a writer and as a character developer, just on the purely on the artistic level. I think Steranko was kind of, you know, taking that a step further, as it were, and he produced some amazing artwork and truly distinctive artwork. You know, like you can pick out a Kirby, you can pick out a Steranko in any day of the week, and that's what's really important.
Yes, most definitely. It's funny. I was watching Crowdfunding Comics because they were doing a shout out for retro earlier, and Billy Tucci was talking about conventions from the '90s, and he mentioned this like New York back in the day used to have these huge Phil Suling conventions. And right after he stopped, there was a break where there was nothing available, and some people just like band together and put together a convention quickly, and it was actually the basement of a church that this convention was being held at, and I went there. And I remember walking in and seeing a bunch of my friends, and I was like, okay, you know, my table's supposedly in back. I'm going to set up, and people started telling me Jim Strangle's here. I was like, oh, that's cool, you know. And they're like, well, he's looking for you. I was like, what? What do you mean? What are you talking about? No, he was asking for you. It was like, you sure then he's not talking about my brother? You know, I think my brother knows him or something. He's like, no, Jim Strangle's looking for you. I was like, holy cow. and it was like, yeah. But no, it turned out like, you know, there was like these separate rooms. I don't know, whatever the church basement was holding or whatever. And he was in one of them, and I eventually found him and went up to him and said, hey, I'm Peter Palmiotti. I heard you're looking for me. And he's like, yeah. I wanted to say hello. I heard you're a big fan and just wanted to chat with you a little bit. And I was like, I'm so honored, man. I love your work. And, you know, it's whatever goofy thing I said, but he's such a character, and it is like, you know, I spoke to him a couple of times since then. And he's one of those guys I always remember. Like he told me that time, and even afterwards, he's like, you should just do your own books, man. Just get your own characters out there. And
wow,
you know,
even back then,
yeah, even back then, because like, you know, he's done his own books. I mean, Chandler. It's like I've never been a fan of pencils not inked, you know, especially being an inker. But Chandler, which was, you know, basically a printed book of pencils, you know, that were colored over or whatever, is gorgeous stuff. And I mean, it was like mostly tight, so you wouldn't even know. But, and his he did a movie adaptation of a movie, Sean Connery movie called Outland.
Oh yeah,
and I thought that was freaking gorgeous. It was very bizarre, and not a lot of people understood.
I didn't know he'd done that. That's like it's a murder mystery in space, isn't it? Outland.
Yep. He did the graphic movie adaptation. You know,
I'm gonna have to look that up.
Yeah, it's really interesting work. It's very, very Stranko. But yeah, I mean, he's done a small amount of work, but with a huge impact.
Yeah.
But you know, he in his total career, he's done so many different things. So
Maybe that's a conventioning technique we can use. Tell people we're looking for them to tell people that and they'll come to the table.
Yeah, it worked for me.
Sean Connery Outland. No. I can't find it on Amazon.
I'm sure you. Yeah, just look up Jim Stranko.
Yeah.
You know, probably Jim Stranko Wikipedia lists everything he's done, and
Several French versions.
yeah.
Maybe I just buy the French version. It doesn't matter, does it?
It might be a bigger edition, you know, like size wise. It's always nice to see the art bigger.
Yeah, there's one here of that's Raiders of the Lost Ark, I think, with Outland adaptation. L'adaptation officielle Pastorenko. Oh, there you go. And that's all in one book, and I might just buy that for the hell of it, because I can't read French, but it'll have his artwork in it.
Hey, yeah, it almost doesn't matter. It's like
no,
yeah, yeah. I mean, you know, back in the day, Stranko had his own magazine, Premiere, I believe it was called, something like that.
Wow.
Where it was like movies and comics, and I mean, that's where I first saw like the paintings he did behind the scenes for Raiders of the Lost Ark, the first Indiana Jones movie. And yeah, that stuff was gorgeous. And that's, I mean, you know, Indiana Raiders of the Lost Ark is the only movie I saw in the theater like twice in a row. It's like I went to see it with my dad, and I was so blown away because I was hyped by seeing in the magazine like the paintings and the sort of his designs of the character and all that, and reading interviews with Spielberg and stuff.
I didn't realize. You taught me something. I didn't realize how involved he was in that.
Yeah. And then as soon as the movie was done, I was like, I want to see this again. And my dad was like, I'm too tired. I'll let you stay here though. You know, he went home. He was like, I'll pick you up after it's done.
Back when you could just sit in the cinema and wait for the film to be turned around.
Yeah. It was the only time I ever did that. But it was like, I love this movie, and I've seen it so many times since then. But Stranko, he's definitely like a big impact influence on me, not only through his art, but you know, his career. And I loved his magazine, talking about movies and talking about comics, and his interviews were really good. And so yeah, overall, I mean, especially like back then, movie adaptation, like comic movie adaptations were like really bad. They were just like, there weren't many that were good. And his stood out for Outland. Walt Simonson's Alien was another great one.
Right.
There were very, very few that were good back then, because most people didn't care. When Mike Mignola did Dracula, that was great.
Oh, that was a cracking book. Yeah.
Just, you know, you were talking about like the 70s with Marshall before. You know, it's like I liked everything that was coming out at the time, but I thought as a decade of comics, when I was living in it, I thought it was a little boring. But the more I've looked back over the decades, the more I realized that I love so much that happened at that time, and yearn for a lot of that kind of to be back. I mean, that's the whole thing behind retro is like, maybe you'll see the influence or maybe you won't. That's time to be determined. But
I think the influence is obvious. You can see
yeah,
it in the way that you're drawing. Obviously, I haven't seen any of the story yet, but the way that you're
yeah.
drawing is so it instills that sense of action and movement. It's excellent. I really like it.
Thanks. But yeah, I have a real love of so many comics of that time, and yeah, I'm more of a Marvel fan of comics back then, and yeah, I appreciated Batman, and I read some DC. I didn't really collect them. Um, I would say I'm more of a fan of Superman, although they never really, most people didn't write him right. Um, but I think artists like Jerry Ordway. I don't know if you know Jerry Ordway.
No,
Um,
off the top of my head.
if you ever find an issue of Superman done by Jerry Ordway, that's what I consider a great issue of Superman.
Right. Okay.
Visually speaking, it's just more beautiful style of work. Hey, Marsh is back. I think he dropped out. But yeah, definitely a fan of a lot of what was happening in Marvel, and it's like Neil Adams. I mean, Neil Adams did a bunch of X-Men issues, did a bunch of Avengers issues, and those really stand out because they were really taking what was ordinary in comics before then, and really like making powerful comics, visually powerful comics, really mind-blowing stuff. It was something like was it Ant-Man and the Vision? I don't know, some Avengers splash page that Neil Adams drew. It's burned into my memory without me remembering exactly what it was the image of.
No, I know exactly what you mean. You can't place the position, but it's the image is always with you.
Yeah, it is like I think Ant-Man was in the Vision or some weird effect or something. But yeah, I mean, I always liked Neil Adams' work, and it's always powerful and beautiful at the same time. And
yeah. It's one of those. He's one of those artists that you don't want to copy, but you hope to emulate in some way because of what he brings to his art. You think, if I could just do a portion of that, I'd be happy with that.
There's definitely like artists like Bill Sienkiewicz, who is very, very, very Neil Adams like in the beginning of his career, like when he was on Moon Knight. Developed his own approach on top of like sort of being a Neil Adams clone, and became a fantastic artist unto himself.
Yeah, in his own right.
Yeah. I guess he dropped out again. Yeah, he's working.
Yeah, he's doing a proper job.
Yeah. But yeah, it looks like everything's quiet out there. Let me go check the chat. See if we got any new people. And I didn't see a lot last time I looked. Yeah, Van said, gotta hit the hay. I'm stoked to get retro in my hands. Peter, you're doing some really cool, exciting stuff. Keep rocking it, man. I think that was the last comment. Sometimes it takes a while for my chat to catch up. But Daniel says hello again. They're just old people like me, I think. Yeah, it's like,
Yes, on Peter's show.
you know, it's like, yeah. I mean, I really, I really jumped this on people. Like, hey, I'm all of a sudden I'm doing a 5-day Kickstarter, and hey, I'm doing these crazy, insane long streams. It's like, it didn't really promote it as well as I could have, but you know, it's like people can catch this afterwards at any time.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of people do watch them later. You know, listen to it while they're working or whatever.
Exactly. Yeah, you listen to a lot of videos while you're working, don't you?
Yeah,
I think we all do that.
yeah. It's definitely like, when I listen to really good ones, I get totally lost in my work while I'm listening to them. You know, a lot of Marshall streams.
Yeah, I like making those long ones because I know how it is. You know, it's nice when you don't have to keep switching from video to video. You know.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I like to get lost in the conversation, a good conversation going.
The other day I was talking to Russ on the stream, and I put so much detail into the freaking ripped up shirt of Heroes. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, you were on it that day. Yeah.
I'm definitely going to have to either simplify some of that and erase some lines, or I'll have to go in with color, and you know, maybe that'll help separate it and stuff, you know, to make it less busy in that little area.
It's so easy to get carried away. That's the trouble.
Yeah, it's kind of fun to draw like folds. I mean, I was meaning to go kind of crazy with it because I wanted to bring like an old like Sam Keith like Marvel Comics Presents cover type of style to it. Like I'm totally gonna have like, you know, the phone cord, you know, fabric kind of ripped and shredded down, you know, below him and stuff. And I just wanted to go kind of nuts with it, but I don't know if I want to go that nuts on the chest. But
Are you talking about the hero piece
yeah,
you're doing?
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I've seen that. Yeah, it looks cool.
Still working on it. Got a lot of work to do on it.
I saw what was it? Muttman on Twitter made a comment about it.
Yeah. I deliberately put some Liefeld stuff in there. I threw a couple pouches on there and made some crazy guns that don't exist.
Yeah.
So, because Dan is a fan of Liefeld, so I don't know. I was thinking about maybe making like a Liefeld style version, and then maybe switching out the guns and making like a different style too. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's like I love extreme stuff. I mean, you know, like artists that just go nuts. Who was it? Like there was a Spawn artist. I think his name was Angel Medina. His stuff was off the wall, like crazy detail, bizarrely shaped people and creatures, and it was just fun. You know, it's
I
like I
don't
didn't.
think that one. I'd like to check that out.
Yeah, it's like I didn't care what the story was. It was just pretty to look at.
That's pretty much that's like sums up the, you know, 90s image comics basically, except for some of
Yeah.
it wasn't so pretty, but you know.
Definitely. I mean, you know, it's like with Spawn and Todd McFarlane. I mean, you know, like he hired some really great people along the way. It's like at least I thought so.
I heard Greg Capullo's coming back to Spawn.
Is he? I'm not even keeping track. You know, I keep thinking it restarted or stopped at some point. I don't know why. I think it did, but
he kept going. They're about to hit, or they're either about to hit or they just hit. I think 300 issues.
that's pretty incredible.
Yeah.
Savage Dragon passed that, I believe. I forget now.
Dragon is destroying everybody when it comes to his issue count.
And it's like I love Eric Lawson, but I think I love Eric Lawson Marvel stuff much better than what he's done. It's like I do love a lot of Savage Dragon, but I think he put more effort into the art when he was at Marvel.
Funny because when he talks about it, he looks back on the Marvel stuff and he says he doesn't like it as much. But I love his Spider-Man. Like that was
Yeah. And it might have been because he was part of a team. I forget if he penciled and inked himself on that, or if he had inkers. Maybe the colorist was better. I don't know. But
I think you're right though. Like he, he's working for Marvel. He's, he probably it wasn't his own thing. Like you can kind of relax when it's your own thing and take a lot more creative license. So I think he does. Like you can tell that he put more effort, I think, into making sure it was a well done professional, comic, and I think you could tell, in the Marvel stuff. Even though I do actually love a lot of his experiments and all the things he's been doing with Savage Dragon. But yeah, I totally agree.
yeah, I mean, it's like I definitely read the first, I don't even know, 100 issues. And I'll probably at some point go back to it and read a lot more of it. It's like at the very least, he is highly entertaining. The book is highly entertaining.
Inspiring about
yeah.
him, he's like he's still a kid just making up crazy stories for fun. Like that's what he does, and he's highly influenced by Kirby. And I mean, those two things combined, I mean, the only thing that I don't love is sometimes I really like his stuff and I like him for that, but he's got an online presence, which is not always the funnest presence. And then sometimes it is though, because he'll actually interact with you, which is cool. But then he also interjects his politics pretty heavily.
I think we're losing Marsh.
I think we're losing you, Marsh.
Oh, yeah, I'm in and out of good signal sometimes.
Didn't hear much after you said about his politics.
Yeah, something about.
That was pretty much kind of the end of it. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I used to read like, he's pretty famous for, like, he had the Savage Dragon pages, which were whatever, 21 pages, 22 pages, and then the rest of it were letters pages, and he'd just go on and on after, like, somebody's letter, then he'll write a reply, and it was like just pages and pages of letters and replies. Pretty extensive, especially for an indie comic. I don't remember him being political, although I do remember some people getting upset, maybe a little bit, about some stuff he was saying in the letters page, but I don't remember too much about that.
I think it's just Twitter. I think people say things on Twitter that they wouldn't say to someone's face.
Yeah.
I'm not accusing him directly. I'm just saying Twitter in general.
Yeah.
I think it makes it too easy to become angry and abusive at another person. When they're standing in front of you, there's more likelihood, I think, that you're going to have a reasoned conversation. And Twitter, I think, brings out the worst in people.
Yeah. I mean, I know. Like, actually, when I was, I mentioned crowdfunding comics and how I was watching the show earlier, and they would talk about like YouTube is like definitely known for having some people who are not so nice, and they're like getting flack from certain people, and how Billy was saying like, well, it's like they're not going by their real names, and they could say anything and not
That's
get
no good.
busted on it. It's like
No. I think if you're honest and you're open and you're reasonable, you will be able to talk to others, and other people will find you engaging. There's obviously, the elephant in the room is people like Ethan Van Sciver and what have you. And I'll be honest, I've listened to a few of his or watched a few of his shows. I've asked him a couple of questions. I don't want anybody telling me I can't talk to this man. I don't want anybody telling me he's some kind of Nazi, because I don't believe he is. That doesn't mean I agree with everything he says. Far from it. I should be able to go and watch his video and go, yeah, that was funny, or no, actually, that was a bit distasteful. I don't want to watch that. And it should be the same no matter what I go and watch or who I go and speak to. I should be able to have an informed opinion and not be told what I should think about said people. So Ethan Van Sciver has got this following, and it's very much an anti-mainstream following, if you like. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's what he wants to do. That's fine. But I think as far as something that we're doing, it's not about holding the center ground. That's not what I'm after. I'm not after politics at all. All I'm interested in is comics and comic strip art. I don't care what drives you to make the comics. I want to read the comics. I want to see the art. So, I can respect Ethan Van Sciver's perspective and all the other, guys like Doug TeNapel and all the rest of it. I absolutely love Doug TeNapel's work, by the way. And I'll be buying the Earthworm Jim book, and I bought the other one. And that's not because I agree with him. It's because I like the book. Yeah. And the great thing about what we're doing here, I believe, and what you are doing, Peter, and what Marsh does, is that you focus on the art. You focus on the stories and the creativity and bring people together around that. And that's what's most important.
Yeah. It's like, I know how like YouTube works, and I know what can get me 1 million subscribers.
Yeah.
and it's like, it's not only what you do, it's what you don't do that,
Yeah, definitely.
And it's like, yeah, I want 1 million subscribers, but there's things I won't do to get them.
No, that's fair enough. I won't either, Peter. But that doesn't mean I should stop doing. So, for instance, I also bought is it Richard Meyer's book?
Right.
What's it called? I can't remember the name of it now. I bought his book and I did a review on it because I wanted to find out for myself what was in it. I didn't want someone with an opinion about him to give me a review because it was muddied by their views of him, whether those views were correct or incorrect. You see, I just wanted to find out for myself. And actually, I got a spike in hits simply because I'd reviewed his book.
Right.
And it's like, I didn't want to do it for that. I just wanted to give my opinion.
Yeah.
But I can see what you're saying. If you shout and you shout certain things really loudly, you will get more subscribers. And that's not necessarily what we're here to do.
Yeah. It's like, I watched, before he really blew up, I watched Ethan's videos, and I was like, I was aware when he was brand new on YouTube, and I watched some of his early stuff, and I was like, oh, this is cool, or this is weird, or this is wacky, because I knew Ethan from back in the day, when he first did his Cyberfrog. Let's see, I went to the Sin City premiere in New York, and he was there, like, Frank Miller, and I was there, and my brother was there, and a bunch of people. Anyways, like, Ethan at the like after party came up to me and was like, I don't know how to approach Frank. I want to say hello. I don't know. I was like, just go up to him, dude. Just it's like, and then when he was first working up at DC, he asked me to do an inking sample or something or another on a piece of his, because he wanted me to ink his work up there. Unfortunately, the higher ups didn't want me on on books, so it didn't work out. But so it's like, I didn't consider him a friend per se, but he's an acquaintance, and I thought he was a cool guy, and I still think he's a cool guy. I don't really follow a lot of what he does or any of it at the moment. I'm too busy, but to each his own. Like,
Exactly.
I watched one or two videos, and I thought it's just extremely weird. And that's not for me. It's like, it's like I want to focus on what I'm focusing. I mean, I do weird stuff. I admit that, but I don't make it a regular thing. It's
No,
like
I know what you mean. It's like some of it was quite fun in a kind of a sort of some guys getting around having a beer and having a chat, and there was some fun stuff in it. But then there were other things that were kind of very adversarial, and there was obviously a fight going on between those guys and a whole bunch of Twitter people. And it was like, wow, I don't want any of this. I just want to read a comic or look at the artwork or be impressed by a comic strip artist. I'm not into the fight. I don't want to fight. Like, what's going on?
And I'll tell you about something that happened recently. Because there's like, because of that movement, which is like, when it comes right down to it, it's a bunch of people writing and drawing and creating independent comics. I'm behind that, regardless of where it comes from.
Yeah.
And not too long ago, it's like every once in a while, I throw like invites out to somebody's page on Facebook. Because it's like I got 5,000 close personal friends on Facebook. And it's like I'll help this guy's page out because it's like I looked at their stuff and I like what they do, blah blah blah. And a friend of mine, like one of my close friends said, I don't like what you did. You should never send me invites to these group of people. And I'm like, what do you mean?
What group of people?
And we got into a discussion, and I was actually heated, and he realized I was heated. And it's like, I'm not going to curate. If that's somebody you don't want to follow, then don't like the page.
Yeah.
It's like, but I can't curate. It's like, I will curate people at my wedding because I don't want a brawl to break out. But if I'm inviting you to a page and you don't want to go to that page, fine.
Don't go.
Don't go to the page.
Yeah. No, that's exactly it. And it's like, I think over at Crowdfunding Comics, that was what the argument was with Billy Tucci recently. And his response was, if you don't mind me cussing, I'm Billy fucking Tucci. What's your problem? and that was the way it should be responded. It's like, just get off my back, dude. All I'm doing is these people are coming in. They've got a crowdfunding thing going on, and we're helping everybody, all independent comic creators, to get crowdfunding and do what they're doing. If you don't like their politics and they don't like yours, that's nothing to do with me.
Yeah.
Or nothing to do with Billy or whatever. It's like, this was about a crowdfunding a comic. That's all. It's not even a political comic.
Yeah.
It's just like, just chill out.
Yeah, it's like there's plenty of movie stars, like they're on the big screen, and we have visions of what they are in real life. And who really knows what they're like or whatever? You know, we're told in the rags, we're told in the newspapers and online and in the TV, but who really knows?
No.
And it's like, are you going to love or hate a movie based on what they're like in real life? You know, it's like,
Yeah.
it's like I feel bad because, you know, like people like Mel Gibson was totally beloved, and now he's totally hated or whatever. I don't even know the full story. I don't even know part of the story. But I know like people's opinions were turned, you know, 180 degrees because of whatever went down.
Yeah.
And maybe it's a valid reason, maybe it's not, whatever, you know, it's like, that's his livelihood, and you know, he's still got to make a living. I mean, yeah, you know, realize like he's probably a multimillionaire, but I think he's got a big family. He's probably paying most of that in alimony at this point. But you know, it's just,
yeah. Why?
Yeah,
Why do that? I know it's like so I suppose the argument for me to say, for instance, I went out and bought Cyberfrog. Say I haven't got it yet because obviously he hasn't finished it yet, and someone might say to me, well, why are you doing that? And I'll say, because all I'm interested in is the comic. Separate the art and the artist, and that's the end of it. And then their response might be, yeah, but would you buy a comic from Hitler? And it's like, that is such a massive jump. Of course I wouldn't buy Hitler's comic. You know, like I know who Hitler is, and I know what he did, and I know what he was about, and I wouldn't buy anything from him. Like,
and it's,
you know, nothing.
It's always the most extreme example too.
Exactly. And it's like, there's no way on earth that Ethan Van Sciver is some kind of Nazi. I'm sorry, but that's just stupid. He might be, you know, he's certain, I could guarantee you right now, he'd be right of my politics, you know, but I'm not interested in talking politics to him or what he thinks or any of those things. All I'm interested in is that Cyberfrog comic good or not? Just, you know, buy the comic.
The guy made what, $500,000 on his campaign. I'm sure the quality of the book is pretty good.
Yeah,
you know,
it looks pretty good. Yeah,
you get your money's worth.
Yeah, and that Earthworm Jim book is going to be fabulous. I mean, Doug Naples done 200,000 already, apparently. But again, it's like I think we have to be careful about, you know, the reason Doug Naples has done 200,000 is because everybody knows who Earthworm Jim is.
Yeah,
he's already got a pre sort of plugged in awareness of his character. I know he did well with the one before. I think he did 100,000 with the one before, but all of that is down to the same thing that Ethan was doing, and that's getting those YouTube subscribers via a little bit of outrage, shall we say? Yeah, and it's like shock value, and they're getting those people in, and all power to them if that's what they want to do. I don't have a problem with shock jocks or anybody or any kind of comedy or any kind of.
I like some of them, you know.
Yeah.
Much like everything, it's like I'm not going to love everything.
No.
But you know, it's like, in fact, I'm Critias. Did I ever ask you? Critias is this guy who created a character, Detective Dad. He had an Indiegogo. He's part of the whole gang of people over there, you know. Right. And you know, Critias came to me and he asked me if I wanted to ink a story for him, and I am. And it's you know, Detective Dad versus Bigfoot Bill, which is Doug Naples' character.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's awesome. I'm like stoked to be working on it.
Yeah.
And it's like, Chris is the sweetest guy, the easiest guy to work with. You know, it's like, but I am my own unit. You know, I am not part of anything but me.
Yeah.
You know, it's like I'm behind people making comics. I'm behind, you know, and you know, I love Doug's work. I tried watching his show, and he's done great shows, and he's done shows I would never watch in a million years. You know?
Yeah,
but,
exactly. Yeah.
But you know, it's like I don't blame him or whatever. You know, do your thing, be yourself.
Yeah.
You know?
Exactly. And I think people need to just like
relax.
Relax. Yeah, just relax. And if you don't agree with someone, that's fine. You know, I've never been that way. I'm so much more interested in what I'm doing and what other people are doing similar to me. I'm not interested about their thought process. I'm sure that there's plenty of people that I've watched on the TV that I thought, oh, that was a good program, who I'd never agree with their politics or even the way they run their lives. But it's not for me to say. So.
It doesn't even come up in most occasions. You know, it's like
it seems to have occurred in comics over the last few years. And
well, I think it's like it's even beyond comics. It's like this whole society is becoming super sensitive. Yada yada yada. I don't care. But
it's because we live in an environment where we don't want for much.
Yeah.
And so because of that, we kind of make problems up. I'm not saying that all problems are made up. Obviously there are many problems in the world, but you know, we do live in an environment where, you know, we don't have to run from lions. We don't have to worry about the water hole. You know, we don't have to hunt our own food, and sometimes it lets the mind wander, I think.
Yeah. But yeah, it's like I just I think like definitely like the comic community. It's not like I'm saying like love everybody. It's like
no,
like, make your own choices, whatever. You know, you got to live with you. You know, it's like
it seems like when you go out like into the real world, you say you get a new job or you go into any new event or something, you know, when you see people around and you know, your goal is to try to get along with these people, to try to fit in and be friendly. And you never like sit there and, you know, kind of tally up, okay, well, what are your views on this political issue? You know, what do you think about religion? You know, no, you're just trying to find common ground and get along. But then you go on Twitter and it's like the to find a divisive thing and like harp on it. Like that's what the goal is. Like what?
I thought Twitter was all about communicating with people and getting on. No.
Yeah.
It's just not real life is what it is. Oh, the internet's a whole different beast, you know.
Yeah, that's why I'm like I don't mind the thought of being more focused on work upcoming, you know. And it's not like I've gotten so much, you know, negativity from the internet that you know, I got to clean my soul or something. No, it's just, you know, I mean, I'm doing it for the reason that I get more shit done. But you know, I am aware of the outskirts of what's happening, and you know, I'm just here doing things my way.
Yeah.
And you know, best of luck to everybody else.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's just I don't want any part of the fight. Doesn't mean I can't have an opinion on aspects of it, and it doesn't mean I can't listen to either side at any point in time. But I'm just like, to stop using energy on things that just don't make any sense. You know, just instead of fighting about stuff that's out there, make something new.
Yeah,
you know? Just leave it at that.
Well, that's the thing as creators, as artists and stuff. I mean, especially writing stories or drawing stories, like we literally, it's weird that any of us would fight because we literally have like a secret weapon anyways. Like make a awesome story that is the stuff that actually changes our culture, not bickering stuff. The
Yeah.
making stories is what changes culture. So why? Why
Yeah.
even get into it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
culture is built on stories. It's fireside stories written on cave walls. That's where the original comic was. It was the comic about the hunt, and that's what we're here to do. And I as much as I love things like the Marvel universe and what have you, there needs to be something new. It's been going on for a long time now, and I think there's room for new things. I think people are hungry for new characters and new worlds.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's the comic industry is weird in that way. Like we decide, okay, we like this character, now it's going to go on for forever and infinity. And it's like, that's not how any other industry works. Even
No.
Harry Potter, as big as that was, it has a beginning, a middle, and end. There's an end.
Yeah.
It's open to have an end.
God, please let there be an end.
Well, I mean, you look at Disney. Disney was built off of being the #1 animation studio, and it's it finally decided, okay, we have to change because that's not working for us anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so I mean, that's why we have such a great opportunity. I mean, there's a gap that's not being filled, and I think that's one thing with all of us. Like, I feel like when I'm watching all of this happen before my eyes, like the industry changing, I'm just like I'm running, trying to get to the point where I'm prepared and okay to to make my own thing happen. It's like I wish I was at a better place right now where I was prepared to take advantage of the situation and make my cool thing and see if people are into it.
Yeah, I know exactly how you feel on that one. I'm chomping at the bit to get my own thing out there because I see the opportunities, and I'm just not able to. But fortunately, because I'm busy, but it's still very frustrating. I think the industry is, whether like it or hate it, what's gone on in the past 2 or 3 years and the fight that's happened has actually created opportunities for people on either side of the fence, because crowdfunding has blown up. This wasn't happening 5 years ago. There were crowdfunded comics, but not in the way, not in the explosion that's happening currently.
Definitely. It's like there have been creators, independent comics since since I remember. There have been, maybe a lot harder for them, maybe a lot small runs, maybe a lot more people weren't aware of them. Not as in many comic shops. But yeah, it's definitely, like there's opportunity. Like, I mean, this is why I'm on Kickstarter today.
Yeah.
This is why it's like I'm not 100% prepared to do a great Kickstarter. I'm not 100% prepared because there's a more and more people doing Kickstarters. Oh, I'm totally done with my comic. I'm just getting funded so I could ship it. It's like, well, shit, I got to get a lot work done on this. But it's my experiment. Like, I'm doing a super short. This is my first solo Kickstarter. There's a lot of things. It's like, I don't know how a lot more people will think of my character retro. It's everything's sort of trial and error and experiment, and it's like, but I have confidence in my material and putting confidence that I'll put together a great finished product, and getting it out there, spreading the word. That's all a learning process. I'll do it better and better over time. I mean, that's how the small independent people grow. I mean, I remember Scotty Young early in his career. You know, he was just like some guy who was happy to do some doodles for people. You know, and now he's a big name in comics. You know, and there's plenty of people like that I can name and throw out there. It's like you gotta start somewhere, and it's like, Marshall, you haven't not done nothing. You've done plenty of mini comics. You've done amazing videos on your channel. You've grown your own community of people, and are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. No, it's true. I mean, this is like I said, it's the opportunity and stuff, and I understand that I've done a lot of activity and stuff, but I do want to, I'm chomping at the bit to get to the point where I'm producing, a nice, finished like book of my own that, is professionally done and stuff. And I mean, I'm not like super anxious. It's going to happen. It's in the work. But if I were somebody who had already had, a professional book behind them and already had, a certain skill level and whatnot, and it's just nice, like, to be in the place. Like, some people are kind of in that place already, and I would just say, like, start putting books out. Like, publish or perish is a real thing. Like, and the fact that you're doing this, Peter, even though you're not 100% done and stuff, I mean, you're getting in the game. Like, that's the most important thing. Show up, and it will only build from there.
Got to be in it to win it.
Yeah, it's like, I really like. I was ready last year, and you've been following me kind of closely enough. And then I've had all those technical issues, and everything got squashed and delayed, and I just put my mind to it. It's like, to do this little Kickstarter run, 5 days to work on the Kickstarter page leading up to it. I mean, I've gone days and weeks, just like, working around the clock, working every day of the week, not getting enough sleep, not eating right, not having enough money, just to get to this point. It's like, and I don't care what I have to do. I'm going to get this book and other books out there. I mean, it's like, I'm in it to get to where I want to be, because nobody's helping me along the way. Not one company, not one specific person I could work for, and they would help me with all the design and process and all that. I got to do this, and I got to do this. I got myself to rely on, and
the only person to blame if it doesn't happen is you.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, I got an immense amount of people supporting me. I got, 77 backers. I got people that want to see this. I got all that going for me, but it's only because I put myself in a position,
Yeah, you got to make it happen, and you make it happen.
And if it fails, it is my fault. But I'm happy to be here.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So, man, so we're rolling. Let's see, 9, 10, 11. I guess we're roughly 2 hours away. I know I got to pee right now, really hard. So I'm going to take a little break, but I'll be back, so you guys talk about something fun.
Pee break.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm just I'm looking forward to the future. I think there's no reason why we can't make it happen, and I really hope that you're able to find the time. I know you're working towards that stuff, so because I know whatever you put out, I can't wait. Like
Thank you.
art, it looks beautiful. I just can't wait to see what you come up with.
Well, the important thing is that these things are, they're a combination. They're not just a labor of love. They're also something that you consider to be a product worthy of people's attention.
Mm-hmm.
And just like Peter was saying, he wants to make money out of this. And it's, you're in the entertainment industry for all intents and purposes. And just like movies are out there to make money, they are well made and entertaining so that people come and pay money and sit in a seat. And so are comics. They should be well made and entertaining so that people want to buy them and read the stories. And that's the aim. So hopefully we can all do that.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Man, I'm driving through Boston right now.
Boston. All
Yeah.
right. Cool. Not been to Boston.
Yeah. Before it was kind of cool. We were talking about Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and stuff, and I was in Northampton, which is where they created Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Oh, right. I didn't know that. That's cool.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool place. They used to have there used to be a comic book museum there.
All right.
Younger, it was the first place. It was the only place I was able to find certain stuff, like even just Bristol board, like with that was lined out and stuff. Like that was the only place I ever found that back when I was a kid. And I remember picking up some Von Bodie books as well there, which is something that was hard to find back then. And he was also kind of a native to Northampton and did a lot of his work out from there. I don't know if you've ever heard of that guy or not.
No, I haven't.
He's not really famous, but he was in the world of kind of like let's see, like some of the old like what do you call it? Like underground comic creator stuff and kind of I think the 70s and maybe 60s. And he was in that realm of things. He did a book called Cheech Wizard and some other things, but he just has a really fun, like cartoony style, and a lot of graffiti artists emulated his style as well.
Oh, right, okay. I'd probably recognize that.
He's pretty inspirational, like to me, like because he kind of was one of these independent guys who just was like really. He was really innovative, and also like Stan Lee approached him. Stan Lee wanted him to work,
right.
And he was like, "No, I don't want to, work for some corporate thing that's like, he's like he respects that stuff, but he's like, you guys are gonna, I think he was trying to work out a deal with him, and he's like, no, you guys are gonna like steal my properties. I want to own them." And like you're not gonna give me a good deal that's worthwhile. So I kind of have a lot of respect for him for that.
Yeah, I mean, standing up against a company like that, and probably in the face of some quite healthy payments, I would imagine, if they were looking to do a deal with him, you've got to be sure of the value of your own property, haven't you?
Yep.
Because if somebody comes to you and says, okay, we're going to give you, 50 grand and we want you to come work for us and make some property for us, and we're going to keep paying you another 50 grand a year to do it, you'll be like, oh, wow, money. Yeah, great. But then you realize that those intellectual properties can earn millions. It's like, I've made the wrong decision. So, obviously, 0% of nothing is nothing, and you still have to take into account that when you're working with bigger companies, they have muscle that can get your work out there, which is obviously why some of us still go with publishers, as it was so rightly. If I put a book out and I make, if I'm lucky and I make $10,000 out of it to make the book, I'm going to be very happy about that. But if a publisher got hold of it and put that book on newsstands or put that book in Barnes and Noble or whatever, they might make 100,000 out of it. So they might then be able to give me 20,000. So you've got to pitch yourself just right. But at the same time, like that guy, that artist, was obviously very confident of his own work and wanted to stay pure to it. So, you know, all power to him.
Yeah, I think he would have had pretty good success too. He unfortunately he passed at a pretty early age, and his son Mark Bodie has actually kind of taken on his. He even kind of like draws in his style, and he did like at least one or two or a few Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles stories. He did the art for, and like back
cool.
Starting. So you know, his legacy kind of lives on, but in kind of an underground way. He was working with like Ralph Bakshi and stuff like that, doing some cool stuff. But you know, it's I think if he hadn't passed away, I think he would have maybe become something even more, you know, well known. It just is what it is.
Whew.
I know you're ready to get going at some point.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go and do some. I've got to. I've just been sitting here drawing while I've been, you know, chatting and that. But I'm gonna have to go and read a script and do some emails as well. And in typical male fashion, it's very difficult for me to do more than one or two things at once.
Yeah.
Multitasking is not something I do well.
Well, I'm back. Yeah, I've been listening to you guys, and yeah, you know, it's about creating opportunity sometimes for things that happen too. And Russ, man, I totally appreciate you coming around and chatting as much as been.
yeah, no problem. I'm like I said, I'm really just so pleased to be part of something a little bigger than just myself. And I think the fact that you're laying down sort of opportunities for everybody to come talk to each other, that's great. I'm loving it. So anytime I'll come in and chat if I'm around. You know, most of the time I'm chained to my desk. So.
I hear that. Well, you're doing great work. Keep it up, man.
Thanks, man. Right, I'm gonna shoot at that point.
Okay.
I'm gonna go get on, and good luck. Like I said, I want my comic, so I've obviously put some money in there, and I'll keep sharing it. Now we're up to getting very close now, aren't we?
It's 1942. We got 77 backers. That's pretty amazing as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
2 hours to go.
Yeah, you've gone past your goal, so that's brilliant. Anything else is bunts. Excellent. Okay, guys, really lovely to speak to you. And it was lovely to speak to Karen earlier as well.
Yes.
Oh, I'm in a bit of a stretch now. I'll see you again real soon. All right. Cheers, guys.
All right.
Bye.
Take care. Bye. I got some messages in the chat. Let me go over there. Daniel says, hello again. Just old people like me, I think. Maybe I said that before, I forget. Back for 15 minutes to watch while on break, Ronnie Gutner. Daniel says, welcome back, Ronnie. I'm getting tired of this one. Gerard will not always be, so it's a matter of time. Not sure. Sorry if I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sort of reading. Nothing like a nice wedding brawl. Okay, what I was talking about before. We live in sensitive times. Okay, yeah. and EJB is back, inspiring stuff, guys. It's really the kind of stuff that keeps me going. Yeah, it's like, it's if you're just a independent artist, writer, creator out there, it's not as easy, if as opposed to working for a big publisher and having more of a regular gig or a regular paycheck. You gotta find ways to make it work, and according, like along the lines of what I was saying before, there's plenty of ways to like make a splash, but it's what you're willing to do and what you don't want to do, and finding the balance within. I don't always think I'm on the line. I think sometimes I'm just like making a fool of myself or whatever. But it's like I really think I can do some great work, and I'm just like sort of trying to make a beeline for that. And yeah, like I said, as far as I'm concerned, I think this Kickstarter has done very well, and if this is it, then I'm totally satisfied, and I can't wait to get to work on this and other projects, and I really think once I get them done and out to the world, that there are people out there that will like it, and that's what it's all about when it comes down to it.
Sure.
Man, I'm so tired.
I wonder if you should try and put the link maybe in. Is there a lot of people in chat? Maybe somebody there would want to hang out.
It says 3 people watching now. I mean, if I put the link there, it's not a bad idea, but I don't think enough.
It's a little bit of risk, to be honest, and maybe it's not a good risk, but sometimes people.
Yeah, if you're in the chat and you want to spread the link out, there it is. It's like I got it in below the video, the link to the Kickstarter.
I meant the link to join the conversation.
Oh, you mean the Hangout link?
I don't know if that's
okay.
Again. It could be a risk. Like, not sometimes you can get people on that you don't want, but
you know what? Maybe we'll do that, something crazy like that, the last half hour, because I think Mike Emirates said he'd try. Well, he did say like yesterday he'd try.
yeah.
But he also said that this is usually the time he sleeps. And Peter Semedes said he'll try to make it out, but so we'll see if some other people will show up. Yeah, at the last half hour, I don't think I will care who shows up, because I'll just be trying to stay awake. like pretty much I am now at this point, but but it's all good. Let's just talk about fun stuff. We've got pretty heavy and hardcore. Yes, we're all trying to make a living and have fun and all that jazz. Let's talk about stuff we love or something.
Yeah, no, I was thinking about bringing up the topic of I watched Iron Man 2 the other day.
Okay.
And
cool.
I've seen that before. I saw it when it first came out of the theater, but man, it was rough. I mean, I enjoyed it, but that was a long movie, and I don't think it had to be so long. There was a lot of kind of downtime in it, and I wanted to enjoy it more, I guess, is the point.
Yeah. I
First
mean,
one was amazing. I loved the first one.
yeah, the first one was like really the start of it all, and if it wasn't as strong, I don't think we would be where we are right now with the whole Marvel universe and all that. And the second one, like I love Mickey Rourke, but more his earlier career. um, he became more and more sort of a little bit damaged in his personal life, and um, he was a beautiful guy early in his career. um, but yeah, it's like I think they could have made better choices with the second one. I don't
Well, I
remember.
think it was interesting. Actually, I thought his character was kind of interesting because he was kind of like somewhat of a scientific genius, but he was so rough around the edges. Like watching him like type with his like meat fingers like on the keyboard and like I don't know, trying to do these intricate things. But he looks like he's a pro wrestler. Like he just
Yeah,
is like I don't know. It was interesting to see that different type of like scientific genius type. You know.
true. I mean, it's been a while since I've seen it. I did, much like you, I did recently watch the first movie, the first Iron Man, and thought, yeah, it's pretty much still an amazing movie, and I loved it, and I would watch it again. But the second one, I don't know. I think I might have seen it twice, but I pretty much might have seen it twice in the same year or something when it first came out. Um, and I liked it. I don't remember, loving it or whatever, but I definitely don't remember it being like feeling like it was too long. That's too much for a specific thing, I guess. Like usually I form an opinion. Yeah, I liked it, and that's what I remember mostly about it. Because I've watched so many movies and TV shows and everything. I'm lucky to remember anything, but
Do you remember the third one? I've never seen it actually. That's the next one I gotta watch.
I like the third one, but it's very specifically because I'm a big fan of Shane Black. Um, let's see, what was the third one? Well, there was a little like couple of things about it. I mean, I won't get into details, but that one could have been better. But I feel like sort of the heart behind Endgame, without getting into the specifics, like sort of his Tony Stark's journey from the first one to Endgame um, was more apparent in Iron Man 3. Um, and yeah, I mean, it's like I liked it. I liked it. I know for a fact I felt they made some mistakes, but still enjoyed it as a movie.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know. So I'm looking forward to seeing it. I heard different things. Like I heard some people say it was better than the second one, but still the first one's the best. And then I heard some people say, "Oh, the third one's pretty dismal as well." But I don't know. I'm sure I'll enjoy it on some level. I like all the superhero movies. I watched Ant-Man and the Wasp the other day, and oh man, I love that movie. I don't see any issues with that one. Like that was nothing but fun. And I thought the first Ant-Man is very possibly one of my favorite MCU characters. Like he's just fun to watch. Everything getting bigger and smaller, and the humor. Like I don't know. I think it's a kind of hated.
Yeah, there's a lot I loved about the second one. I don't think they used the Wasp as much as they should have. There's like little things about it that I would tweak. But I freaking loved, like the Ghost, the girl character villain kind of. I loved her design. I loved like her story. I loved what's the actor's name that sort of Goliath in the movie.
I don't know.
The black actor. Like when they're comparing sizes.
Yeah. I'm not sure. Oh. Yeah, I'm not quite sure.
Okay. Well, I liked him in the movie, and I like sort of twists that happen, and yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of Paul Rudd before the Ant-Man movies, and I was so excited to see him be a part of the whole, Marvel cinemas thing. Yeah, I really like his Ant-Man. I was a little disappointed that, because honestly, I'm a big fan of Henry Pym.
Yeah.
I read a little Scott Lang in the comics, but I was reading Henry Pym for years and Ant-Man for years. But I'm okay with it, because it makes him a interesting character in the Marvel Cinema universe.
That's the big thing why it's not so big is like so many people want to see, the original Ant-Man be the one who's the main one, because they enjoy that comic and stuff. But I'm coming from it from a standpoint of having never read any Ant-Man comics, so to me, it's like, I don't know, it's just really cool. It's really fun,
and yeah, it's like there's. I felt the first movie was a little more creative when they did sort of the special effects, kind of him growing and shrinking and all that jazz. But there's some pretty amazing scenes in the second one as well, and a lot of fun stuff. And I can't get enough of Michael Pena in the movie. He's freaking hysterical as well, and such a great addition. I don't think there's any equivalent to him in the comic at all. Like, he's a new character they wrote into the movies. But yeah, there's a lot of great stuff, and it's like I think the Wasp could really like blow up if they write more of her into the movies.
Yeah, I don't see any reason why they can't, do some stuff focusing on her.
Yeah.
What's coming up next in the MCU now after Endgame? I mean, I know obviously we got Homecoming or whatever that one is coming up, but what else do we have? Like,
Well, there's like, without blinking, I think they have like 13 movies in play coming out next. Yes, we got Spider-Man, we got another Black Panther, we got another Guardians, possibly, maybe another Ant-Man and the Wasp. I know there's a ton I'm leaving out.
Captain Marvel, obviously.
Captain Marvel.
Hopefully they'll develop her more, because she didn't really have. I mean, even in her own movie, it wasn't. I feel like they just need to develop her more. And in Endgame, she played a very small role. So I'm looking forward to seeing them really develop her.
Yeah, yeah. It's the whole what do you do with the most powerful person in the room? Um,
Could
but
definitely
yeah,
do like some Superman style takes. With her.
yeah,
What are the consequences of her powers? And that's, I think, the angle they should really hit on with that.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's like I think um, just her character, like powers aside and whatever, like her as a person has a really interesting past that they can, there's so much gold in there.
Yeah,
And then add in addition, her being responsible for what? Like, she showed up when she showed up because what? There's so much going on in the universe that she's taking care of. Like, that's insane. That's like there's so much stories in there. Um, and so what else? What else is Marvel? Yeah, I
well, I'm
mean, like
curious if they'll like take if they'll take like if they'll do the whole thing with Rogue and stuff with her. Like maybe that's a way to get the X-Men involved in the MCU and stuff.
I have no idea. Like, the yeah, when they decide when they're going to put in the X-Men is how it will affect everything upcoming. But even without adding the X-Men in, besides all the Disney Plus shows that are going to be showing up soon, we got uh, Wendy and Vision in their own show. We got Hawkeye on his own show. We got Winter Soldier and Falcon in their own show. Um, so that's like a couple of seasons of stuff that's going to be affecting the movie storylines, or we'll have plot threads that will show up in the movies.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. I'm curious how that's all going to work. It's frustrating because it's like another streaming service, and there's so much wrapped up in like, will that even work? And is it okay just because it's Disney? Does that mean it's going to work? Or, I mean, I don't know. I got Hulu and Netflix, and I'm happy with that. I haven't gotten HBO, even though Game of Thrones is on there. And I don't know. I don't necessarily need to watch all these other, the DC TV stuff and the Marvel stuff. I don't know. I mean, are they gonna tie us to that? It's kind of frustrating.
Yeah, I think it will be tied in, but how much is to be seen. It's like maybe you just have to know a few facts, and that will, that would be all you need. Or do you have to watch the whole show?
Video, what you need to know, to watch this movie.
Yeah, it's like because I watched all the Netflix stuff, thinking that like towards the end of it, thinking that they were going to tie it in for Infinity and Endgame, but they decided at the last minute not to. Because I did hear at one point, Luke Cage and Jessica Jones and Daredevil will be in Infinity Game, but they weren't, and it wasn't. But
Have you
with
seen I don't know, did it come? I think it came out, right? The Cloak and Dagger show. Is that any good? Did you see any of that? Or?
I heard it was good, but no, I haven't watched it. I'll tell you, like, this is how I feel right now. It's like I watched a lot of the WB shows, but I kind of stopped because it's like, oh, it's just the same stuff over and over. It's great. It's great shows. As far as I'm concerned, they're fun shows, or they're well done to to a certain extent. They're entertaining, but it's like the same thing over and over. And it's just like I only have so much time in my life left. It's like I don't know. So whatchamacallit? The WB shows. Okay, so I haven't watched anything but a little bit of Titans, and I really reluctant to watch it, even though a lot of friends are saying it's highly, it's really well done. Gary Odd Edmond just showed up.
What's up, Pete?
Hey,
What do you
thanks for joining us.
Hello.
Yeah.
Talking about Marvel movies, and now we're getting into the TV shows and what's good and whatnot.
Nice.
I'm just talking about so Titans is a show I decided I don't want to watch because I've read too many different versions of Titans already, and to me the pinnacle was Marv Wolfman, George Perez. So I read that already. I know the story. I'm kind of done at the moment. But I was really interested in watching Doom Patrol. Doom Patrol, I loved the comic. I didn't read the really wacky version of Grant Morrison. I think it was that everybody raved about. But I figured, I did want to see the show for a lot of reasons. Some of the actors, because of some of the previews I've seen for it. And it started out really great, but I'm trudging through the season. I know it will probably end well. But unless it ends fantastically, the first season is all I'm going to watch. Because it's like, I don't know. I'd rather watch something completely new. It's like I've read some of the Doom Patrol comics, not a ton of them to know everything, but it's not really drawing me in, So for something like Cloak and Dagger to really grab my attention, is like, I read some Cloak and Dagger comics. I'm not really familiar enough with the characters to, I don't know, really care to go watch it. It's like part of me does, but because I heard such good things, but if it's done great, then why should I be watching it? Why watch that over something that's maybe entirely new movie wise or TV wise that I might enjoy more?
Yeah, but then why would you go see the next Batman movie? Because it's going to be the same old Batman, right? But you're going to go watch it.
Well, is there? Well, let's see. The next Batman movie will be year one. Well, I am curious how they will do year one. If they will do it well.
Yeah. Well, I do think, just to play devil's advocate to my own comments, I do think that it's easier to go watch a movie than it is to sit down for a TV show, because a TV show, man, you're looking at investing like a day of your life. You know what I'm saying? You're looking at investing 24 hours to watch one TV show from beginning to end.
That's true. Yeah, a movie is much more concise and gives you much more of a complete story within a shorter amount of time. It's like, that's what I feel about Doom Patrol. It's like, it's 15 episodes, so roughly, I don't know, 13 hours, 12 hours, whatever it is.
Yeah, that's half a day. That's half a day of your life, man.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot.
It's pretty crazy, right? They're going to take half a day of your life for Doom Patrol.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be phenomenal for me to really, like, invest that.
Yeah, I've heard it's good though. I mean, I've heard it's good. I got a buddy that subscribed to the DC network, and he said it's really good. But then again, he liked some other movies that I don't know.
Questionable.
Yeah, very questionable.
I enjoyed a lot of it, but really, like, there's a main chunk of episodes I would just take out. It's like, this is useless. This is useless. This is useless. Get to the point.
Well, that's the thing. It's like they do an arc, and the same thing. Like, one that really bothers me is Walking Dead, and I think that they do an arc, and the arc is like however many episodes they have to do, and so the first couple episodes are really good, and then the last couple, like the last episode, would be really good, and then up to that, it's kind of like they just kind of got to let it float,
You know what? That's okay. So that's TV writing, and I think what the bottom line is that I'm a huge fan of Walking Dead, and it's not because of the story, it's because I'm invested in the characters. I'm not really invested in the characters in Doom Patrol, so I'm not going to carry it beyond just being curious about how the first season ends.
Yeah. No, I can dig that. I'm no longer invested in the characters on Walking Dead.
Yeah. It's a much different show than it was a couple of years ago.
Yeah, what they've done recently in the past like season and a half for me is just like, oh, like I don't even care. Like it's all new characters pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't take Carl's son or Carl out or whatever, and like you can't take the son out because that is like the story, the son and the father. That's like what Walking Dead is, and now they're taking the father out. So it's like, I mean, the other characters are interesting, but are they really that interesting to carry the story? I don't think so.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like you got your B-list kind of supporting cast right now as your main characters, and then a bunch of like other new, like brand new characters that you're supposed to just instantly not feel that they're disposable.
Yeah.
Which I do feel like they're all disposable on that. I mean, once they did what they did with Rick and Carl, I feel everybody's disposable.
Yeah.
Kinda.
So that's a weird thing, man. It's a weird thing. But like I tried to watch Marvel's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. When Ghost Rider was on there. And I don't know, I ended up fast forwarding through a lot. I mean, I like the parts of that Ghost Rider.
It's kind of an amazing show though, but yeah, it's if you want to invest your time, you really got to be keyed into the characters and I mean they do a lot of really interesting story stuff. A lot of it is brilliant. A lot of it is, you're going through episode after episode after episode to get the specks of gold. But I mean, that's with everything. It's like, that's just TV entertainment. It's like, growing up, what was available? MASH and All in the Family for me. It's like, did I watch every episode? Maybe, because that's what was available.
Right.
And nowadays you have 300 options, 1,000 options. I don't even know how many shows are out there right now, but
a ton plus YouTube.
Yeah, plus YouTube. But I mean, I'm just like, if you just take new shows, like, I'm not even counting that you can go back and watch everything old and but I mean,
we spend like at least half of our TV watching time on YouTube. Like we sit there and just watch YouTube stuff.
Yeah.
And it's like back in the day, man, like right before like cable and Fox, like right before Fox came out. I mean, really, honestly, if you just got on a TV show, I mean, you were a known person. I mean, you were a household name.
Famous.
Yeah. But now, I mean, everybody's got a show.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I am curious about what is it? The Batwoman with Rose, Ruby Rose.
Ruby Rose, yeah.
It's only because like she's super hot and I'm a guy.
Well, yeah, that's the whole point.
That was my main pull for Captain Marvel, to be honest.
There you go. But yeah, so we'll see. I mean, she's kind of a still like a new actress. Ruby Rose is like she did really good in Orange Is the New Black. I really liked her in that.
Yeah, good in that. And then she was in the Meg.
Yeah, the Meg. It's like I don't think it's been mentioned enough. That was a fun movie.
Yeah, it was. That was
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. I really like that.
Jaws on steroids.
Yeah, it was just. Speaking of things, I am so looking forward to Hobbs and Shaw.
Yeah, Hobbs and Shaw looks like it's going to be
fantastic. Yeah, I mean everybody in that is people I love to watch. You got The Rock, you got Jason Statham, and you got Idris Elba. It looks freaking hysterical and fun and over the top.
Absolutely. That's what I love about those movies. Like at first I wasn't all that big on them, but now I'm just like, I love them. I just actually bought the gun that The Rock uses in the Fast and Furious movies. I haven't shot it yet, but.
So here we are traveling to the fridge. What are we getting?
I'm getting some yogurt because I'm on keto. So I'm getting some 000 Oikos yogurt, 1 triple berry and 1 strawberry.
I had the healthy breakfast of cold pizza.
Nice. The breakfast of champions.
Breakfast of champions is like, I'm just gonna eat this, whatever keeps me up. It's like I'm running on barely any sleep, and I'm doing a freaking long stream.
Well, yeah, you started at 3 a.m., right?
3:30. I'm going another hour and a half. Yeah, this is pretty insane.
Yeah, you're like Jerry Lewis up in this thing.
I am. Come pledge to my retro. Let's go see if we got any more pledgers today. I think we're still standing at the 77 backers, which is good. It's good stuff.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
I am totally happy.
But more is always better in this situation.
Oh, wait. We just got 78.
There we go.
Thank you. We're now 1952. It's probably impossible to think, but if we could hit clear 2000, that would be really sweet. So if you're watching this, listening to this right now, play it. Share the Kickstarter page. Share out the live stream. I'm just a small indie guy trying to make my own books.
A fantastic book.
Yeah. People have been liking what they've seen so far. I got much more to show. It's like so many of my friends are already so much into the character and invested already to doing fan art. I'm like, I'm probably going to release a fan art book at the same time the first issue comes out because I got so much stuff.
That's going to be awesome.
Yeah.
Well, count me in for a fan art thing.
Cool. yeah, people who have seen the recent Aquaman pieces we've done, I know a lot of people have been impressed by those. Me, you, and Sammy,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Sammy, on colors. Um, you can definitely jam out a really pretty sweet retro piece.
Yeah, we'll kill it. We'll kill it. Be good. Good stuff. Yeah, I'm excited, man. I'm excited to see the first issue of Retro when it gets done, and I think it's going to be fantastic.
Thanks, buddy. So what else we love? Because we're talking pretty hardcore here and getting kind of heavy. So I want to talk about light stuff that we just stuff we love. What do we love?
What do we love? Action figures. I love action figures.
What's a good one? What's happening in the action figure world right now?
Let me see here. I'm trying to think of something that I'm really excited about. There's a couple of good things. A lot of Marvel Legends are coming out right now. Those are always awesome. I think they're starting to release some from Endgame because they didn't want to do any spoilers. So they're coming out with some pretty crazy ones.
I like that one you got on camera. That's from the Lego movie, the Joker.
Yeah, it's a
That's pretty funny.
Scale.
Yeah.
Everything else I get is like 1/6 scale, one whatever, but this one all tiny and everything, the 1/1 scale.
Nice.
Yeah, I just watched the second Lego movie.
Any good?
It wasn't. I mean, no, no, it wasn't. I liked the first one and I liked the Batman one, but the second Lego movie, I just didn't really like it.
Yeah, I saw the first one. I saw the Batman. I love both of them. I thought they were genius. What was it? The Lego movie itself? I forget what it was called. Whatever. Which was really funny.
Yeah. That was just called the Lego movie.
Yeah, the Lego movie. Yeah. Yeah, it's because it's almost like Pixar style, like where. It's like a lot of writers in a room, just like, this is going to be hilarious. Let's do this joke. And, and they just throw everything into the mix. But yeah, I could see it getting tougher to repeat that kind of energy and effectiveness.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just, I don't know. It kind of just missed the target, I think. Because it's not like they switched characters or something. I don't know. I don't know. I thought it was the first one. I thought was brilliant. The Batman one. I mean, I'll go on record as saying it's probably one of the top 3 Batman movies that's ever come out on the big screen.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people say similar things, and I totally agree. I mean, if you wanna watch a good Batman movie, I mean it's Lego, but seriously, it's got a lot of Batman heart in it that you can't miss it if you're a Batman fan.
Yeah, absolutely. Because with all the other Batman movies, it's like, I don't know, you get 1 or 2 kind of elements of it.
Yeah,
a couple villains. But this one, man, that one there, it's just all out, man. It's everybody.
For sure.
Which I always like in Batman stuff. And I really thought the Joker on it was really good. With, I think it was Zach Galifianakis who played the Joker.
Yeah, of all people.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely. I mean, I love him. I love him, but I would never think of, oh, he's the Joker. Okay, cool. He did a really good job.
Exactly. Yeah, that's just, yeah, because he wouldn't be cast as, live. Well, who knows live action nowadays with what they're doing with I don't.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes they take wacky chances with actors and parts and whatnot. I mean, you know, the upcoming Joker movie. I mean, it by the trailer, it's definitely looks interesting. You know, it's harder and harder for me to commit to watching, at least at the moment, watching a superhero property that I don't know, because I guess been burned a couple of times at this point,
Oh yeah.
and you know, it definitely. I love Joaquin Phoenix. I love his work. But I think I'm sold. I think I'm sold based on the last trailer I've seen for it. That I do want to see it. You know, because I wasn't sure. You know, before I seen the last trailer. But I think I do want to see it, and I don't care if it ties into anything or what. I think it just looks like an interesting Joker movie, you know. And this is coming from a guy who thinks that like pretty much every Batman movie has had the Joker in it, and I'm freaking sick of it.
Oh yeah. I think I'm more sick of his Lex Luthor in the Superman movies.
Yeah, it's tough. You know, I think they're tied, but it's like, come on, guys, you got decades of freaking other
Amazing.
characters. Yeah.
Yep. That's exactly how I feel about it, man. I'm like, come on. When they did Zod again and Man of Steel, I was like, are you kidding me? You could do Brainiac, you could do Bizarro, you could do Parasite, you could do Metallo. I mean,
Yeah. I mean, hell, come on now. Oh, Marsh said it. He'll be back. He's actually working while streaming with us, so he'll be in and out. Silent. Watercoloring a page. Says Daniel. Cool, man. Got a couple more people watching, which is always awesome.
What up, people?
I'm back.
Who that? Oh.
I saw it. Looks
You
like,
sound like somebody else.
it looks like Mike woke up, so maybe we'll be seeing him.
Oh, cool.
I saw a thumbs up in the message thing.
Yeah, he must have woke up.
Oh, speaking
Awesome.
of the Emirates.
Hey.
Hey, Mike.
I literally
Welcome.
just woke up.
I fell out of bed and
I saw
suddenly I was
and I announced you're coming.
Oh, yeah. End of the line. Congratulations.
Thanks. I'm barely hanging on.
We got it. Our task until the end of the show is to keep Peter awake.
Yeah. Oh, I'm going to need a little more coffee for that.
It's like, I don't know if I should get more coffee, because then I'll just be peeing the whole time. I'll probably be live streaming from the toilet.
Did you live stream?
There's a YouTube artist. What's his handle is DHC, I believe. He's an amazing artist, and he does like potty breaks from the bathroom. It's like, oh my god, it's just ridiculous.
That's awesome.
It's different times.
It's nothing private anymore.
No.
Toilet chat.
It's the magic of the internet.
Yes. So, hey, since you're here, since Marshall's here, since I'm here.
Hey.
Do we have anything to talk about that we're all part of? I don't remember.
I don't think so.
Collaborations, right?
Only the biggest anthology to ever hit comic book stores.
And what might that be?
I forget the name, but I heard it's exciting. So.
Oh, okay. As long as it's exciting.
Are you referring to the werewolves and unicorns and other mythical creatures?
That is what I'm referring to. Yes. I hear it's a D100's anthology book too.
Oh yeah, that's right. We did do another one. Been keeping it a secret so long, I forgot we're supposed to talk about it.
Yeah, it's legit to talk about it now. I mean, right?
I hope so. We launch in a few days.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
Actually, like 2 days.
It was all the madness all started by this guy from Idaho. No, by this guy Kevin Cross. I don't know where Kevin Cross is originally from.
Pretty sure California, right?
California, something like that. Yeah,
Idaho.
West Coast somewhere.
Yeah.
But yeah, he started this challenge years ago, and it's only grown and grown and grown, and now we're silly enough to do anthologies, putting a mass amount of people on a book and expecting results.
That's a great way to put it. I like that.
It's a great way to put it. We should now I want to rework all the advertising. All right, next time that's going to be our pitch.
Because I mean, it's so true. I mean, how much of a challenge was it? It's like, oh, this person dropped out. Oh, that person dropped out. And it's like,
yeah,
we're still pretty damn close to the original number.
Oh, definitely. Well, and that's like one of the cool things I think about the hundreds is like, if you were to pitch that anthology in just about any other art community online, it would fall apart or it would take a long time to get together. But the hundreds is really like a community. Like we actually get to know each other and become friends, So we talked about this a lot in the first book, like, and it was the same for the second. Like we know we can trust everybody because they've all done this challenge, 100 days is a lot to commit to. So
yeah, for sure. And yeah, we encourage each other and hey, how you doing? I haven't seen you post in 2 days. What the hell's up?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm super excited. Super tired though too. There's a lot of work putting these things together, as you know.
Oh man, you've been doing such a good job. I mean, there's a lot more people than you involved, like you say. Which is totally true.
Definitely. This time around especially, we really spread the wealth of work. We got a lot more volunteers to handle a lot more like big chunks of stuff. So it's going to be that much bigger because each of those people took on about the same amount of work voluntarily. So everything has come together really nice. We just launched the website actually. Like,
is that officially public?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
There's actually a doomsday clock counting down to the Kickstarter launch now.
Awesome. That's Robert Johnston, right? Yeah, it looks gorgeous. It's the original site was what? Just like it's the 100 site and on it, and
it was like a Tumblr, and then
originally it was a Tumblr, right?
Which was still cool. But no, he had like a homepage up too that was really cool, but we hadn't really like developed it. It was just like he took some notes about what should be up there, and then we kind of stalled on actually developing the site until we started the Kickstarter. And once we did that, he just went all in, all different kinds of pages. We've got like, he even punched out the little Well, well, I think Scott's revealed a little bit of the cover so far with the circles, so I think it's safe to say. But he punched out the little circles from the cover and then made individual ones for all of the hundreds, like, and plans to do that for the rest of the people who've completed the challenge, that weren't in the book.
Just do that for everybody. That's just crazy. Like, because the
Yeah.
thing too is you got to maintain that, keep making more bubbles.
Right. But yeah, it looks beautiful though. I mean, it really turned out cool. But yeah, that's going to be quite a task. But luckily, some other people are also helping with the website too after this is all said and done. So hopefully, it shouldn't be too bad.
Good. It's not, much like everything, it's not on just one person.
Right. But enough about that. People only have like an hour left to get retro.
Ah!
I feel like they should be getting multiple copies.
Yeah, it's like, and I'm not sure if like exactly. I think I started it just a little bit after 3:30, so that I would still be live when it stopped.
Oh, okay.
So fingers crossed that's the case.
You might not alive, but you'll be live.
Yeah.
Yeah. It actually says 75 minutes left, and it's 10:16.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it should be 11:32 when it officially ends. Yeah, it got 78 backers. I mean, that's freaking amazing. 78 people actually want my comic. I'm not a proven. It's like, yeah, I've been part of comics before, but I haven't published yet. This is going to be from my first comic, and yeah, I got an amazing artist to work with, but I'll be writing it, so it's like eventually you buy it, you probably want to read it. So if I could put words together, that would be nice.
Mm-hmm.
And it's inked by me, and yeah, I inked before, but but yeah, I got an amazing colorist too, and I got a proven letterer to work on it, and Scott O'Green is going to be helping me deal with the creative peoples, because you know how difficult they can be.
Oh yeah.
He's my creative handler. No, he's really mostly going to be helping me do the day-to-day, so I can focus on getting my work done, and he'll just keep me updated on what everybody else is up to. But yeah, and it's like I'm really excited. I'm really going to focus more on, definitely over the next 3 months, on keeping to a tight schedule, and working on this and 2 other books, and all the client work I got going on, and yada 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 yada. But I will be promoting out the 100 project. Like I'm taking a 3-day sabbatical. I'll be sleeping for 3 days, more likely. But I'll come alive at some point on the first, just so I could share out.
He'll resurrect in 3 days.
Yes, it'll be like my rebirth.
Time to come Easter or something.
Peter has become.
It'll be Haster. Haster has Easter.
Has Easter.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I'm really excited to have the opportunity to work on my own project, and get it out there, and hopefully make a freaking career out of my own works.
Are you? Do you have an estimated goal or timeline that you think that you'll be like printing and shipping and stuff?
I mean, it's roughly, the books will be, being shipped in August, hopefully in people's hands in August. But no, I don't have any serious mathematical equations of anything at the moment. You know, it's like somebody asked me about pricing, like, oh, what's the cost of shipping, or what's the cost of printing? And it's like, I estimated everything. You know, I'm pretty good with estimations, but yeah, I kind of just, you know, I go with my gut a lot, and you know, it's like I've seen so many Kickstarters, and I know roughly what things take, and you know, it's like I think my estimates are roughly correct. But you know, it's like I'll be doing updates and keep people abreast of what's happening and where we're at. You know, I do know that I wasn't aware that I have every pencil page. I thought I had a few that was, you know, weren't done. But Rich, the penciler, reminded me, hey, we met up in, you know, in whatever it was, Louisville, and in person, and I handed over some pages that I printed out, and it was like, oh yeah, you know, it's like all my files are in disarray, and I got to go in and fix everything, and especially after this, you know, crazy Kickstarter, everything is even more disarray. But that's why I have to definitely knuckle down and work on all that, and get everything aligned, and start inking pages, and I'll be, you know, working on the script. I'll be yeah, doing everything, sending pages to the colorist and all that jazz.
Everything's in disarray, but it'll all be fine.
It will all be, don't worry. I'll have everything done before the aliens get here.
Oh. You are a rebel. A retro rebel.
Well, you know, it's like I just, you know, I felt it more than anything. I have to just jump in and do it, and if I have the belief of some people, it will multiply into numbers, and that's essentially what's been happening. I never thought I would get this much support behind me. I never thought, you know, I mean, 78, you know, backers is nothing to sneeze at. And
yeah, well, I mean, especially since you did it for 5 days, which is like, so you didn't have that, like, the longer you're on Kickstarter, it's like people that kind of shop on Kickstarter start to get to see you because they have time to like see the catalog of stuff that's out and all that. Like you skipped all of that. You were like 1 week, all or nothing. We're gonna do this, and it funded very quickly too. I mean,
yeah,
you're
that was
talking
26 hours.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah,
That's super awesome. I was joking around that maybe we should do ours for like 5 hours. 5 hour Kickstarter.
And everybody frowned, and Mike backed away.
Well, no, but I think you really proved something. Like so many, because you didn't have like an astronomical goal. Like there's some of these books that the goal is so high, like they need extra time to raise that crazy amount. But so many indie creators put out a book, especially a first book, at about like what you had your goal set at. And so if you can do it in a week, do it in a week. Why stress yourself out for a whole month, you know? Like, really kind of prove something with this.
Yeah, I am definitely going to do a video, or, you know, maybe a series of videos, like going over the facts of all this after all is said and done. Talking about my experience and the details of it all, and do it in a really a concise way and focused way, unlike most of my videos. But just like detailing, like, well, you know, this is what I went in and did. These are the results of that. You know, like I said, I estimated a lot, and we'll see like what the actual facts numbers are after all is said and done, and then compare the two and see if I was totally out of my mind or if I was close or ballpark. Be interesting.
Yeah. That's crazy for me. I'm the opposite. I'm a very meticulous planner, as you know.
I know, and
the hairs on the back of my neck are standing up, like, oh god.
And
I mean, your results show that. I mean, it's like your work shows that. But I know, like I'm kind of multiple times is really my key. It's like. After getting punched in the gut a couple of times, maybe I'll move out of the way the next time.
Excellent. No, I think it'll be good. Like you said, the numbers aren't like anything too different from stuff that's usually on Kickstarter, so you should be fine.
Yeah. But okay, so I think I am taking a BP break, so you guys can talk amongst yourselves and just discuss anything.
Peter's going for a different live stream.
yeah.
Let's see if we can hear the stream going on.
Turn your speakers up, everybody. We're gonna keep real quiet.
So, what's on the docket for today, Mr. Mike?
Well, I'm up super early so that I could get to the post office to deliver these 2 bricks of ash cans to go out today. I wanted to get them out yesterday, but you have to get these like clear tabs. The post office won't send these booklet type things just loose so that they flap open and stuff, because when they go through the machine it can catch the paper and just tear off the cover and screw the whole thing up. So you have to get these things called, the post office calls them tabs. They were not called that anywhere I went to shop for them, but they're like these clear little circle wafer stickers, and so I bought a whole roll of them. I thought that I was all good, and then Mel and I were putting them together the other night, and they were supposed to be perforated, but they weren't. And so if people got these and they went to go and open them, like you had to mangle the ash can to get it open. By the time it was open, you wouldn't want to keep it. It was like garbage. So we went on a mission to go and find new perforated tabs. And so we stayed up all night yesterday and put all those on these things. And then it was too late to send the books. So I'm getting there bright and early today to do that. If I could get in there before 10, then it can go out today. So I'm probably going to finish my coffee and jump off pretty soon.
I mean, I think I wonder though, like if the Kickstarter isn't live and they've gotten them, like,
right,
that'd be a problem, you think?
I mean, I'm with you. I totally feel the same way. Like they should get it and then be like so excited about it that they go to the website and it's already there and they can, pick up the book, right? Especially like a shop owner, because you're thinking if they're going to spend any time with your thing at all, they probably just want to get it and get it done with. They're not going to, they have stuff going on. They're not going to linger about it. So yeah, I think sending it a little later is actually going to be beneficial, because then it's guaranteed that it'll get there while the Kickstarter's already going,
Nice. Hey, I just got word that we have a live streaming from Peter's bathroom. So.
Oh, nice.
Here we go.
It's,
oh my God.
All right. So yeah. Sounds like everything's going good in there.
Good. Steady stream.
Yeah, it's nice steady stream. That's actually from an old song of mine called Urination.
Oh, nice.
And we had the intro. It was a play on words.
I was wondering how you made that happen. It sounded perfect.
Yeah, it was a top 40 hit in Germany.
Nice.
That's that song's claim to fame.
The stream is live and well, everybody.
Yep. So that was Peter's stream. On the stream. Streaming on the stream. It's like Inception. It's like a stream within a stream.
You just can't cross the streams.
Yeah. Don't cross the streams.
I hear bad things happen.
Yeah.
But if anybody asks you if you are God, you say yes.
Yes. Now I know where he was going. Busted.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I'm excited to see you guys' anthology series, man. I've been watching Peter's Griffin, and I think Peter's Griffin is really awesome from his posts.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to see the rest of it as well.
Cool. Yeah, it's an awesome book, man. I say that every time, but it really is. Everybody really brought their A game and put out some awesome comics. It's so funny because I just the other day I started, because I've been going through everybody's stuff and putting the book together and all the ads together. So I've had to like type everybody's name in their book like probably 1,000 times already, and I keep coming across Peter Griffin. I keep making a Family Guy reference.
It is Peter's Griffin. I mean, you can't beat it, man.
Got to make some kind of meme out of that.
Yeah.
Just we could have Pete just like on the ground holding his knee, just going.
What I went through to make this comic.
I used to be an adventurer like you till I took a Kickstarter to the knee.
Yeah, there you go.
I love it.
Peter's Griffin.
So we were talking about some things here. Karen was in here and Rust was in here, and I think if I win the thing promotion stuff with anthology, we might have a theme, or if Karen wins, we're thinking of a romance theme comic. I think everybody.
All right.
I have a feeling nobody. I was just joking. Like we were talking about doing romance comics, but we thought about like doing our own anthology or something, or
Hey,
I don't know. But
if you guys win, that'll be what it is. I'm up for the challenge.
I have a feeling a lot of people would probably not be too enthusiastic.
With a romance comic.
Mm-hmm.
It depends on how you do it. I mean, look at Han Solo and Princess Leia. They were romance.
True. Well, no, the way that we do these anthologies too, the theme is always up for interpretation. So as long as everybody could figure out a way to like include it, then they'd still be good to go. You could have some kind of crazy action, whatever going on, and pull off a romance story.
There was also Luke and Leia.
That's oh gosh. Yeah.
Bad family, drama.
There's another name for that.
Yeah.
That's why the dad cut off the hand. I mean,
yeah. Knock it off, Luke.
George, what did you do?
And then, the whole Game of Thrones thing.
Oh, yeah. And he got his hand cut off as well. There's a trend here.
So what have we learned? Don't touch your sister. You want to keep your hand.
That's right.
That's a children's book just waiting to get banned.
And who's the writer on that?
Not me.
No, who wrote Game of Thrones?
Oh,
R.R. Martin, right? George R.R. Martin.
yeah.
Another George.
Oh,
I see a theme.
Kid's hand is George. Keep an eye on him. That's not a very common name you see anymore, George.
No, I think it kind of got put into like a goofball category with Benny, and he was like, "I would love him. We call him George," and that was when the people naming their kid Bugs and George, both of them. That was the end of it.
Little Bugsy.
Hey Pete, I think if you look now, you have 79 backers right now.
What?
Oh, hey.
And I think we got to get you 80. We got to get 80 up in here.
You also got to get.
Come on, people! Last hour.
Yeah.
Come on.
I posted out the Kickstarter again on Facebook, so hopefully some people will find it if they haven't already.
Yeah, it's to get the last second people. You know, there's always a last second people.
Mm-hmm.
Show at the last minute. Oh, I gotta get this book. Oh, how do I get my card in there?
You just open it up and stick it in. That's what you do. That's how you get it in there. For anybody that's listening that doesn't know, you just insert it, and then it'll take care of itself. It's a natural process.
Where it says back this project, you stick it in that slot there, right there.
Yep. Stick it in the slot to back it up. That's how winning is done.
I think that's explained in the anthology video, right?
Sure. That's a different video.
So Peter, we were talking about getting a GIF or a GIF. I don't know how the hell you're supposed to say it. Of you for this anthology, of you like holding your knee, going, so we can push it as Peter's Griffin.
Yeah, they would get a lot of play, right? Yeah, it's like Odd said that pretty early on.
Yeah.
He commented on one of my Instagrams or something, and took me a while to figure out. It's like, oh yeah, Peter Griffin. It's like I didn't even get my own joke.
Sometimes my jokes need explaining. I don't know. You know, sometimes they're thinkers.
They just have to simmer in the joke juice.
Yeah. I think what it was, I might have thrown him off a little bit because I sent him a GIF or a GIF. I don't know what the hell you call it. Peter Griffin, and he was just booty ass naked with a dolphin, like he's riding a dolphin naked. And I'm like, of course he's gonna get this joke. That is Peter's Griffin. But instead he's probably like, why are you sending me a naked guy riding on a dolphin?
It's like I'm sorry, I don't go that way.
Yeah. And in my head, I'm thinking, hey, this is a great joke. He's totally gonna get it. I think there was like confetti shooting out the blowhole or something. I don't know. No way I'm sending to people. I think there was a rainbow trail because he's riding a dolphin in the air and the clouds. I don't know. I thought, hey, this shows point A to point B. Very simple.
Self-explanatory.
Yeah,
I love it.
So, Odd, what are you working on right now?
I'm actually working on some Food Fighter stuff. I was inking it. I actually stopped inking it because I got too much into the inking and then I couldn't talk. So I was like, so I'm working on that. And yeah, that's available at Barnes & Noble right now. Or the first one is. Not the one I'm working on right now because that would be impossible.
Unless you're at Barnes & Noble right now.
Yeah. At Barnes & Noble. Live from Barnes & Noble.
It's like, let me finish this book so you can buy it right now.
After this, I'm gonna do live animation. That's right. As they talk, I'm gonna animate it as the cast reads the script.
It's very slow animation. Look, he moved his arm. No, wait, that was his leg.
Yeah. Just be me with a bunch of cardboard cutout pieces of arms and legs and torsos and heads and mouth. It'll just look like a like a massacre. Just sitting there as I try to put it together for animation purposes.
So, more of my audience probably doesn't know that you're a YouTuber as well, and you do a show.
I do the Oddcast, Strangely Weirdly Odd, with Miss McKinley herself, and then I also do Odd Drawing, where I just kind of draw something and you can follow along and draw with Odd. And one is appropriate for everybody, and the other one is not appropriate for everybody. And I'll let you check them both out and see which one you'd let your kids watch.
Yeah, Odd is definitely a taste for certain people. Usually those liquored up or no.
Yeah. I'm a lot funnier when everybody else is wasted. There's a reason why they serve alcohol at comedy clubs, ladies and gentlemen.
But,
can you imagine when weed goes legal and you get weed inside? You know, you get people smoking weed at these comedy clubs. Like there's no way you can bomb. You're just gonna get up there. You can say whatever, and they're just gonna be, "Oh my god, it's the funniest thing ever." And then
maybe that's
the next morning.
Spend a jump with every one of our comics. And get up good.
But the funniest thing. Go ahead, Marshall.
This is
You kind of roboting out, man.
Yeah, he's traveling, so.
Beep bop boop boop boop. That's all we heard.
These are not the droids you were looking for.
So on Odd's channel, he did a video pretty early on. Want to tell him about, what was it? Your ice machine?
Oh yeah, my ice machine sounds like Owen Wilson saying "wow." So, yeah, you have to go on there and really and just watch it, because yeah, my ice machine, it's like wow, wow.
But I thought it was pretty fantastic because of one of the comments in there.
Oh yeah, one of the comments was from Owen Wilson.
Oh, nice.
And he says, "Wow."
Oh, that's awesome. You couldn't ask for much more, though. I mean,
that's a perfect comment.
It was pretty awesome.
we should give him like a reader copy of the anthology and put his quote on the back. That'd be fantastic.
Wow.
Wow.
That's what I think of this book. Wow.
You don't know if that's good wow or bad wow.
Yeah.
Wow, this is heavy. Wow.
Wait, what? Now suddenly he's Marty McFly or what? I don't understand what's going on. This is heavy. You could have Doc Brown on there. Great Scott.
Yeah. Go down the list of one-liners.
You could have Seth MacFarlane on there.
That's the key. You could fit more if it's just like one little word.
Like Terminator walks in, looks at the book, and goes, "I'll be back."
Yeah. It says so much. Oh God, I wish I was just like a little more awake.
It's probably just perfect. It's like
You're in
at this
you're in a
point
good
for
zone
anything,
right now, man.
anything important was already said.
True.
This is just nonsense time while we wait for the end.
The end is near. The rapture.
The rapture is soon.
The retro rapture. That would be the name
But
of the musical album that accompanies the comic book.
yeah, we definitely appreciate everybody who showed up in the chat today, who showed up in the stream, even the first stream. I should have mentioned this earlier. Was a thought I had that everybody that did show up in the stream should comment below the video when they get a chance later, and share their link there so people can go, that will watch it later. We'll see like a whole list of people and their links. Just a thought, and it will be easy for me to remember who the hell was in the stream without rewatching it.
Were you able to hear the stream from the live stream from your bathroom?
I did. It was wonderful.
In many ways.
It was true to life.
It was constipating.
I don't know what to talk about. Somebody think of something.
Well, I just had some coffee and some yogurt, and it was delicious.
I just got yogurt too.
I'm hungry and tired.
For some reason, it made me think of Boku, which is pretty retro.
Hey, speaking of retro, we're just one backer away from 80.
Come on, 80.
And $38 away from 2K.
So I think somebody needs to go on there with $40 and be number 80.
Yeah.
And that person is you, the person listening right now. That's
Yeah,
you.
that's right.
I know that you want to do it.
We're relying on you, mystery guest.
If you do it, Peter has agreed to recreate the Peter Griffin on the dolphin photo in real life.
In real life.
Yeah. If you're backer number 80, I will draw you a Peter Griffin.
There you go.
In addition to getting the wonderful comic, you'll also get a sketch of Peter Griffin. Come on, backer at number 80. Have we convinced you yet?
You know what's cool though is like even if you did another mythical creature, you'd still be like Pete's dragon. You know?
Yeah.
Like your name works with like mythical creatures, like George works with being incestuous.
Sorry for everybody backers out there. Name is
Thank God it's not the other way around. That's
oh man, you brought it back.
I mean, we can go into if it was a male dragon and you go Peter's dragon's Peter, but
don't even start on that.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna. I don't think we're gonna take it that far. We're gonna hold back on that one.
I usually save that for my girlfriends.
You could do a cooking show and call it Peter's Pan. Welcome to Peter's Pan. I'll be frying up some eggs today.
Step into my pan.
Out of his pants and
Step
into his
into my pan. I'm gonna cook you up. Oh God.
If you're not convinced it's going to be a great comic by now, I don't know what else we can do.
We need a Muppet. We need a Muppet. Who's got a Muppet?
I do have a Muppet. You know,
He
does. I think Odd's got the props.
Yeah, I got the bud.
Muppets are excellent.
All right, I'm gonna go
Fundraiser.
get him. Here we go. I'm going to go get him. Here's my picture.
Okay, cool.
There we go. I'm gonna have an endorsement from the bud. That's right. The number one marijuana comic book selling comic, the number one selling marijuana superhero comic book of all time returns for one brief moment. And here he
in
is.
your closet. Oh, there he is.
He's in his own life.
We have
Come
we
on,
have reached the
guys.
pinnacle of the live stream.
Come on, guys. We need number 80. Donate 420. Number 80. Right now, you're running out of time. It's me, the bud.
The bud. Previously at Spencer Gifts.
Yes, sir. I endorse retro. Because I know that you like to do more when you smoke weed than talk about everything that you used to do back in the day. All right, thanks, bud. We're going to put you back. All right, buddy. All right. And the bud's going back. Thanks for coming. Thanks for endorsing that for me, buddy. All right.
Excellent. Let's see if it worked.
Come on. That's gotta get them on there.
I think people will be coming back to this video a lot.
For evidence.
For evidence.
At our trial. So you're saying that Peter put his Peter in a pan? I don't know, sir. Can you say that 8 times fast, please?
I don't recollect.
Yeah. Why is everything a tongue twister around here?
Check the chat in a while.
Yeah, not much going on over there.
Man, you would think with all this crazy tomfoolery.
I
Tim
think
doesn't
you're in
want-
shock.
Yeah.
Nobody's in shock. They're reaching for their wallets. They're reaching for their wallets. Look at you. Tell me you don't want to donate to that guy right there in the purple shirt. Come on.
Give it up for Retro. Come on, folks. This is your last chance ever.
He's just getting started. He needs a couple bucks for the bus so that he could get to the crime. All right. He's pretty sure there's some crime down the block. He's just got to get there.
Got to do it. Come on, Retro needs some new batteries for his Walkman. Come on, let's do it. Come on. You know how much a pack of AA costs? That's right, $40. Get that $40 AA battery pack, number 80. When was Retro around? That's right, in the 80s.
That's right.
Send all the connections we could possibly make.
Papa needs a new pair of Nike pumps.
Yeah. Pump it up.
He's got to pump into action.
Help him train. Just $40 more to get that skip it.
Come on. Need to get him a flat top haircut.
Yep.
Oh, he's got his rock hairdo going on.
He does. The other guy, Diamond, that's the guy. He'll have the flat top, the Fresh Prince flat top.
Yep.
Yeah. What are those, like, square offs? They were in style at one point.
He needs to get his swatch. He needs to get his swatch going.
That's right.
What time it is?
Retro can't tell time. Retro needs a swatch.
Yeah. He didn't have a smartphone, ladies and gentlemen. He had a swatch on one hand and a Walkman in the other.
Slap bracelets galore.
He's got to be home in time to watch the A-Team G.I. Joe and Knight Rider.
Power hour, right?
Yeah. This retro moment is brought to you by ABC's TGIF, featuring Family Matters in Full House. That's right. Don't be a perfect stranger. Donate to Kickstarter right now. How close are we? How close are we to the end here, Pete?
35 minutes to go.
Keep talking. We'll be there soon.
How close are we?
11:32 is when it ends. We're just about at 11. 3 minutes away from 11, so it's another half hour.
Nice. And here's the beautiful thing about it for anybody that's watching. All joking aside, is that this is already funded. So whatever you donate, you are going to be receiving what you're sponsoring for.
Yeah, that's a good point.
You're definitely going to get it. You're definitely going to get your copy of Retro.
You're just buying a book. No risk.
Yeah.
Tim doesn't see the slot. I think we might need to explain to Tim where the slot is again. Might need some help.
Well, you see.
Well, this is the internet, so there is no physical slot here.
Just follow your instinct.
Yeah. Unless your name is George, then stop touching it. Bad news coming ahead for you. Don't even mess with it.
Be the slot machine, if you know what I mean. Donate that green. Don't be mean. All right.
I think we're done with the jokes.
Shut it down.
I can't carry on for another half hour with bad jokes. I gotta stay awake. Give me something interesting to talk about. I don't know.
I'm gonna have to take off here in about 2 minutes, just so you know, Pete. So I
okay.
Say later if I have to jump out because my agent's gonna be calling me here in a little bit.
Good, man. Thank you so much for coming on. Oh, I think I see Eric.
What's
up? Hey yo. I'm actually going to jump off myself, too. I got to run to the post office quick, but if you're still on when I get back, I'll jump back in.
Ready?
Well, that would be a quick trip.
I hope. I hope.
All right, cool, man. Well, thanks for coming.
Absolutely. Right. Congrats.
Thanks, guys.
Later, Gary.
Later.
Later, Gary.
Scoodly. What up?
Hey, you heading out, Marshall?
I'm here forever.
Oh, okay. Yeah, welcome, Eric. What's up?
Okay. So I'm going to be working on some artwork here. It has technically a naked lady. Just no real things are drawn, so...
Well, in the last hour, we've gotten very naked lady friendly, so...
Okay, good. Then I can, because I need to finish this for paid work. So I'm gonna work. If I'm gonna work on anything today, it's gonna be this. So how's your day, night, whatever the fuck? Like, when did you start?
3:30 in the morning. I'm kind of tired.
Fucking hell, dude.
I know. I mean, I started the whole 5-day Kickstarter with what wound up being a 7-hour live stream, and then I did a synergy after that, which is why it didn't go 8 hours. And yeah, I was crazy enough to think, yeah, I'll just end it kind of the same way. And I mean, it's been a lot of fun, and you know, I mean, we were like more serious throughout most of it. We got kind of goofy and giddy just recently, but
That's always fine.
yeah. But I only have so much energy, so goofy and giddy can only carry me so long. uh, Ronnie's back. Let's see. What's happening? Daniel. Oh, I guess he's giving us the topic. Web comics are the future of comics? Yes or no? They are currently the future. That's
like right now, I think that they're definitely a future. Maybe like even if they're not the future, they're definitely a future currently.
I think, you know, webcomics have been around a long time, and they will continue to be around a long time. So
Oh yeah, no, they've got their staying power.
yeah, so they're going to exist as long as comics are going to exist, which I foresee for a long time. So
I think they've just definitely made a big jump recently with the subscription model. I think people are jumping onto it more with that.
True. Yeah.
As opposed to buying individual comics, especially since the main two, you know, they price their web comics the same as they would price a regular comic, which is not a good thing, I don't think.
No, that's terrible. What the like? What the fuck?
But now we have a subscription model kind of going, and that makes it more, you know, approachable, I think.
Yeah, it does. Because like, especially like certain people in like on the internet are just so used to the idea of subscription-based like items now that it's just like in the end, it's not as good for the like person making the comic because them just selling a comic at like a specific price makes them more money. The subscription system is better for the site holding the comics. But in the end, it is better for the consumer because they're not having to spend $8 a fucking comic.
Yeah. Well, it's like the royalty model kind of with you know, music and stuff, I guess. I mean, I'm assuming that Comixology must be giving out some kind of royalties.
Oh yeah, they give out royalty, but it's like
probably not much, but
because like if you like go to where like how music streaming is right now, like you don't get paid. You get paid like pennies for what you're actually like making compared to if it was just like here, buy the CD, you know?
Right. Yeah.
So again, it's one of those scenarios where it's like, oh, it's better for the consumer, definitely, but for the artist trying to get, and make a living, it kind of sucks.
Well, the thing is too, it's like it's tough, you know, because in some ways it's good because you know, it's an opportunity for some, but I feel like it's like for some people it's an opportunity, for some other people it's not. And like as far as like the music goes, like the problem with art or any creative pursuits is a lot of us who are, you know, not super famous, we kind of die at the hand of obscurity, you know, and so getting that stuff out to more people at least, and if there's some way you can leverage that into a monetization strategy, then you know it might be worthwhile.
Yeah. Rodney shows up. He says he's on his lunch break. Any more backers? I believe we're we're stuck at 79, but it's done phenomenally as far as I care. We're at 1962, so great amount. I mean, way past my goal. Only a
that's
5-day Kickstarter. I think it's done phenomenally. I should mention that I keep forgetting. People. If you haven't already subscribed to my channel, thank you very much. That's my message.
Also, it's the last half an hour. Like, anybody who's listening, please, share the link out. Tell everybody it's the last half an hour to get it. And, let's see if we can get over 80 and over 2,000.
Yep. So do that. What he said. I'm tired.
So, Eric, I forget. I know you've been working on a lot of music. Do you have a comic project going or in the works at all? Or
I have one like I have one in the still in the brainstorming phase. Like I have ideas of what I want to do, and then I just need to get to the art and writing phase where I'm actually getting character designs down, getting stuff down. Because I had a more superhero style comic in mind at first, but I've been playing the crap out of The Witcher 3, and my brain instantly just shifted over to medieval fantasy kind of stuff, and I'm like, yo, I can have some fun with this. And it's also going to be a kind of comic that I can easily kind of put together and do kind of a monster a week kind of thing, which I'm like, you know what, I actually kind of want to do that. That'd be fun. So that's kind of what I'm shifting over to a little bit.
That sounds
cool.
I'd be interested in it.
But right now I've just been working on music. I've been working on commissions like this one, just trying to get some work done because I need money because computer shit. In fact, I have parts coming today, or the final parts should be coming today for me to finally build my stream computer and get that finally going. And it's just a clusterfuck of a lot of things not wanting to work for me lately.
I know what that's like.
Yep.
That's me crying.
I'm crying. Laughing on the outside, crying on the inside.
Retro is being brought to you by years of struggle and all kinds of obstacles. We've watched it happen, and it's how sorry, it's so much stuff has happened that it's gotten in the way, and we're finally
and even back on the topic of the topic of the webcomic thing. I plan on making mine a webcomic just because it's it's one of those things where it's I don't have to worry about spending money on printing. I don't have to worry about any of that. The schedule is set by me. I put the comic out, each issue out when I'm done with the issue, and it's I feel it's one of those things where I do feel it's a little less pressure, even though it's also more pressure just because you have to work harder to try and get a following that actually matters because of that kind of stuff. But also it depends on your name. I'm sure Peter can probably get a webcomic going a lot better than I can. Because even though I have over 10,000 subscribers on YouTube, there's very little chance of me converting those 10,000 into anything that matters, because I've noticed that the actual views on my videos do not reflect that 10,000 sub count.
Right.
And that's just the nature of the beast, unfortunately.
Yeah. I mean, it's I may have the smallest audience of the three of us, but it's not even my audience isn't what my audience is. It's I know it's 1/100th of the people that are subscribed to me are actually watching any of my videos or whatever.
The
subscription is one of those things where it's like, for YouTube especially, like, it is a monster because you have to keep consistency as a priority. You have to post, like, pick your days and you post every day at the same time. You know, keep your videos around 10 minutes or more because YouTube wants people staying. And then you also have to make content that's interesting enough for people to want to watch all the way to the end of the video. Like, that is a pain, especially in the art world. That is hard to do unless you're someone like Jazza, who does a lot of like fun challenges and like lots of interesting things that can bring people in.
Yeah, I started watching him again. I haven't watched him in a long time, and it's like, you know, I do kind of like him.
Yeah, I like his videos. I like his brother, Shadiversity, who does like a lot of medieval. He talks about like swords and weaponry and combat and castles and stuff of the medieval period. And I'm like, yo, I'm down for that. I'll watch this stuff. But he keeps it interesting. He keeps it highly informative. He's very knowledgeable about what he does. He keeps it very entertaining with like his personality. Like, you need that. Like, there's a reason people go to guys like Markiplier, you know, PewDiePie, Jacksepticeye, Jazza. You know, there's a reason people go to them.
Mr. Beast.
Yeah, like even Mark Curley, like one of the big
my god, he's great. Yeah.
Like, he's been doing it so long, and he gives such amazing informative videos that people want to sit through his videos because he gives a lot of good information about what he's talking about, and you know that he knows what the fuck he's talking about.
Yeah. Well, I've said this before, but Marshall is really keyed in right now, doing great stuff. You know, you've been watching Marshall at all, Eric?
I've only had like time to watch like 3 or 4 people to actually follow, and a lot of it's been tech based lately because I've been having to keep in, because I love computers. Yeah. And I love musical instruments and stuff, so I'm having to keep my eye on that stuff for what I do. So I haven't been able to watch as much art stuff as I would like.
Gotcha.
And then I'm also working. Like, I can't watch art stuff. I have to work on art stuff.
Yeah.
Like, God damn it.
Yeah. I flip between watching art videos or turning on music because I can't, think and work at the same time.
Also, animation's hard. Like, I'm not even the one who's like, all I'm doing is I ink these, I color them, and then I shade them. I'm sitting here going, all right, let's make sure these shadows look like they're moving relatively naturally, and it's like, fuck, this is a pain in the dick.
Rodney says, I know that my first comic I charge for cheap, but the second book want to ask a little more. So yeah, as a beginner, we can't be afraid to ask for what we feel our work is worth. And Daniel says, and you also got hidden gems. Herman Huppen, a European comic artist. I'll have to look him up. Ronnie says Marshall's channel rocks. On YouTube. Okay, I'll look him up. Yeah, definitely. That's a new name to me. I'm Peter Palmiotti. I must be related because we had first and last initial that are similar, right? I'm just making up things at this point. We're coming to the end. It's so close. It's 11:14. This ends 11:32. And I believe the last time I looked, we're still at 79. We're still stuck. Come on, somebody. Throw in a couple of bucks. Throw in a quarter. I think it will go to 82 back. No, I don't think that will work that way. I think you have to get at least. Yeah, you'll have to get at least a digital copy. So pledge $3 pledge for Retro Read. You can read the story only in digital PDF format, high resolution.
I personally suggest the Retro Fresh level, but
the Retro Fresh is so Retro Fresh. It's a digital PDF of Retro, the full issue in digital format, which you can read anywhere you have a digital device. Your name is in Has Nation section comic of the book, so you'll be amongst some famous people. Trust me. And a printed copy of Retro issue 1 that only 78 other people are going to have. Well, more than that, actually, but only the elite will have a copy of Retro issue 1 to show off to their moms and friends.
So get in now.
Get in now.
Yeah.
You know, even though I'm so tired, I am slightly hungry at this point again.
Back to that.
I do want to go outside and just like walk. Like I feel like stiff at this point.
Yeah, I bet.
Don't worry, you get used to it.
No, I've been doing this, I don't know, 27 years. I'm kind of used to it, but not for doing these long live streams. It's another ability I'm trying to learn. I want to be like, what is it? ZHC, where he goes 100 hours on a live stream. Insane kid.
I literally just spend all day on my computer, so I'm used to just sitting here for hours and hours and hours, just doing whatever the frick I want to do.
I do that on weekends, but I wish I could do that every day. A lot of hard work, but I enjoy that work much more than driving mindlessly to delivery places.
Well, we gotta get you to get a Kickstarter up one day.
I mean, my hair is gonna be as long before I get into a full career because I'm not cutting it until I do. So.
Yeah, that's right. It's gonna be Marshall with long hair. He's gonna change his name. Gotta make it happen.
Ow.
14 minutes. 14 minutes. Oh my God, 14 minutes. I'm almost free of my chains. I mean, hang out with all you wonderful people. This has been great. This has been great.
It's been fun. How did it go in the beginning of the stream? Like, did you start off just by yourself, or did you have some people with you? Or
it's kind of hard for me to remember exactly. I mean, you can go back and watch it, but I think maybe I started out alone, but within an hour, I think my brother showed up pretty early. So that was fun. Because it's like, I don't really ask him for business type favors a lot. So
yeah.
And so I was happy to see him and talk to him for a while and joked a little bit.
That's cool.
But yeah, I mean, honestly, at this point, I don't remember who was in the first stream. A lot of people. Gaz was in there. Karen, Sandy, maybe. I know I'm going to say all wrong names or something.
Yeah.
But it wasn't a ton of people.
Yeah.
But everybody was really cool.
Yeah. So what is this illustration you're doing, Eric? Is it for, you said it's an animation, what is it like a music video or something?
I don't 100% no. I just know that it's weird stuff. Like it's like Evangelion material.
Mm.
I mean, it's got a naked lady, so just make assumptions at that point. Like the client who I'm like helping out, because I'm just doing this part. Like I'm doing inks, colors, shading. So like I'm just kind of subcontracted here.
Okay.
I don't know exactly what the client is after. I just know that they're like, hey, can you work on this thing? And I was just like, sure. This is like good, decent money.
Yeah, there you go.
I need money right now because my credit card needs to be handled.
Maybe it's better not to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't need to know why they want me to draw or why they want me to work on this project of Asuka apparently being manhandled by giants.
Yeah.
Like I don't need to know.
Sounds like a fantasy.
It is. That's an actual that is an actual kink. But it's just like I don't need to know about it, and I don't need to know about the fucking client. Let's just leave it at I'm doing this work, I'm getting paid. That's all I care about.
Yeah, because making art is fun.
Yep. Hey, we joked about the whole getting into porn and stuff. Well,
yeah.
Basically, what I'm working on here.
Yeah, you made it happen.
Made it happen, and it's paying.
It's paying. He's living the dream.
Like I already got half the money up front because I've worked with this client enough that she's just like, here's just to keep cash flow going for you. I'm like, cool. Thank you.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm always amazed by people who want commissions and how nice a lot of them are.
Yeah, I've worked with this client a few times. So I'm like, built up a repertoire with them.
Having a repertoire is fun.
Repertoire.
So what should be our final words? We got 9 minutes left.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. That's what I usually do and feel like,
so long, farewell, Auf Wiedersehen, goodbye.
Yeah, found the music up in here.
Well, before it ends, and who knows, it might end before it's supposed to end or something. Like I said, I'm not 100% sure, but thank you, everybody who showed up in the chat. Thank you, everybody who backed my project. Your confidence in me is astounding and slightly misleading. No. I'm giddy with tiredness. But yeah, this has been fun, and this is, in part, it's been kind of an experiment. And I think I've impressed some of the names out there, and that's always good. And hopefully I could really bring it all home, do a fantastic book, and it's like above and beyond it being funded here, I will make it available in the future. I have not yet determined what shape or form that will take, but for right now, I will get the money in 2 weeks as everything gets cleared and yada yada Kickstarter stuff. It's retro-tastic, says Ronnie. But yeah, it's like, I want to get this into the hands of the people who essentially paid for it right here and right now, and let them brag about it to their friends and make their friends weep.
Make everybody jealous.
That's right.
Like, you should have backed this.
You should. Where were you?
Retro happened.
Why?
Where were you when retro happened?
Retro happened.
The retroing.
The retroing. Like the happening.
Except not as shit.
I like that movie, but shut up. But yes, it's the final countdown. The final countdown.
The Peter Griffin version.
Let's see. Daniel says Peter will do lap dance to last backer. If she's cute.
I will be
Who's
right
my
back.
last backer?
Be right back.
You'll be right back?
All right.
Okay. We might be here. We might not.
Mike stop.
We might leave without you.
Stop before the bell.
Hey yo.
So I guess it went
Hey.
well, officer.
I hope so.
They're all
So
skipped.
on the Kickstarter clock, we got 6 minutes. So I don't know. You know, we're gonna end like liveness. Probably just shortly past that. Hopefully, if I timed it right.
Cool. We still don't have that last backer. Nobody's taken the Peter on the dolphin photo.
I thought you would tell everybody at the post office, but apparently.
I tried, but they weren't having it.
It's like, who is that retro? Why should I care?
Yeah, post office is a miserable place. It's
There's
kind
a
of
lot
like
of
the
half-cocked-
DMV.
It's a lot of half-cocked people there.
Yeah. Definitely.
Oh, 5 minutes, it says. 5 minutes, peoples. 4 minutes. Oh my God, 4 minutes. This is
Minutes are
happening.
going by like seconds.
I know. It seems like.
5, 4,
79.
3, 2, 1.
Gotta
But
get
yeah.
one more.
I don't know if it's going to happen. It would be so mathematically sweet, but, you know.
Crazy how we were doing my stream. We're like doing it for 2 hours, and like we only got like 1 or 2 backers, and then at the end they're like $500 more. What the heck?
Yeah, see?
Okay, I'm going to threaten a 30-day Kickstarter starting tomorrow if I don't get one more backer right now.
For the 80th backer.
Let's see.
That's right.
Time to blast all the Kickstarter groups. Oh, I gotta join
Oh,
them?
the last 3 minutes, forget it. It's not going to happen.
You never know. Someone might go, oh, this is exactly the thing I've been looking for.
Something to hit my dog with.
I always knew I never knew I wanted retro in my life, but now
Now my life is complete. Thank you, Retro.
I can die now in peace.
No, you're not allowed to die. The war must continue. The war goes on, soldier.
Is somebody out in the desert going, Retro? I need retro. or water or something. Yeah.
Or something to that fact.
I'm pretty sure it can store at least a little bit of water. You can just wring it out.
Yeah, you can hold on to a little bit of your fluids.
Hold on to your fluids, everybody. Retro's coming.
Yep.
Retro's coming to save the day once again. 2 minutes, folks. 2 minutes. Come on, get in your pledge now.
Only 2
I know this is being broadcast around the world. Somebody must be hearing me that haven't pledged yet.
All right, I posted in one group. I feel like if I try to post in any more, it'll be kind of a wasted effort.
Yeah.
By the time they get here, it'll be gone.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like wanted to back it, but I'm just like staring at my bank account going, My bank account says no.
Yeah.
My bank and my
Yeah,
credit card are going, fuck you.
Yep. I can't even pledge to my own Kickstarter.
I mean,
Not that I would, but
technically, you could find a way around their bullshit terms of service. You could get around it.
Yeah, I let it happen automatically. Oh, seconds! We're down to seconds. 104, 103, 102, 101. Oh, it's less than 100 seconds left.
Is there really a time clock there?
Yeah, it's happening. It's real.
90
It's
seconds.
real.
89, 88, 87. Okay, I'll wait a little longer on that.
We have to wait. Listen to this for 100 seconds. Jeez.
I think Pete's a little loopy.
Yeah, well,
Just a little
you know
bit.
how goofy. You know how goofy I got, like with 665. It's just fun mathematical things.
Here on the Retro Kickstarter.
Yeah,
We're in the red now. We're in the red, and we're less than 60 seconds.
I get
Come on. Shove your card into the slot. Come on, somebody. I know somebody's out there trying to do it right now.
Someone trying to make that last bit work.
like 5 seconds too late, and somebody's going to be trying to do it.
Yep.
Come on. I know somebody's out there. Come on. 33
Get out
seconds.
your good hand and click that button.
You use your unchopped off hand.
There's so many jokes, but I don't want to go there. I'm gonna leave that alone.
And 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ah!
It's over.
Oh, it's fireworks everywhere now. I never seen one end. Wow.
Hey,
It's 3D.
Maybe for you because you're so tired, Peter.
All of a sudden, it's like, oh, there's dancing naked ladies everywhere.
Where'd all this
Fireworks going on? I think that's a squirrel carrying a box of something. I don't know what the fuck he's got. Oh, he's got booze. Get that over here, Mr. Squirrel.
How'd you get that booze, little squirrel? You don't have
you
any
and your
ID.
raccoon buddy. Okay, cool.
Boom. We are funded.
Oh,
by
yeah.
Congratulations,
79 Packers. Thank you. We got 19,000. No, wait, that's an extra zero. We got $1,962. Woo, woo.
You done did it.
You done it.
I proved them all slightly wrong.
Literally done did it.
And some of them right. And all of them.
And some of them right. Context matters.
Good comment.
Remember, kids, context is important.
Oh, and we got a little show going on in the corner down there.
Oh, yeah, me. I have to like go back and forth to like make sure it's like smooth animation with the shading. I don't want it to look like too jarring. But then also it's a lady being hung upside down, naked, getting poked by a giant hand.
Don't worry, folks. That's just Eric playing with himself. So should we go until the hangout dies? It's not much longer.
Sure. When does it die?
Okay. I mean, like I said, it only can go 8 hours, and I started slightly after 3:32. So I'm not sure how slightly after it.
So you got like 9 minutes left, according to the thing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Cool.
I don't know what that thing is called. The progress bar. There we go.
The progress. That thingy.
Progress is good.
Or we could kill it with bad
Hey, why
jokes.
isn't anybody else pledging? hey, Kickstarter, come back.
I was having so much fun. Come back.
Hey, wait, I got a message. Oh, it's Lisa. She's saying congrats.
Oh,
Thank you, Lisa. She's my best friend.
huge congrats. So how does it feel? You've
It feels
gone
good
through
to
the ringer. You've taken your punches. You laid some more down, and you came up on top.
I feel really good. Oh, she sent me a little GIF with Cyclops, and his beam is a little sparkles going off, saying "celebrate."
Cool.
That's cool. It feels great. I mean, it's like I just like determination. I finally set it up and got it started, and I was like, screw everything. Oh, it's just Ronnie sent balloons and streamers and stuff. Thanks, guys. Yeah, this is like long time coming. But this is like the easy part because I got to make a comic worth of reading.
Yep. Now you got to do the
And,
hard shit.
Yeah, well, I got client work until I get paid by Kickstarter, because I am utterly broke at this point.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Fucking broke out the shit.
I need some do some weird naked stuff for people or something.
Whoa, weird naked stuff.
I mean, that's what I'm doing here.
Drawings, I mean.
Oh, okay.
Hey man,
Don't worry,
get into this world, man. You'll find people who will pay you money for drawing weird shit.
you and Emmy and Sandy apparently have the pulse on the theme, and have to direct me to certain places in the dark void of the interwebs. We can discuss later, but it's like, yeah, I got gigs already that I gotta get to first, and make some of that money first. Promises fulfilled. That's what the next 3 months are all about, are fulfilling all promises, and lightening my workload so I can focus my energy better.
Yep.
Ending will be terminated in 5 minutes. I've been warned by YouTube.
I guess we can just go until it kicks us all out.
Yeah, we're going until it kicks us out. So keep commenting in the chat. We'll see whoever gets the last comment in the chat that sticks with the video will get something special.
Yeah.
Yes,
We'll
something
see
a
who
little
gets
extra.
the last laugh.
So, it could be Daniel, it could be EJ, it could be Ronnie. So it's just 5 minutes away. So keep commenting. Although Ronnie must have left, maybe everybody left at this point.
But like, all right, we've done our due diligence. We can get the fuck out of here.
It's like the Kickstarter's ending. What the hell am I sticking around for?
Actually, I think the chat can keep going. If they keep going, it goes on past the video.
Does it? That's interesting. I know that it stays like active, but
Yeah, it stays active, but if you go back to the video afterwards, a lot of the last comments will get cut off.
Okay.
Oh.
So, I think Ronnie might have won. Damn it. No, I mean,
not if it's still going.
I don't see any new comments.
There's about to be one.
I mean, it does say 4 people still watching. So if it's still going, then yeah, I don't. It's like I really want to give something nice to whoever has stuck around for the ending.
Come on, people.
I was only kidding around.
Ask your questions now.
Answer your questions. Make any comment.
Glug, glug, glug.
Lisa.
Boom.
Boom. She'll get a special treat.
Mine doesn't count.
Oh no! What do we got? Oh, that's your.
Whoever put the last comment gets a cat.
Yeah, it's all right.
He's got enough to spare, so.
Oh, maybe it's Daniel. Well, we'll have to see what sticks in the video. That's the official last comment. So it takes YouTube time to process the video.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll have to come back later, but I'll probably be asleep.
Got 2 minutes.
But
2-minute warning.
Lisa's Glug 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 is my retro drinking game. Every time somebody says retro or a word with retro in it, we're supposed to drink a beer or something, or at least say glug glug glug. We don't have a drink.
Glug glug glug. That way we all don't get fucking plastered.
But yeah, we're still alive. We're still happening. We're still like famous at the moment. People will remember this. People who pick up issue 100 of Retro will say, "Oh, those crazy boys,
those crazy cats,
those crazy kids,
those crazy boys and girls that were around for issue 1." Wow, it was such a different time back then.
It was a darker time.
Like
But
I
since
said,
the
the
aliens
video will remain
it was much
public
better.
for evidence.
Yeah,
that's right.
And many a bad jokes were made.
I mean, that's a given. Like, let's be real.
Can't believe we're still alive.
Yeah. Well, there was like 2 minutes left the last time I checked.
Oh, okay. All right.
You got a time watcher right now, so he's keeping an eye on it.
Oh, we got only 30 seconds. Oh.
Get your last bits in before it's over.
Get your bits in. Oh, God. I think I just woke up too early.
Now.
Everything sounds dirty to me.
I mean, if you want it to be.